In fact, the most valuable thing of the entire Red Flame Divine Eagle clan should be the Origin Spiritual Vein underground. But the Origin Spiritual Vein is not something you can take if you want to. At least Lin Moyu currently does not have the ability to take this 7th level Origin Spiritual Vein away directly. Even if Tianshu Shaosan comes, it will take a lot of time to refine the 7th level Origin Spiritual Vein. What's more, this Origin Spiritual Vein belongs to Beizhou. It's okay to destroy the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan, but I'm afraid no one will agree to dig out the Origin Spiritual Vein of others. No matter how thick-skinned Lin Moyu is, he can't do such a thing. So at that time, after he got the secret Void Pearl, he left very simply without looking back. Take out 2 boxes from the secret Void Pearl. Lin Moyu carefully examined it and studied the formation on it at the same time. The material of this box is somewhat special. It seems to be some kind of ancient jade, but it is not the same as ordinary ancient jade. It should be very old, and the formation is also simple. It should not be something of this era. After getting these 2 boxes, the Red Flame Eagle clan should have studied them, but they couldn't figure out the formation on them, and they were afraid of destroying the items in the box, so they couldn't open them. What could it be? Lin Moyu judged that the box should be from prehistoric times, and the things inside should be very valuable. The formation on the box is very complicated. Although it is not strong, if you don't find the right way, don't think about opening the box. After studying for a long time, Lin Moyu finally analyzed the way to open the formation. He drew a rune 287, which is very strange and different from other runes. The rune itself has no meaning, it is just a key, the key to open the formation. Lin Moyu controlled the rune to approach the box. As if sensing the approach of the rune, the formation on the box suddenly flickered. Then a projection appeared on the box. In a corner of the projection, there was a very inconspicuous gap. Lin Moyu compared it and stuffed the rune he drew into the gap. The formation quickly became complete, and the originally static formation suddenly began to operate. Lin Moyu had seen prehistoric formations more than once. He felt that prehistoric formations always had a sense of art. Unlike today's formations, even if he arranged a perfect formation, he didn't have this feeling. If you have to compare, the prehistoric formation, under the premise of meeting the function, is like a fine work of art. And today's formation, although it can also achieve the corresponding function, has lost the sense of art. Lin Moyu believed that he was not the only one who had this feeling. All the formation masters above the 7th level would have this feeling. Gotcha. After the formation had been running for a while, the light disappeared, and the ladder also opened. A gap appeared in the tightly closed box, and then a strange breath came out of the box. Lin Moyu frowned, with a slight surprise in his eyes, the breath of the avenue. He opened the box carefully and saw a fragment. The fragment was illusory, constantly changing between illusion and reality, appearing and disappearing from time to time. On the fragment, there was an aura of the Great Tao. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that this seemingly real and illusory object belonged to the Great Tao realm. As for what Great Tao it was, what exactly this thing was, Lin Moyu didn't know. He tried to communicate with his soul, but found it useless. He reached out to take it, but before he touched it, his fingers were shaken by an invisible force. He tried many methods, but couldn't even touch it. Lin Moyu knew that his realm was too weak and he was not qualified to touch it. Just like the ice and fire Tao stone, if he didn't know the correct sealing method, if he didn't have a unique storage space, he couldn't touch it either. Things in the Great Tao realm are not something that ordinary Tao Zun can touch. Lin Moyu closed the box again, put it in the storage space, and then opened the second box. The formation is the same, and the method of opening is also the same. As soon as the second box was opened, a powerful force was revealed from it. This force also belongs to the Tao realm, but Lin Moyu is very familiar with it. In the box, a small flying sword that is only the length of a finger lies quietly. The Thousand-Star Avenue naturally emerges and resonates with the flying sword in the box. This is the inheritance of a certain Star Lord. It is a very powerful Star-Lord, more powerful than the Star-Lord inheritance I got before. In the 1,000-star avenue, more than a dozen stars have been lit up. These stars represent a Star-Lord inheritance. Lin Moyu established an organization called 1,000-Star Hall in Yudao City, selected suitable candidates, and released the Star-Lord inheritance. Because of the existence of the 1,000-Star Avenue, all those selected by the 1,000-Star Hall will not betray him. He has absolute power to take whatever he wants from these Star-Lord heirs. Now, his Star-Lord inheritance will have one more. Lin Moyu took out the small sword and put it into the 1,000-Star Avenue. The 1,000-Star Avenue was shaking continuously, and the entire 1,000-Star Avenue was glowing. A brand new Star-Lord star quickly appeared and took shape, illuminating half of the 1,000-Star Avenue, while emitting a powerful aura. In the 1,000-Star Avenue, the Star-Lord inheritance is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. And this newly appeared Star-Lord star is at the top. No other star is on par with it, and it tells everyone how strong it is. The star returned to its position, and just when Lin Moyu thought everything was over, suddenly a sharp sword emerged from the star. Then, Lin Moyu heard a sound similar to a heartbeat. It was not a real heartbeat, but the heartbeat of the soul. The heartbeat came from the 1,000-Star Avenue, from the Star-Lord star that had just returned to its position. The eye of the dead opened, and suddenly saw that in this star, a soul flame was beating. Every beat of the soul flame would send a sound similar to the beating of the heart. This Star-Lord is not dead, his soul is recovering. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that this powerful Star-Lord had not really fallen. He had always kept his residual soul, waiting for countless years, waiting to return to the 1,000-Star Avenue. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a thoughtful look. Now, he has the ability to help this Star-Lord, but should he help? He didn't know the character of this Star-Lord. If he helped him, what would he do to him when he recovered? Now he was in control of the 1,000-Star Avenue, and Lin Moyu knew that the struggle for the avenue was very cruel. If this Star-Lord wanted to compete for the position of the Tao Master of the 1,000-Star Avenue, what would he do to him? According to this speculation, he should not save it, and even destroy this soul, and then find someone to inherit the position of the Star-Lord. But if his speculation was wrong, the Star-Lord could not compete for the position of the Tao Master, and he would even obey him, which would make him a rare helper. He could survive from prehistoric times to the present, so his strength can be imagined. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu made a decision. He decided to take a gamble. Maybe he could get a powerful helper. A force of life merged into the 1,000-Star Avenue and entered the stars to help his soul recover. Then, a spiritual flower flew out, and the flower bloomed and wrapped the stars. The spiritual flower was consumed quickly, and the consumption speed was many times faster than usual. With the help of the spiritual flower, the soul in the star recovered a little faster. However, both the force of life and the spiritual flower were a bit low in realm, and the soul in the star was too powerful, belonging to the realm of the great Tao, so the healing effect was average. However, Lin Moyu didn't care. If a day was not enough, he would take 1. If 10 were not enough, he would take 100. Now he has a lot of spiritual flowers, although it cannot be said that they are inexhaustible, but 100 or so can still be used. As the spirit flowers were used one by one, the life force was also continuously supplied. However, the opponent's realm was too high, and the healing effect of the spirit flowers and life force was not ideal. For a normal Dao Zone, even if the soul was about to collapse, a few spirit flowers would heal it. Even for Tian Lei Dao Ren, because of the heavenly punishment, the damage beyond the Dao Zone realm, the effect of Jian Hua was weakened a lot. But it would not be like now. The effect of the spirit flowers was so poor, almost nothing. After using 10 spirit flowers, the opponent's soul was only restored a little more. For the overall recovery, it can only be regarded as a drop in the bucket. And because the spirit flowers were used too many times, some resistance was generated. When the 10th spirit flower was used, the effect was far less than the first one. It is estimated that it would not be of much use if hundreds or thousands of spirit flowers were used. Lin Moyu had a headache. He didn't feel sorry for the spirit flowers, but he was just worried about not being able to treat the opponent. At this time, a weak thought suddenly came from the stars. Don't waste your energy, the trapped Star King will recover slowly. Lin Moyu realized that the spiritual flower he used just now was not completely useless. The other party's consciousness in the residual soul was actually restored. But from the tone, it was still very weak. Lin Moyu asked, "Which Star King are you?" The weak thought came again, "Meteorite Star King." This time there were only 4 words, and the thought seemed to be a little weaker than before. Meteorite Star King. Lin Moyu had never heard of this name, and had never seen it in the information. But it can be confirmed that this is a very powerful Star King, and a Star King who has lived from prehistoric times to the present. Lin Moyu said, "My realm is too low, and the treatment effect on you is not good. When my realm is higher in the future, the treatment effect may be better." After a few seconds, the weak thoughts of the Meteorite Sword Star Lord came again. "The Tao Master's kindness, the Meteorite Sword appreciates it. The Meteorite Sword has hurt the soul, it will take time. The Tao Master does not need to worry too much. The Meteorite Sword is going to sleep, wake up and talk to the Tao Master." After that, the Meteorite Sword Star Lord fell into sleep again, and was completely silent. Lin Moyu analyzed the words of the Meteorite Sword Star Lord. Although there were only 3 sentences before and after, a lot of information could be analyzed. The first sentence of the Meteorite Sword Star Lord, after waking up, he did not realize that he had mastered the 1,000-star avenue at that time. Although the thoughts were weak, there was a bit of arrogance in his tone. This is the arrogance of the Tao realm, which is normal. The second sentence, nothing, just explained the identity. The most important thing is the third sentence. When he said the third sentence, the Meteorite Sword Star Lord had already understood Ji Zai's situation and knew that he had returned to the 1,000-star avenue. The tone of the Meteorite Sword Star Lord clearly revealed a little relaxation, as if he knew that he had been rescued. And the Star Lord of Meteorite Sword began to call himself the Tao Master, and his tone was very natural. Obviously, he regarded himself as the Tao Master. This can also be analyzed that he has no intention of snatching his position as the Tao Master. Lin Moyu murmured to himself, as the only person who has comprehended the 1,000 Stars Avenue, "It seems that there is nothing wrong with being called the Tao Master by the Star Lord. I don't know when the Star Lord of Meteorite Sword can really recover. If he can recover, it will indeed be a great help." This time, the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan was destroyed, and the Star Lord of Meteorite Sword returned to his position by accident. It was indeed a good surprise. Lin Moyu thought of this square box again. Since the Star Lord of Meteorite Sword could retain the residual soul, would there be other powerful Star Lords who left residual souls? Lin Moyu thought, maybe he could go and look for it, and it is hard to say whether he would get something. The next day, Jin Ye came in person and said he would take Lin Moyu to visit Zijin City. Lin Moyu did not refuse. He took out the box containing the inheritance of the Meteorite Star Lord and asked, "Patriarch, have you ever seen such a box?" Patriarch Jin Ye looked at the box and whispered, "It seems that I have seen it." "Really?" Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. "Please help me think where I have seen it." "Let me think." With the realm of Patriarch Jin Ye, as long as he has seen something, he will definitely not make a mistake. It's just that he has lived for many years, and the information in his memory is vast, and it takes some effort to find it. Jin Ye closed his eyes and searched in his memory. After a moment, Jin Ye opened his eyes. "I thought of it. That was many years ago. At that time, I had just arrived at the Tianzuan realm, and after completing my bloodline, I was determined to be a direct descendant, and was assigned to an elder in the tribe as a protector. The first task I received at that time was to find something in the warehouse of the tribe. I didn't understand it at the time, so I went to look for it. It took me a month to finally find it." Lin Moyu was surprised to hear that. What Jimmy said was related to the question he was asking. However, Lin Moyu was very patient and continued to listen. The chief of the Jinni clan continued, "In fact, the real core of that mission is the secondary test of blood. We have done blood tests more than once. That thing will resonate with the blood, and only those with truly strong blood can find it among the countless items in the warehouse. Please give me flowers. While looking for it, I saw a similar box. Lin Moyu asked, Lin wants this box. I wonder if it's convenient for the clan leader. The chief of the Jinmi clan smiled and said, what's inconvenient? That warehouse is actually a garbage warehouse of our clan. There is nothing good in it. It's just that so many years have passed, and it's hard to say whether that thing is still there. The warehouse is at the other end of Zijin City. I'll take Lin Daofa there. Chief Jinmi was very happy and left as soon as he said he would. As he walked, he explained to Lin Moyu what a garbage warehouse was. There are 2 warehouses in our clan, located in 2 corners of Zijin City. Oh. The 2 warehouses correspond to the direct bloodline and the collateral bloodline, respectively. Every clan member who has cultivated to the other shore realm has the opportunity to enter the warehouse once and pick out something he likes. Then many clan members above the Tianzuan realm will throw some useless things they bring back into these 2 warehouses when they go out for adventure. Over time, there are more and more things in the warehouse, piled up like a mountain. No one manages it on weekdays, and later it is called a garbage warehouse. But there are not no good things in the garbage warehouse. As for whether you can pick it, it depends on your vision. I became a Tianzuan realm about 80,000 years ago. It has been 80,000 years, and I don't know if the things that Brother Lin wants are still there. Over the years, countless people have entered the warehouse and taken things, and no one can guarantee whether the box has been taken away. Lin Moyu asked, after the nobles took the things, there was no record? In the warehouses of the human clans, whoever took what would be recorded. But obviously, this may not be applicable to the demon clan. Jean Ye laughed, how can it be recorded? That's too troublesome. Anyway, they are not good things. Just take them. Lin Moyu asked, then is there no one to take care of it? What if someone takes a few more? Jean Ye said, that's not the case. There are still people to take care of it. As for whether they are careful or not, it's hard to say. According to what Lin Daoyu said, it's not impossible for someone to take a few more things occasionally. Lin Moyu was speechless for a while. The roughness of the demon clan was really reflected vividly. The 2 of them walked through the huge Zijin City without flying. The streets of Zijin City are very wide, and some places can exceed 100 meters, so that some huge monsters can be accommodated. Not all monsters can transform into human form. Those who can't transform into human form can only try to reduce their size as much as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to enter the city. However, as long as the bloodline of the monster is strong enough, it can transform into human form. Whether it can transform into human form has also become one of the criteria for the monsters to measure bloodline. As for why they want to transform into human form, because the human form is the body of Tao, the speed of cultivation will be faster when they transform into human form. As for why the human form is the body of Tao, no one knows. If you want to know the answer to this question, you may have to ask the Tao. Seeing the comings and goings of people in Zijin City, countless discussions came to my ears. 8 out of 10 sentences are talking about the destruction of the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan. The appearance of the Demon King and the decree have determined the nature of this matter. 900. Although most people don't know what the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan did, it doesn't matter. What matters is what the Demon King said. Almost most of the demons believe in the Demon King. As long as the Demon King says it, it must be correct. Lin Moyu listened to the discussion and whispered, the Demon King's reputation in Beizhou is really high. Jean Ye echoed on the side, that's natural. The Demon King is an existence that we can't reach. His words also revealed his respect for the Demon King. Lin Moyu smiled and said, the Demon King is in the Dao realm, and the head of the Jin Ye clan is actually only 1 step away from the Dao realm. Jin Ye shook his head, how can they be compared? Let alone 1 step, even if it's half a step away. It's the difference between heaven and earth. It's so difficult for Dao Zun Jiu realm to be promoted to the Dao realm. To be honest with fellow Daoist Lin, over the years, there have indeed been several ancestors of our clan who have had the opportunity to enter the Dao realm. Unfortunately, they all failed when facing the punishment from heaven and died. Lin Moyu thought of Tianlai Taoist, who also failed when facing the punishment from heaven, and only his broken soul and body barely survived. But Tianlai Taoist did not give up, he still had a chance. Lin Moyu said, if Chief Jinmi has time, he can go to the third ancestor, maybe from the third ancestor, Chief Jinmi can get a better method. Jin Ye paused, his eyes gleaming with light. Is that the third group from Lufeng Chamber of Commerce that fellow Daoist Lin is talking about? The two of them were standing right in the center of Zijin City. There were many pedestrians on the wide street, and there was a huge building on the side, with more people coming in and out than on the street. This building was the floor of Lufeng Chamber of Commerce in Zijin City. The Golden Lion clan was a royal family, and Zijin City was their capital, so there would naturally be Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Similarly, Jin Yan naturally knew the real owner behind Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's him, but clan leader Jin Yan should be prepared. The third ancestor is a businessman, and the price of the fields will not be low. Jin Ye laughed. Of course, thank you fellow Daoist Lin for providing this information. Lin Moyu said, clan leader Jin Ye doesn't need to be so polite. I think it won't be long before the third ancestor will take the initiative to let me know. He is a businessman, and the essence of a businessman is to make money. Jin Ye said, it's always good to know it earlier. When everyone knows it, so many people will go to find the third ancestor, then the price may not be the current price. After hearing this news from Lin Moyu, Jin Ye's mood became very good, and his attitude towards Lin Moyu became more polite. At this time, Jin Ye really felt that Lin Moyu was a good person and worth making friends with. In addition, the attitude of the Demon King towards Lin Moyu made Jin Ye feel that Lin Moyu was a very special person and should not be an enemy. The two walked all the way and came to the southeast corner of Zijin City. There are two garbage warehouses located in the southeast corner and the northeast corner respectively. The southeast corner is the garbage warehouse belonging to the direct line of the clan, and the northeast corner is the garbage warehouse for the collateral line of the clan. In the Demon Clan, the distinction between the direct line and the collateral line is very clear. This distinction will not fade until one becomes a 7th level ancestor. In the Golden Lion clan, there was once a collateral clan member who cultivated to the 9th level of Daozuan and became a great clan elder of that era. He promoted his bloodline to the extreme, which also led to the resonance and evolution of the bloodlines of his collateral clan members. In the end, they were promoted from the collateral line to the direct line. In the final analysis, whether it is a direct line or a collateral line, it still depends on the bloodline. Two direct members of the Golden Lion clan guarded the warehouse door. They were both in the Tianzuan realm. Although their realm was average, it was enough to guard the door. Seeing Jinmi, the two knelt on one knee at the same time and saluted Jinmi. Jinmi came to the door of the warehouse, stretched out his hand and pushed it. With the sound of metal friction, the warehouse door slowly opened. A mixed breath gushed out from the warehouse. The breath was extremely chaotic. From this, it can be seen that the things in the warehouse were also extremely chaotic. Not everyone has the same sharp sense of perception as Lin Moyu. Most people cannot feel this complex atmosphere. They can only feel a gust of wind blowing over, and then it is gone. Jin Ye pushed open the door. Fellow Daoist Lin, please come in. Lin Moyu walked in with a smile, and Jin Ye followed him into the warehouse. After they entered, the warehouse door slowly closed again, making a roar. At this time, the two Tianzins of the temple gate stood up in a daze. The two whispered, "Who is this person? How could the clan leader bring a human into the warehouse? Yes, it's really strange that the human race entered our warehouse. Although it's just a garbage warehouse, it's also our warehouse. It's really strange, but the clan leader must have his own reasons for doing things." It's not our turn to manage. Don't say anything to the outside world, don't say too much. Don't worry, I won't say too much. What the clan leader does must be right. They didn't know that their discussions had passed through the gate and reached the ears of Lin Moyu and Jin Ye. Lin Moyu chuckled. It seems that Chief Jin Ye has a high prestige in the tribe. Jin Ye smiled and said, "We demons have simple ideas, no twists and turns, we just say what we want to say." Although they were just two little guys guarding the gate, he felt very comfortable with the flattery. This kind of flattery from behind gave him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Lin Moyu looked at the warehouse. It was indeed as its name suggests, with piles of garbage. It can't be said to be garbage, in fact, they are all good materials and magic weapons. The grades of these materials and magic weapons are basically in the three realms of Godly Venerable Realm, Beyond Shore Realm, and Supreme Realm. The most things are in the Godly Venerable Realm, and there are also many in the Beyond Shore Realm. There are very few in the Supreme Realm. As for the Heavenly 0.1 Venerable Realm, there are not none, but there are even fewer, and it is necessary to sift through the waves. Among them, materials are the main ones, and magic weapons are relatively few. A large number of magic weapon materials are mixed together, forming several mountains. Jin Ye said, "I haven't been here for so many years, and this place is more chaotic than before." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "This shows that the noble members have gained more outside." Jin Ye said, "What's the use of harvesting more? Garbage is just garbage. It is said that the little guys in the other shore realm are too lazy to come here now. They would rather spend money to buy a handy magic weapon in Lufeng Chamber of Commerce than come here to choose." Lin Moyu naturally understood that after picking for a long time here, he could only get a low-value material or magic weapon in the God realm. It would be better to buy one. It's not expensive anyway, so it doesn't waste energy. Suddenly, Lin Moyu saw some magic weapons and walked straight over. The grades of these materials and magic weapons are basically in the three realms of Godly Venerable Realm, Beyond Shore Realm, and Supreme Realm. The most things are in the Godly Venerable Realm, and there are also many in the Beyond Shore Realm. There are very few in the Supreme Realm. As for the Heavenly 0.1 Venerable Realm, there are not none, but there are even fewer, and it is necessary to sift through the waves. Among them, materials are the main ones, and magic weapons are relatively few. A large number of magic weapon materials are mixed together, forming several mountains. Jin Ye said, "I haven't been here for so many years, and this place is more chaotic than before." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "This shows that the noble members have gained more outside." Jin Ye said, "What's the use of harvesting more? Garbage is just garbage. It is said that the little guys in the other shore realm are too lazy to come here now. They would rather spend money to buy a handy magic weapon in Lufeng Chamber of Commerce than come here to choose." Lin Moyu naturally understood that after picking for a long time here, he could only get a low-value material or magic weapon in the God realm. It would be better to buy one. It's not expensive anyway, so it doesn't waste energy. Suddenly, Lin Moyu saw some magic weapons and walked straight over. In the garbage warehouse, materials and magic weapons were piled up into several small hills, and there was no difference between them. It was very difficult to find a magic weapon that suited you. Lin Moyu came to the edge of the hill and picked up a sword. Judging from the aura on the sword, it should be a magic weapon from the other shore realm. In the garbage warehouse, there were not too many magic weapons from the other shore realm. Jin Ye followed. "This is a magic weapon from the other shore." With his vision, he could naturally recognize the strength of a magic weapon at a glance. He believed that Lin Moyu would definitely recognize it. Things from the other shore, let alone the Dao Zun, even the Unzun would not bother to take a look. But Lin Moyu was holding the sword and looking at it carefully. Looking at his expression, he seemed to be a little serious. Jin Ye was also suspicious and thought to himself, "Is there anything special about this magic weapon?" After looking at it for a while, Lin Moyu suddenly took a few steps and came to another hill and picked up another sword. Holding the two swords in his hands, they were exactly the same when compared with each other. Jin Ye also exclaimed, "How come these two magic weapons are exactly the same? It's not that there are no identical magic weapons, but they are rare. Normally, even the same refiner can hardly refine the same magic weapon. At most, the appearance is extremely similar, and there will always be some differences. But the two swords in Lin Moyu's hand are exactly the same. Not only the appearance, the pattern, but also the most important aura are exactly the same." Lin Moyu didn't speak, he began to refine the sword. Whether they are the same or not, you can only know after refining. The refining process is very smooth and completed almost instantly. Lin Moyu felt a little strange. With my realm, it is indeed not difficult to refine the magic weapon of the other shore realm, but it is not so easy to refine it instantly. It takes at least 1 or 2 seconds. And this sword, in addition to being sharp and strong enough, has only one ability. After refining, Lin Moyu already knew all the functions of the war knife. The war knife has only one special ability, which is to increase strength. The increase is about 30%, not too much and not too little. The upper limit is below the Supreme Realm, and there is no amplification effect on the Supreme Realm. Then, Lin Moyu refined another war knife. When Lin Moyu's soul power touched the second war knife, the war knife suddenly hummed and shook Lin Mo's soul power. It refused to refine. And when it refused to refine, the war knife that had been refined also made a slight sound and vibrated. Not only that, the whole warehouse began to vibrate, and several hills of materials and magic weapons were buzzing. Jin Ye was surprised. What's going on? Lin Moyu's mouth corners slightly raised. He already roughly knew what was going on. This is the resonance of magic weapons. The same magic weapon can only be refined by each person. As Lin Moyu said, he waved his hand, and several hills in the garbage warehouse were blasted apart, and the materials and magic weapons accumulated in the hills were all shaken into the air. Then the space fluctuated, like ripples, and all these materials and magic weapons were frozen in the air, motionless. Millions of magic weapon materials were frozen in the air. Lin Moyu glanced over and stretched out his hand. In an instant, several magic weapons flew in front of Lin Moyu. Jin Ye showed surprise. So many. In front of Lin Moyu, there were 8 swords, exactly the same as the previous swords, all of which were in the other shore realm. These 8 swords were all vibrating slightly, making a buzzing sound. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "More than that." Waved his hand again, and 3 more swords flew over. The appearance of these 3 swords is 90% similar to the previous 8 swords, but the realm is higher, reaching the Supreme Realm. Then Lin Moyu waved his hand to summon another sword. This sword is still very similar to the previous ones in terms of appearance, but the pattern on it is more delicate. However, the blade of this sword has collapsed, and the magic weapon is in a damaged state. Fellow Taoist Lin, what's going on? Jin Ye felt more and more strange. With his brain, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Although the magic weapon is not strong, it is rare to see exactly the same magic weapon. Lin Moyu said, "These swords should be of the same origin, and each person can only refine one, not the second." Jin Ye said, "It's so strange." He took a sword and refined it directly. The refining process was extremely smooth and was completed in the blink of an eye. When he was about to refine the second sword, all the swords of the same realm immediately vibrated, and his soul power was also rebounded and refined. Jin Ye did not forcefully try to refine it. Why is this happening? Lin Moyu said, "As far as I know, only in the army can there be such magic weapons. The army refines magic weapons in batches and limits the magic weapons of the same realm. Each person can only refine one magic weapon of the same type and realm. Moreover, you cannot refine other people's magic weapons, and these swords cannot be stored in the body, but can only be carried with you." Speaking of this, Lin Moyu threw the sword he had refined to Jin Ye and asked him to try to refine it. Jin Ye first removed the one he had refined, and then refined the sword sent by Lin Moyu, and found that it really didn't work. Jean Ye murmured, according to what fellow Taoist Lin said, if you do this, it means preventing the theft of other people's magic weapons. Lin Moyu said, that's right, and different swords in each realm represent different military positions. The sword of the other shore realm should be the sword of ordinary soldiers. From this, it can be inferred that the place where the children of the nobles go to train must be a place where a war broke out in the army. Except for Panlong Island, there is no demon tribe in Beizhou that has ever formed a large army. It can be inferred that this army came from prehistoric times, just like the ancient war secrets. And these swords are full of the breath of time. They are very old. From this, Lin boldly speculates that if the place where these swords were found is not the ancient war secrets, then there is another ancient battlefield. Jean Ye was excited on the spot. Fellow Taoist Lin, are you true? Lin Moyu said, it's just a guess. The specifics need to be verified before we know. 180. The ancient war secret is the only ancient battlefield discovered in Beizhou so far. But the current discovery allows Lin Moyu to speculate that in addition to the ancient war secrets, there is another ancient battlefield. The value of the ancient battlefield is very high, especially in the eyes of top Daozuan like Jean Ye. Each ancient battlefield has an immeasurable value. The ancient battlefield is a prehistoric battlefield. Perhaps I can get some information about the promotion to the Dao realm in the ancient battlefield. This is also why countless top Daozuan would rush to the ancient battlefield every time the secret treasure of the ancient war was opened, in order to find a way to break through the Daozuan. Unfortunately, it has been so many years, and it has not been found. Hearing that there is a new ancient battlefield, Jinmi's eyes rose with a strange light, and he wanted to go there immediately. Lin Moyu's eyes were thoughtful at this moment, and he was thinking about another thing in his heart. The prehistoric ancient battlefield, Lin Moyu guessed whether it was related to the gods from the outer world. But what we see now, the swords of the other shore realm, no matter what, can't connect them with the gods from the outer world. The gods from the outer world are in the Dao realm, even the divine pets are in the 8th or 9th realm of Daozuan. The other shore realm is far different from the Daozuan. Even if there are tens of millions of people from the other shore realm, they can't beat a Daozuan. This is exactly what Lin Moyu is confused about. Unless that ancient battlefield has nothing to do with the gods from the outer world. Besides the extraterritorial gods, have there been other wars in prehistoric times? Lin Moyu also became interested in the ancient battlefield, as if he had discovered something interesting. Chapter 3096, Know the Facts and the Reasons Behind Them. Lin Moyu and Jean Ye have different concerns. Jean Ye wants to find the way to the great Dao realm through the ancient battlefield. Now, although he is instinctively excited, he can think back and think that he can also get the corresponding method through the three ancestors. It seems that the ancient battlefield is not so important. Moreover, the ancient battlefield only has a probability, while the three ancestors can get it as long as the price is enough. In comparison, it is safer to have three components. In addition, Jean Ye also has his own ideas. The three ancestors are human, and his method may not be suitable for him. If he can find the corresponding method in the ancient battlefield of Beizhou, it will be better. At least the two methods can be compared and verified with each other. As for Lin Moyu, he wants to trace the traces left in the ancient battlefield, find out what happened in the past, and find the root of the origin of the continent. He believes that if he wants to be promoted to a real strong man and reach the highest realm, he needs to understand the origin of the continent. Only by understanding the origin, analyzing it clearly, and truly knowing the truth and the reason, can he enter the true supreme realm. The two people have different goals, but the destination is the same. Jean Ye said, I will ask someone to investigate where these swords came from after I go out. Lin Moyu smiled and said, there is no record of entry into the warehouse. How do you want to investigate this? Jean Ye was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. Only then did he realize that the records of entry and exit from the warehouse were so important. He touched his head. Friend Lin, please think of a way. Lin Moyu said, it's actually very simple. you can just issue a reward, hang these swords on the city, and let the winners come forward. Of course, you have to make a limit. If you talk nonsense, you will be punished, and the punishment will be severe. If you are right, you will be rewarded. Jean Yep patted his head. Good idea, such a simple method, why can't I think of it? Lin Moyu smiled. It's just that you didn't think about it. With your wisdom, you can think of it quickly even if I don't say it. Jean Ye laughed and accepted the flattery. At this time, Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and a box flew into his hand automatically. This box is exactly the same as the box obtained from the secret sky pearl in the Red Flame Divine Eagle clan before. The only difference is that the box is covered with dust and the surface of the board has been damaged. According to Lin Moyu's observation, the box should have experienced a fight, and there are several traces of being attacked on it. However, the attacker is not strong, there are only some traces, and it is not really damaged. This box is very strong. It is impossible for the box to be damaged under the Dao Zun. At most, it will leave some insignificant traces. Lin Moyu's soul moved and activated the formation on the box. The formation was running, and the box glowed with rosy clouds. After just a few seconds, the box was completely new. Lin Moyu took out the empty box that had previously contained the meteorite sword Star-Lord. Please, clan leader, add this one offering a reward. If anyone can provide clues to this box, or directly provide the box, I, Lin Moyu, will also reward you heavily. But if anyone gives false information, there will also be a heavy punishment. Jean Ye knew Lin Moyu's methods very well. He immediately said, Don't worry, leave this matter to me. We will pay the rewards and penalties, and Lin Daofa doesn't have to worry about it. If anyone can take out the box, it will belong to fellow Daoist Lin. How could Jean Ye let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately took on the responsibility and made friends with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was not polite, so Lin was not polite either. Jean Ye waved his hand. It's just a small matter, why be polite? Lin Moyu moved his mind, and all the flying materials and magic weapons fell down and turned into several small hills again. Please ask the clan leader to take Lin to another garbage warehouse to have a look, maybe there will be some discoveries there. Clan leader Jinmi immediately said, Okay, no problem. The two immediately went to the garbage warehouse owned by the collateral clan members, and the materials and magic weapons inside were obviously of a lower grade. Two similar swords of the other shore realm were found, but the box was not found. Half a day later, 4 swords suddenly appeared in the sky above Zijin City. The 4 swords were located at the 4 corners of Zijin City, hanging above 100 meters, shining. Then Jinmi's voice resounded throughout the city. If anyone knows where this sword came from, report it to the clan. There will be a big reward. If the news is false, there will be a big punishment. As for what the reward or punishment is, Jinmi did not elaborate. However, everyone in the Golden Lion clan knows that no matter the reward or the punishment, it will not be light. While the sword was floating in the air, another exquisite box appeared in the sky above the center of the city. Jinmi's voice sounded again. If anyone can provide clues about this box, or directly provide this box, there will be a big reward. Jin Ye said the same thing again. As he gave the order, the Golden Clan in Zijin City immediately moved. A large number of Golden Lion clan members went to see a few swords, and then searched their memories. Some people also went to see the treasure box, constantly searching for relevant information in their memories. If you can find any clues, you can get a big reward. Who wouldn't want to do such a good thing? Lin Moyu returned to the yard and took out the treasure box he had just obtained. This treasure box is exactly the same as the one he got before, but the formation on it is slightly different. After studying it for a while, Lin Moyu found a way to open it, drew a special rune, activated the formation on the box, and integrated the rune into it. With a slight sound, the box opened. A strong breath flowed out of the box, and a delicate fragment lay quietly in it. Another fragment of the Dao realm. What exactly is this fragment? It is about the same size as the fragment of the first box. Lin Moyu can tell that it comes from the Tao realm, but he can't analyze what it is. After taking a few glances, Lin Moyu closed the box again and put it away. It seems that this kind of box was used to store valuable items in prehistoric times. At least it is an item of the Tao realm. Only items of the Tao realm can ignore the influence of the power of time and remain immortal for billions of years. But even if there is nothing, this box, Zhao's Zhao, itself is already valuable. Lin Moyu could feel that the material of this box contained a trace of the history of the Tao of time. It can keep items in it for years. It is perfect for storing some elixirs that are not yet Tao realm, so there is no need to worry that the elixirs will lose their effect after a long time. Lin Moyu took out a set of tea sets and began to slowly make tea and drink tea. As for the search for the sword and the treasure box, Jin Ye was handling it, so he didn't need to worry about it. In a few days, the ancient war secrets will be opened, and then you can go to see the ancient battlefield of Beizhou. On the third day after Lin Moyu arrived in Zijin City, the day after the bounty was issued, someone came to Lin Moyu's yard. Lin Moyu saw the person coming and smiled. "So you are the elder of Jinlan. How come you have time to come to see me?" Jinlan smiled warmly. "I smell the fragrance of tea. Come over and have a cup of tea." Lin Moyu extended his hand and invited him. "Then please take a seat. Mimi Lin's tea tastes good." Jinlan tasted the tea brewed by Lin Moyu. After taking a sip, Jinlan's eyes lit up. "Good tea." Lin Moyu's tea came from the three ancestors. It is truly top-notch tea. Although it is not the best, it can be ranked among the top few in the origin continent. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Since you like it, please taste it more as an elder of the clan." Jinlan was not polite either. "Fellow Taoist Lin's tea is not available in our demon clan, so I have to taste it more." Although Jinlan is a woman, her words and deeds are heroic. She has been in a high position for a long time, which also gives her a noble temperament. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "With the status of a great clan elder, can you not drink good tea if you want to?" Jinlan said, "If you really want to drink it, you can indeed drink it, but it's too troublesome." "I hate trouble." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "What's the trouble?" "Just tell Lufeng Chamber of Commerce and let them deliver it to your door." Jinlan shook her head. "You don't know how outrageous the prices of those good teas in Lufeng Chamber of Commerce are. It turns out that it's not a trouble, but a price issue. But it's really outrageous that a top-level strong man in the 9th realm of Daozun is actually worried about the price." Jinlan looked at Lin Moyu's annoying expression. "You must be thinking, I am obviously a 9th realm of Daozun, how can I not consider the price?" For 33 Lin Moyu nodded. "Yes, with your status, as long as you ask, or go anywhere to get some materials, you can buy a lot of top-quality tea." Jinlan sighed. "Some things are hard to explain, but I have my own difficulties." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "If the elders don't mind, you can tell me." Jinlan said, "Actually, this is not a secret, many people know it. When I was promoted to the 9th level of Daozuan, something went wrong and hurt my foundation. Although I successfully promoted to the 9th level of Daozuan, the injury has not healed completely and needs to be suppressed by taking medicine for a long time." Lin Moyu understood. "This medicine is not cheap, right?" Jinlan nodded. "It's very expensive. Almost all of my wealth is used to buy this medicine. To suppress the injuries of the 9th level of Daozun, at least the elixir of the 7th level of Daozun is needed. Whether it is materials or magic weapons, including elixirs. Once it rises to the 7th level of Daozun, its price will not be low. If it is the 8th or 9th level of Daozun, the price will be even more shocking. For example, the price of the best elixir in the 9th level of Daozun, the Great Dao Tong's Ho Pill, is extremely shocking. Even the three groups will feel distressed. There is also the Great Dao Immortal Pill, although it is cheaper than the Great Dao Tong's Ho Pill, but it is also frighteningly expensive. CDDB, Lin Moyu looked at Jinlan. "You didn't eat the Great Dao Tong's Ho Pill." Jinlan's eyes suddenly shot out golden light. "Dao Yu knows the Great Dao Tong's Ho Pill?" Lin Moyu said, "Of course I know it. It is a top-grade elixir for healing. Can the great Dao Tong's Ho pill not cure your injury? Jean Lan sighed. It can only suppress, not heal. You have to take a great Dao Tong's Ho pill every 10 years. Given the value of the Dao Tong's Ho pill, taking one pill every 10 years is indeed a considerable expense. Even for a Dao Zun 9 realms like Jinlan, there is a huge pressure. Jinlan can't pass this pressure on to the clan. The clan can only provide partial assistance, and the big part still needs to be solved by herself. No wonder she said she was poor and couldn't even afford good tea. You can be called the poorest Dao 9 realms. Lin Moyu said, Jinlan clan elder, you can now explain your real intention. Jinlan was slightly stunned. How did Lin Daofa know that I had other things to do? Lin Moyu chuckled. It's not hard to guess. Jinlan flipped her palm and took out an exquisite box. This is the box that fellow Taoist Lin is looking for. Lin Moyu smiled and said, that's right. Jinlan said, can you guess why I didn't give the treasure box to the clan, but came directly to Lin Daoyu? Lin Moyu smiled and said, there's no need to guess. If the treasure box is given to the clan will give a big reward, but you have gained a lot from the clan over the years and don't want to add pressure to the clan. Besides, it's meaningless to do it left and right. Why don't you come to me and give me the box directly? Even if I don't have anything to exchange, at least I can do you a favor. Jinlan smiled. Fellow Taoist Lin is really smart. Lin Moyu said, the leader of the Jinmi clan should not know about this. If he knew, he would definitely not agree. Jinlan smiled even more and pushed the box in front of Lin Moyu. Yes, please keep it a secret for me. Lin Moyu reached out to take the box. I will. Putting away the box, Lin Moyu took out a spiritual flower and presented it to Jinlan. Jinlan looked at the spiritual flower and showed a strange look. Fellow Taoist Lin, this flower. She could see that the spiritual flower was extraordinary, but she didn't know what it was used for. Lin Moyu said, the elder of the Jinlan clan will know once he uses it. Jinlan took the spiritual flower, and her soul power moved slightly, activating the time. The spiritual flower grew rapidly and then bloomed. A gentle breath came out of the flower and enveloped Jinlan. Jinlan immediately felt an indescribable comfort from the soul. At this moment, she knew the function of the spiritual flower. Without any resistance, she let the spiritual flower wrap herself. Lin Moyu drank tea and opened the box he had just received. After opening 3 boxes, Lin Moyu was already familiar with it. The formation in the box was running, and with a slight sound, the box opened. The breath of the Dao realm was revealed. This time, the box did not contain fragments, but a piece of rolling jade. The jade showed a variety of colors and was very beautiful. When the jade appeared, the Thousand Star Avenue naturally emerged again. Not only the Thousand Star Avenue, but also several other avenues were a little eager to move, but the movement was not as strong as the Thousand Star Avenue. Strange, is this also the inheritance of the Star Lord? Although Lin Moyu did not understand, he still threw the jade to the Thousand Star Avenue. In an instant, the world in front of him changed, and he seemed to enter the starry sky. Lin Moyu found himself standing on a road, surrounded by the dark starry sky. Then, a little light appeared in the dark starry sky, and then, more and more light. Lin Moyu realized that these virtue lights were stars. There are countless stars hidden in the dark starry sky around. Now, some stars are beginning to revive because of some special power, and this special power comes from the strange jade stone before. The light of the star grows from weak to strong until the whole star is lit up, and then the star turns into a meteor and flies into the minister of the Thousand Star Avenue. Xianbing Star Lord returns. A feeling rises from Lin Moyu's heart. This is the return of the Star Lord. The former Star Lord not only left a legacy on the Origin continent, but also a large number of Star Lords are silent in the deep space. Without the Star Lord, the Thousand Star Avenue is incomplete and the avenue is damaged. Now that the Star Lord has returned, the avenue will begin to truly repair. This strange jade stone has the effect of repairing the avenue. watching the stars go from darkness to brightness and finally return to the Thousand Star Avenue. Fire Star Lord, Dusk Star Lord, Earth-splitting Star Lord. Star Lords keep returning, and the power of the Thousand Star Avenue gradually increases. At this moment, Lin Moyu really felt like he was a Taoist master. These Star Lord inheritances will become his foundation. In the future, when he becomes a Taoist master, these Star Lords will be his subordinates. In addition to the Undead Legion, he will also have a large army of Star Lords. Before and after, a total of 18 stars revived, representing the return of the inheritance of 18 Star Kings to the Thousand Star Avenue. The more the inheritance of the Star Kings returned, the more the Thousand Star Avenue recovered. A small jade stone actually had such a magical effect, which completely exceeded Lin Moyu's expectations. Before, Lin Moyu had been using soul power to revive the stars, and several stars had revived one after another, but the process was extremely slow. Although Lin Moyu's soul power was endless and replenished at any time, he could not use it indiscriminately and had to maintain a certain speed. Now a small jade stone was equivalent to his 100 years of work. It must be said that it was a good thing. When no more stars lit up, Lin Moyu's consciousness returned to reality from the Thousand Star Avenue. At this time, the jade stone in his hand had turned into powder, its power was exhausted, and finally dissipated in the air with a breeze. The exquisite box was empty, and Lin Moyu wanted to find this kind of box more and more in his heart. Maybe he could find more good things. In prehistoric times, there were many good things, but I don't know how many of them can be preserved to this day. At this time, Jinlan was still enveloped by the spirit flower, which was gradually dissipating. As the spirit flower dissipated, Jinlan's injuries were also recovering. Spirit flowers are not very effective for Dao Realm, but they are rare items for Dao Zun. Even for a Dao Zun 9-realm strongman like Jinlan, if one spirit flower is not enough, she can get another one. Lin Moyu drank tea leisurely and waited patiently. After a while, the spirit flower completely disappeared from sight. Jinlan slowly opened her eyes, and 2 golden rays of light shot out of her eyes, rushing straight into the sky. The top of the pavilion was swept by the golden light and turned directly into flying. A huge force unconsciously surged out of her body, and the whole yard was shaking. The water in the artificial lake rushed to the sky, and the stone bridge corridor on the lake collapsed in the vibration. All of a sudden, the originally beautiful yard was almost in ruins. The light of the sun's origin fell directly, and Lin Moyu felt the warmth, but also a little helpless, and looked back at an opening. Jinlan let out a long breath, completely regained her composure, and restrained her breath. She had no feeling about the damage she had caused. This kind of thing was insignificant. With joy in her eyes, she suddenly stood up and saluted Lin Moyu. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Jinlan will remember this favor. In the future, if fellow Taoist Lin has anything, just tell me. Jin Ban will not refuse." Lin Moyu sat still and accepted Jinlan's gift generously. He deserved this gift. "Elder Jinlan, I wonder how your injury is." Jinlan said, "It has healed 90%. In the future, you should take Tian Dao Tong Shodan once every 100 years. She was a Dao Zun 9th realm, and a spiritual flower could not completely heal her injury. But being able to take medicine once every 10 years to once every 100 years was already a lot better." In this way, the pressure on Jinlan was greatly reduced. At least she no longer had to be the poorest Dao Bo 9th realm. Suddenly, she froze in place, staring at Lin Moyu blankly. Another spiritual flower appeared in Lin Moyu's hand, and then the spiritual flower flew towards him. Lin Moyu's voice sounded at the same time. "Another one, the elder of the Jinlan tribe should be able to recover." Jinlan's whole body trembled slightly, and her voice became a little trembling due to excitement. "Fellow Taoist Lin, this flower is too expensive." She knew very well that the value of the spiritual flower was much more expensive than the Dao Tong's Ho pill. Lin Moyu said, "It is indeed very expensive, but it can help the elder of the Jinlan tribe to heal his injuries, which is also the best use of it." The elder of the Jinlan tribe doesn't need to be polite. Heal the injury first. I will trouble you later. Jinlan took the spiritual flower and forcibly suppressed the excitement in her heart. Whatever Mr. Lin has to say, just say it. Jinlan dare not disobey. She changed her address to Lin Moyu from fellow Taoist Lin to Mr. Lin. From this moment on, she has completely recognized Lin Moyu. Most of the demons don't have too many twists and turns, and a title can tell what kind of status they think of someone. Not everyone can be called a gentleman, especially not a foreigner like Lin Moyu. The spirit flower grew again and wrapped up Jinlan. This time, the healing speed of the spirit flower was much faster than before. The previous spirit flower had already cured Datu, and now the second spirit flower was the end. In just 10 minutes, the spirit flower dissipated, and Fu's injury was completely healed. Jinlan bowed to Lin Moyu again. Thank you, sir. Lin Moyu smiled. The elder of the Jinlan tribe is too polite. Now it's my turn to trouble you. Jinlan said, just give me your instructions. Lin Moyu said, the first thing is, can the elder of the Jinlan tribe tell me where you got this box? Jinlan said without hesitation, ancient war secret treasure. Lin Moyu said, can you tell me more about it? Jinlan's eyes were filled with memories, and she recounted the situation at that time. At that time, I had just broken through to the 7th level of the ancestor, and the ancient war secret treasure happened to be opened, so I went in. In her description, Lin Moyu knew the whole process and had a new understanding of the ancient war secrets. The ancient war secret is a group of secrets, and it is unknown how many secrets there are. It is said that the reason for this is that there are too many strong men who died in this ancient battlefield. Many strong men did not dissipate their power after their death, and their bodies were immortal, and finally formed one secret after another. Because everyone practices different skills, has different levels of power, and has different personality consciousness before death, the secrets formed are also completely different. The secret that Jinlan entered was the simplest war secret, without any mystery. She defeated an army of 100 people in the secret, and finally obtained the treasure box from the army's base camp. The army of 100 people she faced at that time was led by a 7th-level ancestor, and the remaining soldiers were all powerful men of the 5th level of Daozuan, but they still did not stop her. Later, Jinlan entered the ancient war secret several times, but she did not gain much in those times. From Jinlan's mouth, Lin Moyu knew that the ancient war secret collection was also divided into 4 areas. The entry area corresponds to the Daozun level. The low-level area corresponds to the Daozun level 1 to 3, the middle-level area corresponds to the level 4 to 6, and the high-level area corresponds to the level 7 and above. When you first enter the Ancient War Secret Collection, you will be teleported to the area corresponding to your level according to your cultivation level. Those who enter can move around in their own area. If they want to go to a higher-level area, they need to find the right path and pass some tests. The place where the Ancient War Secret Collection is located is an ancient battlefield. In addition to a large number of secrets, there are also many strange creatures. These creatures have a unified name, called war beasts. War beast should be a spirit beast. In the ancient battlefield, it was affected by the resentment of the battlefield and the power of the strong, and evolved into a war beast. War beasts are stronger than spirit beasts of the same realm, and they often appear in groups, making them difficult to deal with. In addition, sometimes you will encounter an army outside the Ancient War Secret Collection. The Ancient War Secret Collection is not static. Sometimes the secret collection will be broken, and the war beast army outside will rush out. Sometimes the secret collection is not broken, and the existence in the secret collection will also rush out. Therefore, the entire Ancient War Secret Collection is full of uncertainty. Every time it is opened, at least 30% to 40% of the people who enter will die inside, and the mortality rate is not low. The most serious casualties were caused by an army led by a Taoist master of the 7th realm rushing out of the secret collection and killing into the intermediate area. That time, more than 70% of the Taoist masters in the intermediate area died. It is very dangerous, and the casualty rate is extremely high, but every time the ancient war secret treasure is opened, there are still countless people trying to get in. Even if it is other races, there are people who try every means to get a place. The reason is that there are too many treasures in the ancient war secret treasure, and there are always surprising gains. And this kind of gain often exceeds one's own realm. For example, in the entry area below the Dao Zun realm, there are Tianzuan who once obtained the treasures of the Dao Zun 4 realms and became rich overnight. There are also people in the Dao Zun 3 realms who obtained the materials of the Dao Zun 7 realms. There are also some powerful secret inheritances, etc. There are too many things like this. After listening to Jean Lan's story, Lin Moyu has a deeper understanding of the ancient war secret treasure. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you, Jean Lan Elder, for telling me." Jean Lan was in a very good mood at this time. Her old injury had healed. She was extremely grateful to Lin Moyu and said quickly, "Sir, you are too polite. You can just call me Jean Lan, which means 603. Lin Moyu said, "Then I will trouble the Jean Lan tribe now. The second thing is, help me change the yard. This place is no longer usable." The whole yard had collapsed and almost became a ruin. Even the pavilion where they were sitting would have collapsed long ago if Lin Moyu had not maintained it with his own strength. Jean Lan smiled embarrassedly. "I was too excited just now and couldn't control myself for a while. I will change the yard for you now. I don't know if you have any other instructions, just ask." Lin Moyu said, "No for now. I will contact you if I need anything." Jean Lan took out a gold token. "This is my token. Please keep it well. If you have any questions, contact me directly through the token." The token is engraved with a formation and has the function of communication, but the distance is limited. Generally, it is useless if it exceeds 100,000 miles. The demon race generally does not rely on this kind of token to communicate, which is different from the human race. Lin Moyu put away the token. "Thank you very much, fellow Taoist Jean Lan." Jean Lan arranged a new courtyard, which was more beautiful than the one he lived in before. Lin Moyu stayed in Zijin City for 3 days, which was also a rare rest time. During these 3 days, Lin Moyu did not go anywhere, but sat in the courtyard, admiring the scenery and sipping tea slowly. The days seemed a bit leisurely, but Lin Moyu was not really idle. He was studying the formation. The 100,000 volcanoes formation gave him an inspiration. The formation does not have to be perfect, and sometimes it can be imperfect. Imperfect formations can sometimes accomplish some things. For example, collecting resentment. Collecting resentment can provide the eternal Buddha kingdom of the Buddha kingdom Lich, and can also be used for the skeleton hell, and even some evil magic weapons. This defect of the 100,000 volcanoes formation can also be used in other formations. The great way of formation is also vast and boundless, and it takes years of comprehension to gain something. While studying the formation, Lin Moyu also did not forget to condense the Dao pattern. Condensing the Dao pattern was not difficult for him. The condensation process was very smooth and did not even require much of his mind. The only trouble was time. Although the condensation process was effortless, the condensation time was still unavoidable. This was the path set by the Great Tao for all practitioners. It was the same for everyone. The more Tao patterns there were, the more time was needed. It was because of this that many talented practitioners could not stand the increasingly long time in the end, and could not stand those who were obviously not as talented as themselves surpassing themselves in realm one after another. So this was also a test of the Tao heart of the practitioners by the Great Tao. If you want to keep your status as a genius, you must constantly look for opportunities and make up for it through opportunities. Just sitting at home and practicing is ultimately a rare Great Tao. Now there are a total of 54 Tao patterns shining in Lin Moyu's soul. If it were in the prehistoric era, Lin Moyu's number of Tao patterns would have exceeded that of many Dao Zun 9 realm masters. The astonishing number of Tao patterns also gave Lin Moyu an unimaginably long time. At present, it takes him 200 years to condense each Dao pattern, and he can only be promoted to Dao Zone for Realm after condensing 18 Dao patterns. For Lin Moyu, it is a full 3,600 years. Perhaps for others, 3,600 years to advance to a realm is not slow. But for Lin Moyu, it is too slow. He has been practicing for more than 3,000 years. What's more, the condensation of Dao patterns will become slower and slower in the future. Maybe the next realm will take 5,000 years, then 10,000 years, and 20,000 years. Lin Moyu naturally does not want to practice so slowly, so he has to look for various opportunities to speed up his practice. 3 days later, Jean Lan came to the yard again. This time when she saw Jean Lan, her spirit was completely different from before, and her face was also filled with joy. No longer troubled by injuries, no longer needing to take drugs in the future, this is a great thing for her. And all this is thanks to Lin Moyu. Jean Lan came to Lin Moyu. "Sir, Jean Lan is here to ask for tea again." Lin Moyu smiled. "Just sit down and drink." Jean Lan said, "This time it's my turn to make tea. I learned how to make tea when I traveled among the human race. If it were someone else, a top-level strong man in the 9th realm of Dao Zone would make tea for himself." But Lin Moyu didn't feel anything at all. Not to mention Jean Lan, even if the Demon King made tea for him personally, at most he would just say a few polite words. Jean Lan's movements were a little unfamiliar. After all, she rarely did this kind of thing. While making tea, Jean Lan asked, "Sir, the clan leaders sent a message back before, saying that the ancient war secret will be opened tomorrow." Lin Moyu said, "When do we set off?" Jean Lan said, "Half a day later. No need to go too early, you'll just have to wait. There are too many people, and if you go too early you'll be surrounded by people." The clan leader went there a few days ago to make some preparations. Each time the ancient war secret treasure is opened, there are 10,000 quotas, of which half will be divided among the 10 royal families, and the remaining half will be given to other clans. Some weak clans only get a few quotas, and those clans are too weak, and there is not even a Dao Zone in the clan. So they just sell the quotas and make a fortune. And Lufeng Chamber of Commerce purchases quotas every year, and the price is very fair. After receiving the quotas, Lufeng Chamber of Commerce will resell them. Lufeng Chamber of Commerce's business is all over the Origin continent, and they sell quotas to all clans. So when the ancient war secret treasure is opened, people from all clans will come. The Demon Clan will not interfere with this. 5.8. For the Demon Clan, the 100 Battles secret treasure is not only a treasure hunting place, but also a trial place. With the Demon Clan's growth method of raising goo, they are not afraid of fighting at all. Once you enter the secret treasure, you will take your own life and death. Lin Moyu said, "In the past few days, there has been news about 4 swords." Jean Lan nodded slightly. "I already have it, but because the ancient war secrets are about to be opened, the clan leader plans to deal with this matter after the ancient war secrets are opened. There is also the clue to the treasure box that you are looking for, but unfortunately, there is no news at present. But the clan leader said that he would try his best to find out. This time when he goes to the ancient war secrets, the clan leaders and elders of several other royal families will also come. The clan leader will ask when the time comes. If there is any news, he will definitely tell you." Lin Moyu smiled. Clan leader Jean Ye is thoughtful. Jean Lan smiled. "You are too polite. Compared with what you have done, what we have done is nothing." Half a day later, Jean Lan took Lin Moyu to the ancient war secrets. Jean Lan used the Origin Spirit Vein under Zijin City to teleport, instantly teleporting millions of miles to the edge of the Golden Lion Clan's territory. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He knew that there was an Origin Spirit Vein under Zijin City, and it was an extremely high-grade Origin Spirit Vein, estimated to be 8th grade. Generally speaking, the Origin Spirit Vein is refined by the clan leader, and only the clan leader can teleport. Unexpectedly, Jean Lan could also use the Origin Spirit Vein to teleport, and directly teleport millions of miles. The fact that it can spread millions of miles indeed confirms Lin Moyu's guess that this origin spirit vein is indeed 8th grade. Jean Lon explained, in our demon clan, the origin spirit veins are refined by the clan leader and the elders, so I can also use the origin spirit veins for transmission. When the Sir was destroying the Red Flame Eagle clan, I was able to come so quickly because of the origin spirit veins. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "This is the first time I have heard of this method of refining the origin spirit veins together. I have learned a lot." Jean Lon said, "This is the method passed down by the Demon King. It is really useful." It turned out to be passed down by the Demon King. Lin Moyu can understand it. This method is not a threat to the Demon King himself, and it can enhance the strength of the Demon Clan. Why not do it? Jean Lon waved her hand and evolved a golden giant lion. She stood on the lion and invited Lin Moyu, "Sir, please come up." Lin Moyu landed on the lion's body, and the golden giant lion immediately turned into a golden light and shot towards the distance. Lin Moyu said, "It is said that the demon race has no flying magic weapon. I think the evolution method of the great thru body is not slower than the flying magic weapon." Jean Lon said, "This is also passed down by the Demon King. We will condense an avatar and then evolve the great thru body through the avatar. It can be used as a magic weapon when traveling and can also help us in battle. Although it is slightly weaker, it is at least a helper." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "A good emperor is indeed a good method. The Demon King is in a high position, but he is not doing nothing. He actually did a lot for the demon race. There are many secret methods passed down alone. These secret methods have greatly enhanced the strength of the demon race. In addition to the strength of the Demon King himself and the concept of the demon race respecting the strong, it is not difficult to imagine that the Demon King can have the current status." The Golden Lion flew millions of miles and came to the northwest corner of Beizhou and the ancient war secrets. When they were still 100,000 miles away from the ancient war secrets, Lin Moyu had already felt a strong fighting spirit. This is a special breath that can only be possessed on the battlefield. In the old world, some ancient battlefields had this kind of atmosphere. From a distance, you can see large dark clouds, and in the dark clouds there are black winds. These winds are very scary, scraping bones and eating flesh. Lin Moyu can feel that the most terrifying thing in the wind is the curse. The wind is full of the obsession and resentment of the warriors, which has not dissipated for years. When there are still thousands of miles away, countless wailing sounds can be heard. Jean Lon said, "These winds are very dangerous. Sir, you must be careful of these winds after entering the ancient war secrets. These winds will not be in a fixed place. They will jump around everywhere. Try not to be blown by them. If you really can't avoid it, you can find a secret nearby to enter, or find a place like a cave to drill in, and you can also avoid it." Jean Lon said her own experience. At this time, the Golden Lion has begun to descend rapidly, falling from thousands of meters high, entering low-altitude flight, and the speed is gradually slowing down. Getting closer and closer to the ancient war secrets, Lin Moyu saw people coming from all directions. Although the ancient war secret treasure is large, there is only one entrance. 10,000 people who want to enter the secret treasure will enter from the same entrance. As you can imagine, this entrance must be crowded. Of the 10,000 places, more than 50% are reserved by the demons. The shapes of the demons are different. Some of them are tens of meters tall, and even if they transform into human form, they are more than 10 meters tall. In this way, 10,000 people squeezed together look more than the hundreds of thousands of people in the human race. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw the entrance. The entire ancient war secret collection was shrouded by an invisible force. There was only one place that flashed with a wave-like luster, and that place was the entrance. The entrance was hundreds of meters wide and more than 1,000 meters high. The invisible force rolled like waves. Near the entrance, there were huge iron stones flying in the air. There were many iron stones, some high, some low, some near, some far, some large, and some small. On the iron stones closest to the entrance and the largest ones, there were already camps. The 10 most powerful royal families in the demon race occupied the largest and closest iron stone. Then, the rest of the iron stones, big and small, were also filled with demons. Although there were only 10,000 places, there were more than 10,000 people coming. Although I didn't count them carefully, there must be more than 50,000 or 60,000. Lin Moyu finally understood why Jean said that he would be watched if he came too early. The demons from various small clans liked to watch the 10 royal families very much, and their eyes were full of envy. Moreover, those demons would point fingers at the royal family members, but they had no ill intentions, but were discussing the strength of those royal family members and who was most likely to become the heir. In short, it was gossip. Lin Moyu asked, "Aren't there only 10,000 places? Why are there so many people?" Jinlan said, "This is because the rules of the ancient war secret collection are different from other secret collections. Each time it is opened, the duration is different. The longest recorded time is more than 500 days, and the shortest is only 100 days. When the secret collection is opened, if someone dies inside, his quota will be vacated and people can enter again. It is precisely because of this rule that the Demon King formulated corresponding rules." Jinlan explained the detailed rules of the ancient war secret collection to Lin Moyu. For example, the Golden Lion clan was allocated 500 places, and these 500 places have always been theirs. If one of their clansmen died in there, one of the 500 places would be vacant, and it would be filled by the Golden Lion clan, and the other 627 people could not grab it. This also explains why the number of people from the Golden Lion clan far exceeds the quota. These people are actually substitutes. As for the places sold by the small clans, their ownership belongs to the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. If the people who bought the places from the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce died in there, the Lufeng Chamber of Commerce could let their own people in or sell the places again. Lin Moyu's mouth twitched once or twice. Third ancestor really makes money from the dead. Needless to say, only the third ancestor would do this kind of business. The third ancestor doesn't care whether people die or not. Making money is the bottom line. Lin Moyu didn't know why the third ancestor wanted to make money so much. He was obviously the richest man in the entire Origin continent, and no one could catch up with him, but he was not satisfied at all. He was still so shrewd. Lin Moyu came on a golden lion and immediately attracted the attention of many monsters. The gossip fire of countless monsters from small tribes suddenly burned. Who is this person? How can he ride a golden lion? I don't know who he is, but I know the person next to him. That is the Jinlan elder of the Golden Lion clan, a top strong man in the 9th realm of Daozuan. Wow, so powerful, but I think the Jinlan elder seems to be quite polite to him. I also noticed that what is this guy's identity? The chief of the Jinmi clan actually came out to greet him in person. The 10 great royal families, in the eyes of many demons, are unattainable. Especially the direct bloodline of the royal family, which is already the peak that they can never reach in their lifetime, not to mention the elders and clan leaders of the royal family. The clan leader of the royal family is the person second only to the Demon King, but now, he actually came out to welcome a human being in person. And this human being is only in the 3rd realm of Daozun. The demons were already confused, and they couldn't understand why it was like this. Even if this human being has a special identity, it is not necessary for the clan leader of the royal family to come out to welcome him in person. Didn't they agree on the strength? What is a human being in the 3rd realm of Daozun? No one will explain to them, and there will be no answer to this question. Not only some ordinary demons feel strange, but even some members of the royal family who don't know the reason also feel strange. Jin Ye welcomed Lin Moyu into the station and disappeared in front of everyone. At the same time, the existence of Lin Moyu was also heard by the high-level officials of several other royal families. In the station, Jin Ye was extremely polite to Lin Moyu. With Jin Ye, there were 7 elders including Jinlan. Here, Jin Ye and Jinlan were undoubtedly the highest in status. Several elders did not say much, but looked at Lin Moyu with curiosity. Chief Jean Ye said loudly, "Thanks to Mr. Lin, Jean Lan's injury has finally been cured." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Several elders were shocked. They all knew that Jean Lan was injured, and the Foundation was injured, and it needed to be suppressed with the Great Dao Tong's Ho pill. The Great Dao Tong's Ho pill is already the top healing pill, and even it can only suppress it, not heal it. Unexpectedly, such a difficult injury was cured by Lin Moyu. They realized why the chief was so polite to him. This healing method alone is enough to explain everything. As for strength, it is not important at all. Jean Ye handed a piece of jade with information to Lin Moyu. "Here is the information of the 100 battle secret treasures that we have summarized over the years. I hope it will be helpful to Mr. Lin." Lin Moyu took the jade and checked it. With his ability, it took only a few minutes to memorize and digest all the contents of the jade. The jade contains the experience summarized by the Golden Lion clan over the years, and the map will be more or less useful. Lin Moyu asked, "Do you plan to go into the ancient battle secret treasures this time, Chief Jean Ye and Chief Jean Lan?" Jean Ye said, "I won't go in this time, Jean Lan will go in, and one of us must stay outside. The ancient battle secret treasures are dangerous, even for Dao Zun Jiujing, it is equally unsafe. The Golden Lion clan now only has the 2 Dao Zun Jiujing. If the two go in together, if they get trapped, the Golden Lion clan can be removed from the royal family. The royal family without Dao Zun Jiujing sitting in the seat will have a hard time. So the two of them always only enter one, not just them, but other royal families are like this." Boom! Thunder roared, purple lightning flashed, and a purple tiger covered with thunder fell from the sky and directly arrived outside the station. Jean Ye raised his eyelids. "Old man Lei Tian, you come here, can you be a little quieter?" Lei Tian and Jean Ye have a good relationship, and the relationship between the two tribes is the same. For Lei Tian's arrival, several elders are accustomed to it. Lei Tian strode in, laughing, "Mr. Lin, why don't you come to say hello when you come?" Lin Moyu did not stand up, and greeted Lei Tian clan leader, "You are here too." Lei Tian was not polite at all, and sat directly next to Lin Moyu. "Don't say you don't mean yours, just call me Lei Tian." Lin Moyu was not polite. "Are you the one who wants to go in this time?" Lei Tian shook his head. "I won't go in, the elder Lei Luo will go in, but it doesn't matter whether we go in or not, we're just going to try our luck." He winked at Lin Moyu while he was talking. Lin Moyu naturally understood what he meant, because he already knew how to get the breakthrough to Dao Zun. Then the ancient war secrets were naturally not that important, it was really just a matter of luck. Even if there was no harvest, it didn't matter, just ask the third ancestor to buy it later. At this time, Jean Ye suddenly said, "You came at the right time, can you help me see if there is this thing?" Jean Ye took out a beautiful box, which was exactly the box that Lin Moyu asked him to find. He had said before that he would ask the patriarchs of other clans. Now Lei Tian happened to come over, and asked on the spot in front of Lin Moyu. Jean Ye was not stupid, and he also understood the ways of the world. Lei Tian took the box and looked at it, and said uncertainly, "I seem to have seen it somewhere." Jean Ye's eyes lit up. "Then think about it quickly." Lei Tian frowned. "What's the point of looking for something in such a hurry?" Jean Ye said, "Just think about it if I ask you to think about it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" The two had a good enough relationship and spoke very casually. Lei Tian chuckled. "Old man, you are anxious, right? The more anxious you are, the less you want to hide." At this time, Lin Moyu said, "Actually, I want to find this thing, and Chief Jean Ye asked for me." Lei Tian's smile stopped abruptly. "Is it you who want to find it?" Jean Ye snorted. "Now you can think of it." Lei Tian nodded the tiger's head. "Of course, if you want to find it, you should have said it earlier." He immediately closed his eyes and thought, searching in the vast memory. After a moment, he whispered, "It seems that I have seen it in the hands of some elder of the tribe, but I just glanced at it and didn't remember it deeply. How about this? I will take this thing back and ask. Lin Moyu said, okay, then I will trouble Chief Lei Tian. Lei Tian waved his hand, no trouble, no trouble. I will also ask the guys from other tribes to see if others can see it. After saying that, Lei Tian took the box and left. Lin Moyu's matter was the top priority. Jin Ye cursed, damn old guy, he took the box away. How should I ask him now? Lin Moyu smiled and said, it's okay. I'll still watch the movie. Lin Moyu took out an empty box and gave it to Lei Tian. Lei Tian took the box and said, then I'll ask others too. He went to ask other clans. With 2 royal clan leaders coming forward, other royal clans would give some face. As long as they ask, they can just buy it. Dilly how? If they are unwilling to sell, Lin Moyu can just shamelessly ask the Demon King to ask for it, and he is not afraid of not giving it. Sometimes, Lin Moyu feels that he is quite shameless. But the Great Way is competing, and sometimes for the Great Way, it is okay to be shameless. Lin Moyu came to the outside of the station and looked at the ancient war secrets. The rolling amplitude of the waves at the entrance of the ancient war secrets is gradually increasing, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Powerful forces are coming out from the inside of the battlefield. Jin Lan came to Lin Moyu and whispered, looking at the rolling frequency of the entrance, it will be opened in about half a day. I don't know how long it will be open this time. I hope it won't be too long, but not too short. Lin Moyu understood what she meant. If the ancient war secrets lasted too long, there would be many accidents and the monsters would suffer heavy casualties. If it was too short, it would be difficult to have a good harvest. So, moderate is the best. Lin Moyu said, everything is destined. Sometimes we can only respond to each move as it comes. Jin Ye and Lei Tian came back almost at the same time. From their expressions, Lin Moyu knew that both of them had gained something. Lei Tian took out 2 brand new treasure boxes. Mr. Lin, I asked a lot and found 2. Jin Ye also took out a brand new treasure box at this time. Time is a bit tight. I only found 1. I will look for it after the ancient war secrets are over. Lin Moyu asked, the 2 clan leaders have paid some price. How much money did it cost? The 2 shook their heads and said in unison, Mr. is too polite. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 looked at each other and said in unison again, why are you imitating me? Jin Ye snorted and ignored Lei Tian. Although this treasure box is rare, it is not valuable to us, so how much money did it cost? Lei Tian also said, compared with what you have done for my clan, this little thing is nothing at all. The 2 of them put the treasure box in front of Lin Moyu at the same time, looking like they hoped that Lin Moyu would accept it immediately. Okay, then Lin will not be polite. Lin Moyu put away the treasure box and no longer mentioned the weight of the money. He knew that not paying was more expensive than paying. If you don't pay, you pay for favors. The value of your favors in the future may be immeasurable. Not only did he know, Tian and Jinmi also understood the truth. But the most important thing now is not the money, but that he can get the treasure box. The fluctuations at the entrance of the ancient war secret began to become violent, and a powerful force of 870 surged out of the entrance, and at the same time, the sound of the sky-shaking bell echoed between heaven and earth. The bells rang one after another, stirring back and forth. After hearing the bells, everyone's consciousness suddenly trembled. Even those who were originally practicing woke up at this moment. The bells rang 10 times in a row, followed by the sound of drums. The drums quickly turned fierce, and everyone felt that they had turned into soldiers on the battlefield, ready to kill the enemy, with an impulse of boiling blood. Lin Moyu also had a similar feeling, and thought to himself, these should be 2 powerful magic weapons, which have the effect of motivating knowledge. When the 2 magic weapons work together, they can improve combat efficiency to a certain extent. But these should be magic weapons on the battlefield, not suitable for single combat. At this time, Jin Ye looked at Lei Tian. The time has come, and we should also prepare. Lei Tian snorted lightly. I have been ready for a long time. Jean Ye said, "Then why don't you get out of here quickly? What are you doing here?" Lei Tian was not polite at all. "Do you think I want to stay here?" As he said this, he clasped his fists towards Lin Moyu. "Sir, I will take my leave first." After talking to Lin Moyu, Lei Tian turned and left. Jean Ye also said, "I have to prepare too. If you have any instructions, you can find the elders of the Jinlan tribe." After that, Jean Ye also walked out of the station and flew to the entrance of the secret treasure with a group of people. Not only Jean Ye, but also the 10 royal families, all had teams flying to the entrance of the secret treasure. The leaders of each tribe were either tribe leaders or great elders, all of whom were Dao Zun 9 realm. And the teams they led were all above Dao Zun 4 realm. In a blink of an eye, 10 teams had already gathered at the entrance of the secret treasure. They were distributed at various places at the entrance, forming a battle formation. The core of the battle formation was 10 top Dao Zun 9 realm masters. The power of this battle formation can be imagined. Lin Moyu didn't know what they were going to do. Although he had obtained a lot of information about the ancient battle secret treasure, some details were still unclear. Jinlan came to Lin Moyu and whispered, "Every time the secret treasure is opened, an army will rush out. Only by defeating this army can we enter the secret treasure." Lin Moyu said, "The army comes from the secret treasure?" Jinlan said, "It is not a real army, but it is transformed by the fighting will and obsession of the ancient battlefield. This army will guard the entrance to the secret treasure. If you want to enter, you must defeat them." Lin Moyu asked, "Is this army strong?" Jinlan said, "Not too strong, but there are too many people. None of our 10 royal families want to face it alone, so we work together. In fact, it's a bit of a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, but the clan leader and his men won't take action. This is also an opportunity for training. They are the ones who really take action. The ones who really take action are the Daozuan brought by the royal families. The clan leader and others are just sitting there." The fluctuations at the entrance of the secret treasure are getting more and more intense. Circles of ripples are rippling out densely, stirring up the space. The space is distorted, and everyone feels like they are in the waves. When the waves reach their peak, all the distortions suddenly disappear in an instant. Then, a crack appeared in the space, CDDI, at the entrance of the secret treasure, and waves of fighting spirit surged out of the crack. Crack! The friction of metal sounded, followed by footsteps. The footsteps became heavier and heavier, deafening. An army wearing ancient armor walked out of the crack. Their movements were uniform. Although there were 500 people, there was only one footstep, just like one person walking. Lin Moyu saw that there were no real people inside the armor, but a black gas mass mixed with fighting spirit and obsession. After the army appeared, they quickly deployed their formations, each standing in their own position, guarding the entrance to the secret treasure. Jinlan said, "They will not take the initiative to attack others. They will only take action when someone wants to enter the secret treasure." Lin Moyu nodded slightly. He could feel that the combat effectiveness of this army should be strong. "Go!" Several royal clan leaders shouted at the same time, and the battle formation that had been prepared long ago was launched. The Dao Zuns behind them quickly rushed out and attacked the secret treasure defenders from different directions. The secret treasure defenders responded and quickly counterattacked. Although they only had 500 people, which was half less than the Dao Zuns of the 10 great clans, they were a real army with strong fighting spirit. They cooperated tacitly with each other, and the combat power they exerted was actually almost the same as that of 1,000 Dao Zuns. Lin Moyu could feel that the actual combat power of this army was not high, and could barely squeeze into the 4th realm of Daozuan. They were not living beings, but only the fusion of fighting will and obsession. It was already very amazing to have such combat power. If they fought alone, any one of them would not be as good as the 4th realm of Daozuan, not to mention the 4th realm of Daozuan of the royal family, who could completely crush them. But after forming an army, even if the number of Daozuan of the royal family was doubled, they could still fight without losing. Jinlan whispered, "This is the army." Although the strength of a single person is not very good, they can be combined together and fight across the border. Sir, be careful when you enter the secret treasure. There are also such armies in the secret treasure, and they are more terrifying than now. Lin Moyu accepted Jinlan's kindness, I understand. He is never afraid of having more people than him. A few hundred people are nothing. His army is made up of hundreds of millions of people. Even if you cooperate well, you are still not good enough in front of absolute power. As for the battle formation, his Dragon Cavalry Corps also has a battle formation. His own Avenue battle formation is no better than theirs. In the information of the Ancient War Secret Collection, there is a high probability of encountering such an army in the Secret Collection. If the number of troops exceeds 100, the power of the fusion battle formation can cross the border to fight. This is also the nightmare of many practitioners. They will flee when they see it, but for Lin Moyu, it is nothing. The battle at the entrance of the Secret Collection continued. From the stalemate at the beginning, the Daozuan of the 10 royal families gradually adapted and began to gain the upper hand. The royal family is always the royal family, and various secret methods emerge in an endless stream. Although the opponent's battle formation is strong, the fighting method is relatively crude. After the battle lasted for 10 minutes, this army composed of fighting will and obsession was finally defeated. The crack at the entrance of the Secret Collection expanded rapidly and truly became the entrance. The 10 great royal families maintain the order of entering the Secret Collection. All those who enter the Secret Collection must be recorded. The way to record is to leave a soul mark in front of a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet is a magic weapon specially made for the Ancient War Secret Collection. After leaving the soul mark, the corresponding number will appear on the stone tablet, which is the number. Each number will correspond to the clan lineage to which it belongs. If the entrant dies in the Secret Collection, the corresponding number on the stone tablet will turn gray. Through the number, you can also know which clan this is, and then the corresponding person will fill it. There are 10 great royal families guarding the entrance to the Secret Collection. No one dares to be presumptuous here. Even the proud Dragon Clan is very disciplined at this moment. One by one, they leave soul marks on the stone tablet and then enter the Secret Collection. The whole process maintains a good order. Lin Moyu also left a mark on the stone tablet. His number is 2001. Jinban's numbering rules are 2002. Numbers also have certain meanings. From 2001 to 2500, they belong to the Golden Lion clan. Jin Ye deliberately listed Lin Moyu as 2001, which is also to tell others that Lin Moyu is the most distinguished guest in his clan. Even a great clan elder of the 9th realm like Jinlan has to be ranked after Lin Moyu. Before, Lin Moyu came with Jinlan, and Jin Ye went to greet him in person, which surprised some people. Now Lin Moyu's number is ranked before Jinlan, which makes people feel incredible. This has never happened before. Even if there are people who have a good relationship with the human race and get a quota, it is impossible to be ranked so high. What's more, Lin Moyu is only at the 3rd level of Daozun. Several royal clan leaders looked at this scene with thoughtful eyes. They thought more and knew that there must be something wrong. The clan leader of the Divine Elephant clan sent a message to Jinmi, Clan Leader Jinmi, what is the identity of this child? The clan leader of the Blue Sky Python clan also sent a message to Jinmi, Clan Leader Jinmi, why is this human number ranked first among the nobles? There were many similar messages, and Jinmi received many at the same time. Jinmi replied in unison, this child's identity is not ordinary, I can't tell you the details, if you want to know, you can ask the Demon King. Jin Ye directly brought up the great god, the Demon King, and immediately shut up these guys. If it is related to the Demon King, then it is normal no matter where it is ranked. The atmosphere of the ancient battlefield is very special, completely different from the outside world. The keen spiritual sense told Lin Moyu that a shocking battle had taken place here, and more than once. The smell of blood permeated the sky and the earth was dark red, not the color of the earth, but stained with blood. Looking around, the land is like this wherever you look. If the ancient war secrets of millions of miles are like this, how many people should die here? The scale of this war is probably beyond imagination. Lin Moyu's heart was calm. Thinking of what he had done, the blood on his hands seemed to be even worse, enough to turn this land into a sea of blood. It seems that I am the real murderer. Then be a murderer. If I don't kill people, people will kill me. Lin Moyu smiled. He didn't hate this place at all. Lifting his foot, he stepped down. A force burst out from the sole of his foot and went straight into the earth. A muffled sound came, and a footprint appeared on the ground. Sure enough, this land has experienced wars. I don't know how many times it has been plowed, and it has been soaked in the blood of the strong, and it has undergone a qualitative change. Its strength is probably beyond the third realm of Dao Zun. It is extremely difficult to destroy it. And the earth is full of fighting will and obsession. Even if you want to use it to refine weapons, it won't work. The earth here is very solid, even better than some Dao Zun materials, but because of its complex nature, it is not suitable for cold tools. Moreover, Lin Moyu knew that he was currently in a low-level area. When he reached the middle and high-level areas, the earth would only become more solid. After all, the blood of the strong there was even more powerful, enough to cause a qualitative change in the earth. Lin Moyu observed the surrounding environment. Not far from him, there was a vortex floating. The vortex swallowed and spit out black light, which complemented the dark red earth and even revealed a bit of blood. Lin Moyu knew that this was the entrance to one of the secret treasures. There were countless such secret treasures on this ancient battlefield. The appearance of each secret treasure was the same. Only by entering it could you know what was inside. It might be empty or extremely dangerous. Some secret treasures were even teleportation arrays that could lead to other areas. Lin Moyu came to the vortex, but did not enter it. He looked at the earth below. The land below the vortex was slightly different from the land in other places. Most people could not see this difference, but Lin Moyu could see it. The land below the vortex was darker in color, and the fighting spirit and obsession it exuded were also stronger. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have died here that year. The secret treasure in front of us evolved from this person's death. What's in the secret treasure is related to this person's experience and personality. If this person is a warlike person, the danger of the secret treasure will increase greatly. On the contrary, it will be much safer in the secret treasure. Lin Moyu threw out a ball of immortal flame, which landed on the ground under the vortex. Origin level magic, Resurrection of the Dead. Using the Resurrection of the Dead, Lin Moyu wanted to try to see if he could revive the prehistoric strongmen. Although he knew that they had been reduced to ashes, what if? And the earth was stained with their blood. Although the blood had undergone a qualitative change after merging with the earth, what if? Oh. If the prehistoric strongmen could be resurrected, many puzzles could be solved easily, and he would not have to think about them one by one and guess them. The immortal flame burned fiercely on the ground, and Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. There's hope. If the magic failed, the immortal flame would not last so long. Just when he felt that there was hope, the ground suddenly shook, and a large amount of blood-colored air emerged, and the blood-colored air turned into a dragon and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu reacted very quickly and retreated hundreds of meters to avoid the blood dragon. The blood dragon's tail swept across the immortal flame, and the immortal flame was extinguished immediately. The blood dragon was suspended in the air, staring at Lin Moyu with a pair of blood eyes, with anger in the blood eyes. Blasphemy against the heroic spirit, unforgivable. A deafening roar sounded, and the blood dragon rushed towards Lin Moyu again, and even spurted out dragon breath all over the sky. Lin Moyu did not hide this time. His body shape instantly became fierce, and evolved into the true body of the Power Avenue. He instantly reached 100 meters, his blood and chi roared, and punched out. This punch was like thunder, piercing the dragon breath and hitting the blood dragon's head heavily. The blood dragon exploded with a bang and was smashed to pieces by a punch. Lin Moyu waved his fist, with a hint of sarcasm. A mere Dao Zun 3 realms dares to be so presumptuous. Blaspheming the heroic spirit? The prehistoric heroic spirit, what king do I have? What's more, I don't even know if it's an enemy or a friend. How can I blaspheme? This blood-colored dragon is actually the battle will and obsession in the ancient battlefield, but its power is not strong, only Dao Zun 3 realms. Naturally it can't withstand Lin Moyu's punch. What Lin Moyu is really curious about is whether it can extinguish the immortal flame. Lin Moyu was surprised that the immortal flame was extinguished. Although the immortal flame can be seen, it is invisible and intangible. Normally, it should not be extinguished. The magic of resurrection of the dead did not fail, but it did not succeed either. Just as Lin Moyu was thinking, the ground suddenly shook. The bloody aura suddenly increased several times. Before, the bloody aura was only vague, but now it suddenly became thick. A trace of blood spread from the earth and quickly formed warriors in armor. They wore exactly the same armor, had about the same height, and surrounded the same standard soldiers. Prehistoric soldiers. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. There were more than 100 soldiers in front of him, all of whom had the aura of the third realm of Dao Zun. 100 soldiers formed a battle formation, which was enough to compete with the fourth realm of Dao Zun. In the origin continent, 100 Dao Zun third realms, normally, could not beat the fourth realm of Dao Zun. 460. But on the battlefield, it was another matter. The soldiers could integrate their strength together, rely on the battle formation to exert their strength far beyond their own, and fight to the end. This is the meaning of the army. Lin Moyu naturally knew that he would not regard the 100 soldiers in front of him as the third realm of Dao Zun. You deserve to die for blaspheming the heroic spirit. A roar sounded, and the soldiers shouted in unison, waving their weapons at the same time and slashing at Lin Moyu. A series of dark blade lights cut through the sky. The blood roared, and Lin Yu punched out again. The blood in his body turned into a dragon and rushed towards these soldiers. The flesh has reached the fifth realm of Dao Zun, and the power avenue gathers the blood in his body. Lin Moyu's punch also reached the fifth level of Dao Zun. The dark blade light was shattered by the Qi and Blood Dragon, and then the Qi and Blood Dragon rushed into the group of soldiers and crushed them. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers were completely crushed and disappeared between heaven and earth. Lin Moyu suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. An invisible force came from afar and locked onto him from a distance. A stronger breath came from afar, and there were quite a few of them. Soldiers from the fourth level of Dao Zun in the middle level area came over. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he quickly restrained his breath and turned away. At this moment, he understood what happened, why the undead flames were extinguished, and why the trapping method could not succeed. There were countless strong men who were shattered and buried here. There was more than one drop of blood on almost every inch of the land. The area covered by his undead flame before might have the blood of several or even dozens of strong men. Then the resurrection of the dead would naturally fail, and it didn't know which one to revive. Moreover, these strong men were too old, so old that they could no longer trace their roots. This ancient battlefield gave Lin Moyu felt very strange. It seemed to have formed countless secrets, but the entire ancient battlefield seemed to be a whole. First, the blood-colored dragon appeared, followed by soldiers, and then more powerful soldiers came from afar. His own immortal flame was like poking a hornet's nest. This ancient battlefield is a bit strange. Before you figure out the root cause, you should be careful. Lin Moyu walked farther and farther away. Finally, the feeling of being locked disappeared. Lin Moyu knew that nothing was wrong, so he slowed down. He did not stop, walked a long way, passed more than a dozen secrets along the way, but did not enter. He was not interested in the secrets in the low-level areas. Even if he wanted to enter, he would start from the middle-level area. He is now looking for the way to the intermediate area. After the lock disappeared, Lin Moyu began to release the skeleton god generals, and 10,000 skeleton god generals helped him to search together, greatly increasing the efficiency. According to the information obtained, there will be a passage between the two areas. As long as you can find the passage, you can go to the other area. There are many passages, some of which can be passed directly, while some passages will have some obstacles. If you want to pass, you must solve these obstacles. Lin Moyu has extraordinary experience in finding passages. The breath that locked him before should have come from the intermediate area, so that direction has also become the direction of Lin Moyu's focus of search. After the lock disappeared, he also kept moving in that direction. The ancient battlefield is very large. Although there are more than 10,000 people coming in, after entering, it is like sand scattered in the sea, and it is not easy to encounter. Especially in the low-level area, there are fewer people. Most people's cultivation is concentrated between the 4th and 6th realms of Daozuan. There are the most people in the intermediate area, and there are relatively few people in the low-level area. There are fewer high-level areas, and as for the outer area for entry, it can be said that it is the area with the least number of people. Only half a day later, the skeleton god general sent a message that he had hit the space barrier. Lin Moyu rushed over quickly. There was a huge crack where the skeleton god general hit the space barrier. The crack was about 100 meters wide and bottomless. Powerful forces rushed out of the crack. The smell of blood here was much stronger than other places. Standing on the edge of the crack, you could even hear the sound of waves. Lin Moyu looked at the bottom of the crack with all his eyes, but still couldn't see the situation at the bottom of the crack. However, from the faint sound of waves and the strong smell of blood, Lin Moyu guessed that there might be a river of blood at the bottom of the crack. Invisible forces spread from the crack and rushed straight to the sky, turned into a space barrier. Carrying the great avenue of space, he could feel the fluctuations from the space. The space barrier was not strong, and he could break it with all his strength. In other words, he could enter the crack and go to the other side of the crack. If I guessed correctly, the other side of the crack was the intermediate area. But Lin Moyu didn't do it, because he felt something unusual in the space barrier. Lin Moyu put one hand on the invisible space barrier, his eyes slightly closed. The space barrier contains a strong will. This will should come from a terrible strong man, at least a powerful existence of the 9th realm of Daozuan. If I break the space barrier, it may attract its attention and something bad will happen. And there seems to be something not so good in the cracks. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu decided to give up the idea of taking an unconventional path and look for a normal passage. Sometimes you do need to take risks, but you can't take risks without thinking. Once you take risks without thinking, it's not called taking risks, it's called recklessness, and the result is often death. Let the skeleton god explore along the cracks and move forward to both sides, and soon find a normal passage. Lin Moyu saw a stone bridge. The 0.9 stone bridge connected the two ends of the crack to form a passage. On the stone bridge, there was an army stationed. The army was not large, about 100 people, and because of the space barrier, Moyu could not feel their real experience. The army was dressed exactly the same, standing by the bridge, just like soldiers guarding the city wall. In the center of the army, there was a figure who looked like a leader. He paced back and forth on the bridge, as if he was patrolling. Lin Moyu did not approach immediately, but observed from a distance. These soldiers gave him a strange feeling. The soldiers did not look at the two ends of the bridge, but were distributed on both sides of the bridge, looking under the bridge. There was a crack under the bridge, and these soldiers were defending the crack. What's in the crack? Just as he was thinking, there was a loud bang, and the ground shook violently. The sound of waves suddenly became louder, and a fishy smell came to his nose, and a wave of blood rushed out of the crack. The blood surged to the sky, occupying the entire site in an instant, and the space barrier was covered with blood. If it weren't for the existence of the space barrier, the blood would have been splattered all over the ground. At this time, the space barrier began to light up, and countless runes appeared on it. The runes were densely packed, and each rune was obscure. This is a prehistoric rune. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. Although he couldn't understand the runes from prehistoric times for a while, he could tell that these runes were unusual. The runes were all over the space barrier, purifying all the blood on the space barrier. The entire space barrier exuded a strong light, blocking Lin Moyu's sight. Lin Moyu could no longer see what happened in the space barrier, but he vaguely heard roars and fighting sounds. After a while, everything returned to calm. The runes on the space barrier disappeared, and there was no blood at this moment. Lin Moyu whispered, "Sure enough, I was right not to break the space barrier. The existence of this space barrier is to prevent something from rushing under the crack." That bridge. On the bridge, soldiers were still guarding, but the number was less than before. There were 100 soldiers before, but now only about half of them are left. Then, in Lin Moyu's sight, a soldier came from the other end of Bridge 23. The new soldiers first came to the leader in the middle of the bridge, as if to report. After reporting, the soldiers stood on the bridge head again, replaced the previous soldiers, and guarded the bridge. Lin Moyu knew that there must have been a battle on the bridge just now, and the things under the crack came up and fought with the army on the bridge. The army repelled the enemy, but also paid a price, with nearly half of them killed and wounded. However, reinforcements arrived soon, and the lost personnel were quickly replenished. People kept coming to report, and in just a few minutes, the people were replenished. This army will continue to guard the stone bridge, waiting for the monsters in the crack to appear again and fight again. Lin Moyu sorted out his thoughts and said to himself, "I don't know how many years this kind of battle has lasted. I just don't know what the identities of the two sides in the battle are. But the size of this army is somewhat similar to that of the human race." Lin Moyu walked forward, getting closer and closer to the stone bridge. In front of the stone bridge, he saw a vortex, which was exactly the same as the vortex in the secret treasure. Lin Moyu frowned. How could there be an entrance to the secret treasure here? He did not enter the secret treasure, but first searched around to make sure that he could not reach the stone bridge directly by normal means. In the end, Lin Moyu determined that if he wanted to enter the stone bridge, he had to pass through the secret treasure. The entrance to the secret treasure may not be a secret treasure, it may also be a portal. Go in and try first. Lin Moyu came to the secret treasure, and his soul communicated with the vortex. The vortex's rotation speed immediately increased a little, and Lin Moyu received a message at the same time. Participate in the task of guarding the Bluestone Bridge, assist the army in guarding the Bluestone Bridge, and pass through the Bluestone Bridge after completion. The vortex gave Lin Moyu a choice. If he wanted to go in, he had to participate in the mission. Only after completing the mission could he pass through the Bluestone Bridge and enter the intermediate area. Otherwise, he would have to find another passage. It just so happens that I also want to know what kind of battle it is. The Blood Legion sounds powerful, so I'd better see it. Lin Moyu's heart moved and he agreed to participate in the mission. The vortex generated a suction force and sucked Lin Moyu in. The picture in front of him became clear from blurry, and Lin Moyu found that he had come to the stone bridge. Beside him was a stone tablet with 3 big characters of Bluestone Bridge engraved on it. These 3 characters are majestic, and it is obvious that the person who engraved them is a strong man. Lin Moyu felt a strong breath from the stone tablet. This is not just a stone tablet, but also a formation eye. With the stone tablet as the formation eye, the formation is spread all over the Bluestone Bridge. The Bluestone Bridge in front of him is far from the one he saw through the space barrier. The Bluestone Bridge in front of him is more than 100 meters wide and several thousand meters long. There are many soldiers standing on it, far more than 100 people. On both sides of the Bluestone Bridge, there is a person standing every 2 meters. There are thousands of soldiers guarding the bridge alone. In addition, there are a large number of soldiers patrolling back and forth on the Bluestone Bridge. There are more than 10,000 field soldiers on the entire bridge. The soldiers wear uniform armor and hold uniform weapons in their hands. Their weapons are long spears, which are all magic weapons of the third realm of Daozun. The cultivation of each soldier is at the third realm of thru. If 10,000 soldiers form a battle formation, they are fully capable of forming a strong man of the fourth realm of thru, and can even collide with the fifth realm of thru. In the middle of the bridge, an officer stood there. The officer's cultivation was 2 realms higher than the soldiers, reaching the fifth realm of thru. Just by looking at it, Lin Moyu knew that the quality of this army was extremely high and the combat power was extremely strong. Unfortunately, they all died in the battle, and now only the supreme fighting spirit and their obsession were left. At this time, someone came over and stuffed a spear and a set of armor into Lin Moyu's hands. Although he didn't say anything, Lin Moyu knew what he was going to do. Putting on the armor and picking up the spear, Lin Moyu stepped onto the bluestone bridge and walked in front of him. He saluted the officer like other soldiers. The officer said nothing, but pointed in a direction on the side of the bridge. There was a vacancy there, and he motioned Lin Moyu to go there to guard it. Lin Moyu didn't say anything either, and turned to walk towards the vacant position. The bluestone bridge was silent, with only the soldiers patrolling back and forth, and the armor on their bodies would make a slight friction sound. Lin Moyu stood on the bluestone bridge and looked at the crack under the bridge. In the crack, there were black mists and the bottom was invisible. However, the sound of waves was very clear here, and the smell of blood was very strong. Lin Moyu was 90% sure that there was a majestic blood river under the crack. About half an hour later, the bluestone bridge suddenly began to vibrate, and countless runes lit up on the bridge, and the formation was running. Then, runes lit up in the sky and in the empty 210 rooms on all sides. A strong smell of blood rose from the bottom of the crack, and the smell of blood was 100 times stronger than what Lin Moyu had smelled before. This stench rushed straight into the soul. If the soul did not reach the Daozuan realm, this stench alone would be enough to hurt the soul. Moreover, the stench of blood also carried a terrifying and strange power that corroded the soul. Then the sound of waves became louder and louder, and later it was like thunder. It's coming. Lin Moyu's thoughts just came up, and his eyes suddenly condensed. The blood wave surged up from under the bridge and hit the bridge heavily. The bluestone bridge was shaken by the blood wave, and the formation on the bridge continued to operate, constantly purifying the blood wave. The bloody red blood, with a touch of black, tried to corrode the bluestone bridge, but was blocked by the formation. A large amount of blood waves hit the space barriers around, and hit the formation in the sky, and were also blocked. The blood wave turned around in the air and turned into a big hand to slap down. At this time, the officer on the bridge drew out his sword and pointed at the bloody hand. The bluestone bridge burst into golden light, blasting the bloody hand apart. The bloody hand turned into countless blood balls and fell down, and monsters covered with blood rushed out of the balls. They looked like wild beasts, with heads like mice, sharp mouths, a pair of sharp blades on their front paws, and a pair of sharp blades on their backs. They looked very strange. Kill. The officer issued the first and only order. The monster-like bloody army swarmed out from the blood wave, with thousands of them, no less than the soldiers guarding the bridge. But these monsters called the bloody army are at the 4th level of the Daozuan. Even if more than 10,000 soldiers at the 3rd level of the Daozuan formed a battle formation, it was impossible to fight against thousands of enemies at the 4th level of the Daozuan. This was a battle that was bound to die. Lin Moyu frowned and did not immediately summon the undead army. Since the army has been stationed here for so long, there must be a corresponding response plan. If nothing unexpected happens, this mission of mine will be completed in 9 out of 10 cases. But from another perspective, since it is a mission, it must be difficult. For example, how to save your life in battle. Otherwise, anyone can complete it, and the mission will lose its meaning. The officer shouted angrily, "Kill," and with an order, his sword stopped on the ground, and the formation was rapidly strengthened. The armor of each soldier was shining, and it was connected with the formation. Lin Moyu was in the formation, and the feeling was very obvious. Through the armor, he became one with the formation, and the power of the armor was greatly enhanced, and at the same time, his own strength was also improved. Although his realm was still the third realm of Daozun, he could exert the combat power of the fourth realm of Daozun through the armor. Because Lin Moyu himself was the third realm of Daozun, and he also had the combat power of the fifth realm of Daozun, he was very clear about the changes in combat power. With the combat power of the fourth realm of Daozun, combined with the corresponding battle formation, he could completely fight against thousands of bloody legions. The soldiers on the bridge quickly cooperated with the formation to form a battle formation, forming a formation within a formation. All the forces were twisted into one, and they collided head-on with the bloody legion. This was a complete collision of power and power, and the battle broke out. Lin Moyu was very speechless at this moment. He finally knew where the difficulty of this task was. Although he also gained benefits and his combat power was improved, he did not understand the battle formation and could not cooperate with these soldiers. In other words, he was left alone. Without the battle formation, he became the weakest link on the entire Bluestone Bridge. The monsters of the Blood Legion will definitely attack him. This is the difficulty of the mission. To complete the mission, you must have extraordinary strength, at least to be able to hold on until the end of this battle. Lin Moyu felt that several monsters of the Blood Legion had already set their sights on him. If an ordinary Daozun level 3 was targeted by several Daozun level 4 monsters, even if the armor enhanced his strength, it would be useless. One-on-one can still fight, one-on-two is basically dead. Others can't pass, but it doesn't mean Lin Moyu can't pass. Several monsters pounced like lightning, and the sharp blades on the back of their hands cut through the long sky, and the space in the ancient battlefield was rippled. They are very strong, but Lin Moyu is stronger. The blood and chi roared, and Lin Moyu punched like lightning, and several punches were blasted out in succession. The sharp blades of several monsters were directly blown up by Lin Moyu's fists. The punch did not reduce its momentum, and after breaking the sharp blades, it fell on them again, directly smashing their bodies. Lin Moyu's body was already at the 5th level of Daozun, and he could break all laws with one force. The monsters at the 4th level of Daozun could not bear it at all. The tyranny of the great power was fully revealed at this moment. He killed several monsters with a few punches, and more monsters immediately targeted the lone Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt like a shining light bulb, which was particularly eye-catching. But no matter how many monsters came, Lin Moyu punched them one by one. In fact, he knew very well that this task was very difficult. Even if the Tianjiao of the human race came, it would be difficult to complete it smoothly. Daozun accepted the task at the 3rd level, and was enhanced to the 4th level of Daozun through armor, but had to face so many monsters at the 4th level of Daozun, it was difficult to persist to the end. Only he could accomplish it easily. It would be difficult for anyone else to accomplish it even if they risked their lives. Punching out one after another, Lin Moyu killed as many monsters as the bloody army came, and he didn't even move a step. Lin Moyu didn't know how many monsters he had killed. In front of him, blood had already flowed like a river. The monsters died, exploded into blood mud, and fell on the bridge. The blood mud was quickly absorbed by the formation, and the formation became stronger. The bridge guards gradually gained the upper hand, and the battle slowly came to an end. If nothing unexpected happened, the mission would be over. Suddenly, a sharp sound came from the bottomless crack under the bridge, and the sound shocked the soul, and even Lin Moyu couldn't help but shake his soul a few times. It's not that easy. While thinking, a blood wave rushed up to the sky, rushed straight to the sky and hit the barrier of the formation, and exploded. A huge monster appeared in the blood wave. The monster was 70% similar to the previous rat-shaped monster, but it was larger and more powerful. Behind the monster, there was a pair of huge wings, flapping constantly. Every time it flapped, it could generate huge wind and waves, blowing the soldiers guarding the bridge unsteadily. This monster, look at the 6th realm of Daozun. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked. Among the troops guarding the bridge, the strongest officer was only at the 5th level of Daozun. The difference of one level made it difficult to fight. At this time, the officer guarding the bridge shouted angrily and waved his sword, "Fight!" The sword shone, and at the same time, the formation was running fiercely. The officer's breath rose sharply and quickly approached the 6th level of Dao Bo. He reached the peak of the 5th level of Dao Zun, and was still a little short of the 6th level, but this little bit was destined to make him no match for the monster. The monster flapped its wings and rushed over. The officer also waved his sword and fought with the monster. The formation was running fiercely, and a constant stream of power was injected into the officer's armor through the formation. The eunuch provided power. The officer's power was endless, but unfortunately he was always a little weak in realm. When fighting with the monster, he was always suppressed and could only barely maintain it. The battle on the bridge was about to end, and the ordinary monsters of the Bloody Legion were basically killed. However, Lin Moyu knew very well that as long as there was no winner in the sky, the battle would not be over and the mission would not be completed. The soldiers dealt with their opponents, looked up at the sky one by one, and then they formed a battle formation and rushed into the sky to help their officers. Unfortunately, their strength was weaker, and no matter how strong the battle formation was, it could not make up for the defects in the realm. The aftermath alone made it difficult for the battle formation to approach. The battle formation was constantly defeated, and a large number of soldiers were injured or even killed. But they still didn't care about fear, and they reorganized the battle formation again and again, and rushed into the sky again and again. The whole process, no one screamed, no one shouted, and no one spoke. This battle was a little weird. Lin Moyu looked at this scene, thinking. He had experienced various dungeons, various secret realms, and had done many tasks. Past experience told him that many tasks had hidden conditions. The degree of completion of tasks was different. There were ordinary, excellent, and even overfulfillment. There were often extra rewards for overfulfillment of tasks. He had basically completed the task of guarding the Bluestone Bridge. The officer and the monster were deadlocked, but Lin Moyu could see that the monster's power was slowly weakening, and although the officer was suppressed, he could hold on for a long time with the formation. As long as time went on, the monster's power continued to decline, and it would naturally retreat. In that way, his task would be completed, but the task completed in this way could never be considered overfulfillment. Seeing the soldiers constantly forming battle formations and rushing up to the sky to help the officers fight, in fact, this was already a hint to himself. The next second, a special breath surged from Lin Moyu's body, and his realm began to rise sharply. Origin of the magic, gathering strength. Lin Moyu did not summon the Undead Legion, he was ready to do it himself. Because he didn't know whether the task completed by the Undead Legion was considered as overfulfillment. If not, he would have worked in vain. So, he decided to do it himself. There were no outsiders here, he could use the origin of the magic without any scruples. His realm was rapidly improved, and he quickly reached the 6th realm of Dao Zun. With the power of the avenue and the increase in armor provided by the formation, his combat power was close to the 7th realm of Dao Zun. He could actually continue to improve, break through the 7th realm of Dao Zun, and kill the winged monster with one punch. But it was not necessary, and it was not necessarily good. This state, just surpassing the monster, was the best state in Lin Moyu's opinion. Lin Moyu clearly remembered that his mission was to guard the Bluestone Bridge and to assist the army in defending the Bluestone Bridge. The two most important words were assistance, not taking the initiative. Lin Moyu flew into the sky and fought with the officers. He firmly remembered the word assistance and never took the lead. Everything was led by the officers, and they only took action when it was time to take action. With his help, the officers' pressure was greatly reduced, and they began to turn from disadvantage to advantage, gradually suppressing the opponent. After fighting for several minutes, the winged monster suddenly screamed and turned to fly under the bridge. It escaped, just as Lin Moyu guessed. It would have escaped originally, but it escaped 800 years earlier. Lin Moyu knew very well that guarding the Bluestone Bridge would be completed with or without his participation. It was just that his participation reduced the casualties of the army and shortened the duration of the entire battle. The mission should be considered completed. Lin Moyu thought to himself, falling from the air and returning to his original position. The officer also slowly fell from the air, the sword rested on the ground, and the formation gradually stopped with a roar. At this time, Lin Moyu saw that a vortex appeared at the other end of the bridge. That was the exit, and he could enter the intermediate area through the vortex. Lin Moyu knew that his mission was completed. But he did not go over immediately, but waited quietly. After a moment, the officer suddenly walked towards Lin Moyu. Since entering the Bluestone Bridge, the officer has never left his position except when fighting monsters. His position is one of the cores of the formation, where he controls the formation and will not move easily. But now he moved. He came in front of Lin Moyu, raised his hand wrapped in armor, and the light flashed, gathering into a square seal. This seal is only the size of a palm and is very exquisite. Then several words appeared on the seal. On one side, the word Ren appeared. On the other side, the word San appeared. On the left and right sides, some runes that Lin Moyu did not recognize were drawn, and the runes were very similar to the runes on the Bluestone Bridge formation. Then, at the bottom of the seal, two other words appeared, H. The officer handed the seal to Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu took the seal, and a stream of information flowed from the seal. Shenfu Army, 3rd Class Soldier. This seal represents Lin Moyu's identity in the ancient battlefield. The army he belongs to is called Shenfu Army. He is now a 3rd Class soldier, not the worst, but also a relatively low-level existence. A little lower is a soldier without a rank, and he is slightly better. Lin Moyu understands that if he only completes the task, he will not have a seal. It is because he has exceeded the task that he will get the seal. As for what the seal is used for, there is no explanation. This ancient battlefield has existed for countless years and has been silent for countless years. Many things must be analyzed and understood by oneself, and no one will explain to oneself anymore. After handing the seal to Lin Moyu, the officer raised his hand and pointed to the vortex, indicating that Lin Moyu could leave. Lin Moyu saluted the officer and walked towards the vortex. The moment he stepped out of the Bluestone Bridge, the armor and spear on his body disappeared at the same time, but the seal in his hand did not disappear. Entering the vortex, teleporting away from the Bluestone Bridge. The picture in front of him became clear again from blurry, and Lin Moyu experienced a very short teleportation. The breath of the ancient battlefield surged from all directions. Lin Moyu knew that he had entered the middle-level area. The breath here was stronger and more dangerous than the low-level area. He looked back at the direction of the Bluestone Bridge. Through the invisible space barrier, he could clearly see the Bluestone Bridge. Under the influence of the space barrier, the Bluestone Bridge seen at this time was not real. It was very small, and there were only 100 guards on it. Only by entering the inside of the barrier can you really see the Bluestone Bridge. Lin Moyu looked at the small seal in his hand and said to himself, could it be that one of the two sides in the war that year was the Bloody Legion? Where did this Bloody Legion come from? Lin Moyu felt that the prehistoric war was even more confusing. I thought it was a war between the outer gods and the origin continent. But now it seems that it is not that simple. In addition to the outer gods, there is another Bloody Legion. Is there any connection between the two? It is just speculation at present, everything is unknown. What happened in the prehistoric era can only be known by exploring step by step. The Shur and San on the seal are already understood, and what does the 12 on the seal mean? Normally, the bottom of the seal should be the name of the user, but I don't have a name here, only a number. According to this speculation, 12 should be a number, and I am on the 12th level. Then, before me, does it mean that there are 11 people who got the seal? But in the information I got, there is no information related to the seal. Does it mean that these 11 people did not tell the information about the seal? This time the ancient war secrets are opened. Are these people also in the king? Lin Moyu felt that things were getting more and more interesting, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly, revealing a hint of smile. Obviously there is a discovery, but it is not said, which must contain a secret. Lin Moyu held the seal in his hand and did not put it away. Then he sent the skeleton god general to explore the ministered level area. Since he got the seal and became a member of the Divine Talisman Army, it means that this seal must be useful in the ancient battlefield, so it cannot be put away. Because it is so old, if you want to unlock the secrets, you must pay attention to every detail. The intermediate area is very quiet. Most of the practitioners will enter the nearby secrets to explore after entering. As a result, it is rare to see other people in the area outside the secrets. The skeleton god general saw many secrets along the way, but ignored them. Their mission is to find the way to the high-level area. The high-level area is the goal of Lin Moyu's trip and the place where he is most likely to get treasures. Roar! The roar of the beast resounded throughout the battlefield, and the powerful force swept across a large area. A skeleton god general was suddenly killed by a monster that rushed out of the secret. The whole process was without any signs and came so suddenly that the skeleton god general had no time to react and was chopped into pieces. Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed slightly. When the skeleton god general passed a secret treasure, a monster suddenly rushed out of the secret treasure and chopped the skeleton god general into pieces like cutting melons and vegetables. Lin Moyu immediately connected to the vision of the skeleton god general, and at the same time, the skeleton god general was resurrected under the influence of the undead spirit. At the moment of resurrection, Lin Moyu saw the appearance of the other party. There was no soul flame, just a ball of liquid. The vision of the skeleton god general was different from what the naked eye saw. They only saw the outline, or the soul. In the vision of the skeleton god general, the other party was a ball of liquid. Then the light in front of his eyes was bright, and a sharp cold light suddenly emerged from the liquid, and the skeleton god general was chopped into pieces again. The skeleton god general was a Dao Zun fourth realm. The one who could kill the skeleton god general so easily was at least a Dao Zun 5th realm. When Lin Moyu connected to the vision of the skeleton god general, he had already opened the time gate and rushed over. In the ancient battlefield, you can't fly at high altitudes. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and under the dark clouds is a dark wind. These winds are bone-biting and soul-destroying. Even a Taoist master of the 9th realm can't hold on for too long. Lin Moyu can only fly at a low altitude, no more than 10 meters, and shuttle quickly in the dense forest. Fortunately, the place where the skeleton god died was not far away, and Moyu arrived at the destination in a short while. He saw the secret treasure from a distance, and outside the secret treasure, there was a ball of black and red blood. This ball of blood was about the size of a human head, and it floated quietly outside the secret treasure. It was this ball of black and red blood that killed the general. In order to see more clearly, the dead skeleton god was resurrected again through the undead spirit. At the moment the skeleton god was resurrected, the black and red blood immediately reacted. It instantly turned into a monster. This monster was blood-colored all over, and its appearance was almost exactly the same as the rat monsters seen on the Bluestone Bridge. It's just that it is at a higher level and has stronger power. The blade on the back of the hand was sharper than before, and the pair of blades on the back became 2 pairs, but it had no wings. The cold light burst out, and before the skeleton god general could react, it had already cut the god general into pieces. Then it returned to its bloody appearance, floating in the air, as if nothing had happened. The whole process took less than a second. Lin Moyu saw it clearly, it is indeed the Bloody Legion. The Bloody Legion is not only under the cracks, but also in the secret treasure. It is transformed with blood, and its realm is the 5th realm of Dao Zun, which is stronger than the group at Qingshi Bridge. But it has no wings, not as good as the guy with wings. The Bloody Legion appeared from the secret treasure. Does this mean that there are more Bloody Legion members in the secret treasure? While Lin Moyu was thinking, the entrance to the secret storage suddenly lit up, and the smell of blood was strong for a while. Then another ball of black and red blood flowed out, and this ball of black and red blood was much larger than the previous one. After it flowed out, it quickly split into four, turning into four identical blood balls. The blood balls gradually dispersed, circling around the entrance of the secret storage like soldiers, sometimes flying to the trees, and then flying down again. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Are they patrolling? The movements of the blood balls made Lin Moyu feel like the patrol of the king's soldiers. At this time, a strong breath flew over from afar. An army flew from the air at an astonishing speed. They didn't care about the soul-devouring black wind in the air at all, and just stood in the air. The black and red blood balls were like exploded hair, evolving into 5 rat-like monsters, confronting the army. This army that came was just a small team, led by a Taoist 6th-level strongman, and the 10 soldiers behind him were all Taoist 5th-level beings. The armor they wore was exactly the same as those soldiers on the Bluestone Bridge, and they were all members of the God Formation Army. The battle was about to break out. The leading officer raised his sword and pointed it downward, and the 10 soldiers behind him raised their spears at the same time and launched an attack. The powerful force was like a meteor, falling from the sky. The 5 rat-like monsters also launched an attack and counterattacked. The 10 soldiers formed a simple battle formation, which increased their own combat power to a certain extent. Coupled with the data advantage, they had an advantage from the beginning of the confrontation. In just half a minute, the 5 rat-like monsters were killed and turned into thick blood and fell to the ground. The whole process went smoothly, but there was a hint of shock in Lin Moyu's eyes. He was not shocked by anything else, but where these God Rune army came from. Before they appeared, he could not detect them. If even his spiritual sense could not find them, let alone others could find them. And the God Rune army can fly in the air, ignoring the soul-devouring black wind in the air, which is also what shocked Lin Moyu. At this time, the officer turned his head and looked at Lin Moyu. I've been discovered. Lin Moyu did not hide and walked out from behind the tree. The officer's eyes fell on Lin Moyu, as if he was sizing him up. Lin Moyu had a feeling that the other party was not looking at him, but at the seal in his hand. While he was sizing Lin Moyu up, Lin Moyu was also sizing him up. Although the officer's armor looked similar to the officer guarding the Bluestone Bridge, the difference could still be seen in the subtle details. Although the officer in front of him was more powerful, reaching the 6th realm of Dao Zun, 1 realm higher than the one guarding the Bluestone Bridge. But in terms of the exquisiteness of the armor, the one guarding the Bluestone Bridge was still better. Moreover, Lin Moyu saw that there was a cross engraved on the collar of the officer's armor. There was a word "Wan" engraved on the collar of the one guarding the Bluestone Bridge. Lin Moyu immediately understood that the one in the 6th realm of Dao Zun in front of him was a captain of 10 men. And the one guarding the Bluestone Bridge was a captain of 10,000 men. This also means that the higher the realm, the higher the rank of the officer. After a moment, the centurion put away his sword, then waved at Lin Moyu, signaling Lin Moyu to go up. Lin Moyu flew up with doubts. The sky was full of black wind, and Moyu remained vigilant. But strangely, the black wind suddenly dissipated when it approached him. The seal in his hand glowed slightly, and it was this faint light that offset the black wind. Even Lin Moyu didn't expect that the seal in his hand was actually a pass to fly in the ancient battlefield. Even the major royal families didn't know this, otherwise it would have been written in the information long ago. If you can fly, it will be much more convenient to move here. Lin Moyu came to the centurion and saluted Tian Chang. The centurion signaled Lin Moyu to give him the seal. Lin Moyu didn't doubt it and handed it over directly. The centurion took the seal and then put it on his chest, touching the armor. The armor suddenly lit up, the seal was also shining. This lasted for several seconds before the centurion returned the seal to Lin Moyu. There was no change on the seal, and Lin Moyu didn't know what he had done. When he took the seal, a new message came over. Destroy the bloody army in the secret treasure number 36653, and you will get a reward after completing it. 5. Looking at the information from the seal, Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. The difficulty of this task was obviously beyond his realm. He was only at the 3rd level of Daozun, but although he didn't know how many bloody legions there were in the secret collection, any one of them was at least at the 5th level of Daozun. How could he fight? However, the task was not mandatory, and he could choose not to accept it, and there would be no punishment. Lin Moyu guessed that if it were someone else, they would definitely not accept it, as accepting the task would be like sending themselves to death. Those who had received the seal would definitely accept tasks selectively, and only accept those tasks that could be completed safely and smoothly. Of course, there would definitely not be many suitable tasks. And what was the mechanism for triggering the task? Lin Moyu was not very clear. Perhaps if he missed this task, he would have to wait a long time for the next task. In summary, Lin Moyu made a decision and accepted the task. At the moment of accepting the task, the outer 10th captain suddenly raised his sword 860 and pointed it directly at the sky. The 10 soldiers behind him also raised their spears and pointed them directly at the sky. During the whole process, no sound was made, which seemed a bit strange, but it also made people feel a kind of passion. Lin Moyu could imagine that if it was in prehistoric times, when the Divine Talisman army was still alive, perhaps the action just now would be accompanied by a roar to shock the mind. But now, the sound has passed with the passage of time. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the dark clouds in the sky. In the lightning, an exquisite armor and a spear emerged. The armor fell directly on Lin Moyu, and the spear also came to Lin Moyu's hand. The moment he put on the armor and held the spear, Lin Moyu felt that his strength increased sharply. Although he was still only in the 3rd realm of Daozun, he could exert the combat power of the 5th realm of Daozun. This armor and spear brought amazing amplification because of himself. Not only the armor, but the spear is also magical. Lin Moyu felt that the spear was as easy to use as his arm. It was really strange that he could have this feeling without refining. Lin Moyu felt the power transmitted from the armor and the spear, and murmured to himself, "This is the power of the Avenue of Time." No, in addition to the Avenue of Time, there are other avenues. Lin Moyu felt that the armor contained the power of the Avenue of Time, and there was also another avenue. It was just that the avenue was too obscure, and Lin Moyu could not recognize it. But anyway, this armor is magical. It can actually improve the combat power of 2 realms, which is not something that ordinary magic weapons can do. At least at present, there is no magic weapon on the Origin continent that has such an effect. Obviously, there are really many magic weapons in the prehistoric era that cannot be compared with the current ones. After Lin Moyu accepted the task, put on the armor, and took the spear, the centurion also left with the team. Lin Moyu now probably understands what he is going to do. This ancient battlefield is where an army called the Divine Talisman fought against the Blood Legion. After coming here, he first has to join the Divine Talisman army and become one of them. If you want to join the Divine Talisman army, you must trigger a task. After triggering the mission, he must also exceed the mission to obtain the seal, which is his identity certificate for joining the Divine Talisman army. Then he has to upgrade his military rank. To upgrade his military rank, he must trigger the mission, accept the mission, and complete the mission. The higher the military rank, the greater the power he will gain. Lin Moyu guessed that only high-level military ranks can unlock the secrets of this war. And high-level military ranks will definitely have other uses in the subsequent high-level areas. It's just that it's not easy to join the Divine Talisman army. Over the years, he is the 12th person to get the seal and successfully join the Divine Talisman army. In that case, let's see how far I can go. We need to see if the war here has anything to do with the extraterritorial gods and the collapse of the Origin continent. Wearing armor and holding a spear, Lin Moyu slowly fell from the air and then entered the secret storage. After a short teleportation, a pungent smell of blood came. Powerful energy fluctuations came in waves, and the vision quickly recovered. Lin Moyu saw that a fierce battle was going on not far away. The 2 sides of the battle were the Blood Legion of the Divine Talisman army. At this time, the number of the Divine Talisman army was not many, only more than 100 people. And the Blood Legion had hundreds of people, and the balance of victory had already tilted towards the Blood Legion. The remaining Divine Talisman army had been surrounded, and they were still holding on, but they couldn't hold on for too long. In the air, a huge monster was fighting a fierce battle with an officer. But the officer had been severely injured and was completely suppressed, and he could die at any time. At the moment when Lin Moyu looked over, the monster's sharp blade slashed through the officer's body, and the officer's body was torn into pieces and fell from the air. The officer died in battle, and the strength of the members of the Divine Talisman army was greatly reduced. The battle formation of the Divine Talisman army was very strong, but the battle formation was centered on the officer. Once the officer died, the power of the battle formation was immediately reduced. The Divine Talisman army, which had already been surrounded, was suddenly in danger. Lin Moyu was also a member of the Divine Talisman army at this moment. Seeing the officer dying in battle, he felt a sense of discomfort and pain inexplicably. In grief, the armor shone and burst out with even more powerful power. Not only him, but other members of the Divine Talisman army also burst out with amazing power. The Divine Talisman army, which should have collapsed, actually launched a counterattack. Lin Moyu suddenly understood what the avenue hidden in the armor was, the Avenue of Sorrow. This is a special avenue that can turn sorrow into powerful power. The more sorrowful the heart is, the stronger the strength. Now the Divine Talisman army launched a counterattack with the power of sadness, but Lin Moyu knew very well that this counterattack could not last long, and they would eventually be surrounded and killed. With a thought in his mind, the undead army was dispatched. Facing thousands of bloody army monsters of the 5th realm of Daozun, and a winged monster of the 6th realm of Daozun in the air, Lin Moyu did not choose to fight alone. This mission was to destroy the bloody army in the secret treasure, and there were no other restrictions. Different environments, different tasks, and naturally different choices. The number 1 army commander led his dragon riders to kill. Tens of millions of dragon riders instantly occupied the vast sky and surrounded the bloody army from all directions. Facing the sudden undead army, the monsters of the bloody army did not stop at all and continued to fight. This is a monster without thinking, only obsession and fighting will are left. The only purpose of their existence is to fight, and fight nonstop. In that case, then satisfy you. Lin Moyu rushed to the front of the battlefield, holding a spear in hand, sweeping through thousands of troops. With the blessing of the Avenue of Strength, the spear was as fast as lightning, sweeping away several bloody monsters. Their bodies were torn into pieces in the air, and with the blessing of the Avenue of Time, the speed of the spear was like teleportation, and even the shadow of the spear could not be seen. As soon as Lin Moyu started, the number 1 Corps commander also issued an order. The Dragon Rider Corps formed a battle formation and launched a bloody charge. The mighty bloody white bone avenue filled the sky and earth, and the Dragon Rider Corps turned into a bloody torrent and rushed into the battlefield. For a moment, it was difficult to tell who was the real Bloody Corps. The bones were covered with white snow, and the number 1 Corps commander commanded the entire battle, dividing and surrounding the monsters of the Bloody Corps, and then marching. Although the realm combat power of the Dragon Rider Corps was not as good as the monsters of the Bloody Corps, there were too many of them. As long as the command was proper, they could still be killed. Lin Moyu spread the wings of time, appeared in the air like teleportation, and killed the winged monster leader. Lin Moyu's realm was rapidly improved, and he instantly reached the 6th realm of Daozun. Then the bottleneck was blasted, and he officially entered the 7th realm of Daozun. In this mission, there were no restrictions at all, and the enemy he faced was only the Blood Legion, so he could do whatever he wanted. Just at this moment, his eyebrows were slightly hot, and the Tying Talisman appeared. A force overflowed from the Tying Talisman, instantly flowing through his body, and his combat power increased by 30% again. Lin Moyu knew that it was time for the Tying Origin to take charge of the world again. Not only did his own strength increase by 30%, but even the Undead Legion also enjoyed the benefits brought by the son of Tying, and their strength also increased by 30%. Lin Moyu instantly rushed to the front of the winged monster, and the long spear in his hand shot out like lightning. For a moment, the killing intent soared to the sky, and a layer of killing intent appeared out of thin air in the sky. Secret method, breaking the sky. Lin Moyu used the spear in his hand to swing the secret method from the horned dragon Star-Lord. The winged monster did not dodge or evade, and confronted Lin Moyu head-on as if desperately. The murderous aura was like a blade, swallowing it up instantly. Its sharp blade broke like tofu, and the murderous aura was like a tide, piercing it with thousands of holes, and the tail of the long spear followed and pierced its body. The huge power burst out, and the body of the winged monster exploded and died on the spot. The gap between the 6th realm and the 7th realm of Dao Zun is too big, and there is no comparison at all. Lin Moyu didn't find it strange to kill the winged monster with one shot. It was naturally easy for a 7th realm Dao Zun to kill a 6th realm. But the strange thing was that his murderous intent actually swallowed and absorbed all the monster's fighting will and obsession, and the murderous intent actually became a little stronger. This surprised Lin Moyu. After coming to the origin continent, although he killed a lot of people, the number of killings was much less than that in the big world. The murderous intent has been growing slowly, and the power of the sky-breaking slash has only increased with the improvement of his realm. But if you really want to upgrade the sky-breaking slash, you need boundless murderous intent. To have boundless killing intent, one needs to slaughter all the living creatures in the sea. At present, there is no corresponding environment. Unexpectedly, the thought of using the sky-breaking slash in his mind and killing the monsters of the Blood Legion actually increased the killing intent a little. In that case, Lin Moyu stood in the air like a fairy god, looking down with cold eyes. The killing intent gathered into a cloud of killing intent, hovering above Lin Moyu's head, and the whole secret collection was shaking. The killing intent accumulated by slaughtering countless living creatures broke out unscrupulously at this moment. Spell, Sky-Breaking Slash. He swung the spear in his hand fiercely, and the killing aura came down, instantly engulfing a large number of monsters of the Blood Legion. This slash was swung with the power of the 7th realm of Dao Zun, and Lin Moyu burst out all the killing aura, which was extremely powerful. A large number of monsters were swallowed by the killing aura, their bodies shattered, and they died on the spot. The fighting spirit and obsession among them were drowned and swallowed by the killing aura. In this attack, at least hundreds of monsters of the Blood Legion were killed. Their fighting spirit and obsession became the nourishment of Lin Moyu's killing intention, which strengthened his killing intention. After discovering that the sky-breaking slash could absorb fighting spirit and obsession, thereby enhancing killing intention, Lin Moyu made a thought and gave an order. The No. 1 Legion commander immediately commanded the dragon riders to disperse quickly, turning the small encirclement into a large encirclement. Each encirclement surrounded hundreds of bloody monsters. Lin Moyu's gun was as fast as lightning, and he stood in the air, swinging the sky-breaking slash again and again. It is estimated that the horned dragon Star-Lord never thought that his secret method could be used in this way. Lin Moyu's realm is not as good as the horned dragon Star-Lord in his heyday, but in terms of pure killing intention, the horned dragon Star-Lord is still a little worse than Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's killing intent was so strong that it shook the world. After discovering the magical effect of the sky-breaking slash, the monsters of the Bloody Legion changed their identities in Lin Moyu's eyes. In addition to being the target of the mission, they also became the favorites for tempering killing intent. A moment later, hundreds of monsters were all killed. The surviving members of the Divine Talisman army saluted Lin Moyu at the same time, and then went away without saying a word. Lin Moyu didn't know where they were going or what they were going to do, but just ordered the No. 1 Legion commander to send someone to follow them. He looked around and searched. The secret treasure was very large and endless. There seemed to be mountains and forests in the distance, but the distance was too far, and it was a little hazy and not very clear. Lin Moyu knew that his mission was not too much, and he wanted to wipe out all the members of the Bloody Legion in the secret treasure. What is annihilation? That is, not a single one is spared. As long as there is one survivor, the mission is not completed. One Legion commander appeared beside him, including the number 1 Legion commander. Lin Moyu released a full 100 Legion commanders. Hundreds of Legion commanders followed Lin Moyu's orders and flew to various secret locations. Each Legion commander commanded tens of millions of dragon riders, a full 1 billion dragon riders, forming a mighty army. Such a large army attack was also a rare opportunity for Lin Moyu. This time, Lin Moyu did not intend to waste time here to wipe out the bloody army. He knew that the time for the ancient war secret was limited, and he had to improve his military rank within the limited time and complete the task as much as possible. So every moment could not be wasted, otherwise it would take another 1,000 years to wait for the next opening. 1 billion dragon riders were just the first step. If this secret was too big, more dragon riders could be released. However, as far as he knew, there were many ancient war secrets, but there were not many particularly huge secrets. Especially those super-large secrets, which were basically concentrated in high-level areas. The secrets in the middle and low-level areas were generally not large in scope. Soon, the Dragon Rider army led by the 3rd Legion commander made a discovery. They discovered a bloody army of more than thousands of people. The Bloody Legion is composed of 1,000 Daozuan 4th Realm monsters, plus a Daozuan 6th Realm monster with wings. Compared with the Bloody Legion when he first entered the secret treasure, it is much weaker. This made Lin Moyu know that the realm of the Bloody Legion is not uniform, some are strong and some are weak. After the number 3 Dragon 100 Cavalry Legion discovered the Bloody Legion, it quickly surrounded it. Lin Moyu also shocked the Time Office and rushed over at the first time. The killing intent condensed into a black cloud, accompanying Lin Moyu to move rapidly in the secret treasure. Lin Moyu held a spear and used the sky-breaking slash to quickly destroy the Bloody Legion. Then, one by one, the Legion leaders made a discovery. Most of the Bloody Legion is composed of Daozuan 4th Realm monsters. The scale of the team is large and small, with more than 1,000 and as few as dozens. The large team of thousands is relatively rare, and there are often Daozuan 6th Realm monsters with wings leading the team. And those small teams with only dozens of people are scattered soldiers. If you encounter a team composed of Daozuan 5 realms, they are elite. Lin Moyu kept moving in the secret storage, killing batches of Bloody Legions. While killing the Bloody Legions, Lin Moyu kept thinking about the task at hand. This task is indeed not something that ordinary Daozuan can complete. At least Daozuan 6 realms, accepting this task will have a greater probability of successfully completing it. A Daozuan 3 realm like me should not accept it at all. Daozuan 3 realms should find a way to return to the low-level area to find the corresponding task, instead of coming to the middle-level area. Fortunately, his strength is strong enough, and this task is not difficult for him. After a killing, the leader of the 98th Legion suddenly sent back a message that they found a military camp. Lin Moyu rushed to the military camp as fast as possible. This was a military camp that had almost turned into ruins. It had obviously experienced fierce battles and was covered in blood. In the secret treasure, the traces of the battle would be swallowed up and erased, but in the military camp, such traces still existed. There was a special power in the military camp that preserved the traces of the battle. At this time, the military camp was empty, with no one from the Divine Talisman Army and no monsters from the Blood Legion. Lin Moyu walked into the military camp and looked at the broken military flag that had fallen to the ground. From the symbols left on it, it could be identified that this was indeed the camp of the Divine Talisman Army. On the ground in the military camp, there were some fragments of armor. The fragments, like the military flag, exuded the breath of the vast years. The materials of these two things were extraordinary. After countless years, they still did not decay. Just like the armor he wore, it also withstood the wear and tear of time and remained the same day after day. Lin Moyu looked at the traces left on the armor fragments and looked for what happened that year. Back then, the Bloody Army rushed into the military camp, and the Divine Talisman Army here was defeated and all the troops were destroyed. With a military camp, the scale of this divine talisman army will not be small. It must exceed 10,000 people, and its commander should also exceed 10,000 men. More than 10,000 men, it is very likely that he is a Taoist master of the 6th realm, or the 7th realm. That means that the monster that killed him is also very likely to be a Taoist master of the 7th realm. The monster should have died in the end. A Taoist master of the 7th realm cannot live that long, but its fighting spirit and obsession may still remain in this secret treasure. Lin Moyu, while thinking, came to the depths of the military camp. Suddenly, he saw a monument. The moment he saw the monument, Lin Moyu's heart was slightly shaken. This monument is not gold, iron, stone, or jade, but made of a special material. This special material is almost exactly the same as the armor he wears. Not exactly the same, it can only be said to be very similar. After all, armor also has high and low quality. The quality of armor worn by soldiers and officers is different. The monument in front of him was indeed made of armor materials, but the quality of the materials was obviously better than what he was wearing. This also shows that the officer wearing this armor must have a higher rank than himself. Lin Moyu guessed that this should be the leader of this army. After the battle, he used his armor to turn into this monument. But there was no word on the monument, which was very strange. Lin Moyu looked around carefully and finally saw a small depression on the side. This depression was only the size of a fist and was inconspicuous. Looking at the size of the depression, Lin Moyu took out his Divine Rune Army seal and put it into the depression. In an instant, the monument lit up. A large number of runes appeared in the military camp, and these runes formed a formation. The formation was not advanced, but very simple, just used to record some information. Pictures appeared in the formation, and the entire military camp became a holographic projection field. Lin Moyu flew up, looking down from a high place, and could see more clearly. In the picture, a great battle broke out. Countless monsters of the bloody army came from all directions and rushed into the military camp. The Divine Talisman soldiers in the military camp rose up to resist and fought a great battle with the monsters of the bloody army. Unfortunately, the number gap was too large, and the Divine Talisman army had difficulty defending. However, there was a formation in the military camp, and there was a powerful officer. Although it was difficult, it could still be defended for the time being. At this time, a huge monster with 4 wings fell from the sky. The monster was so powerful that the Divine Talisman army could not resist it. The officer personally fought with a sword in hand. The officer and the 4-winged monster fought fiercely. It was an extremely fierce battle. The aftermath alone killed countless ordinary monsters. Similarly, without the officer, the Divine Talisman army's battle array was greatly reduced in power, and more casualties were caused. After a fierce fight, the officer finally managed to defeat the 4-winged monster and killed it. But at this time, the defense in the barracks had been completely broken, and there were only a few survivors of the Divine Talisman army. Even the officer himself was seriously injured. However, with his strength, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. He did not choose to leave. He burst out all his strength and killed all the Bloody Legion monsters at the cost of self-destruction, ending the battle. Finally, he turned his armor into the big monument in front of him. After watching the whole process, Lin Moyu knew what happened at that time. That fierce battle was actually nothing in his eyes. But the officer's behavior still made him feel a little admirable. Practitioners love life and hate death, and generally do not want to die if they can live. Especially for this kind of existence that may live for many years, as long as there is a chance, they will not be willing to die. But he still chose death, and he would kill these monsters of the bloody army even if he died. The backbone of the soldier was fully revealed at the last moment. This should be a general. In the projection just now, Lin Moyu saw a word general engraved on the collar of the general's armor, and next to the word general, there was also a word Li. General should represent that he is a general, and 9 should represent the rank. The light of the formation gradually dimmed, and at the last moment, some words were projected in the air. This general led the army and was surrounded. Although the four-winged rat general was killed, all his subordinates died in the battle, and this general had no face to live alone. But this battle, this general did not lose, and none of the 100,000 bloody rat monsters here can survive. Although I am dead, I can sleep with my subordinates, and there are 100,000 bloody rat monsters buried with me, which is not a happy thing. After death, the might of the Divine Talisman army will not be extinguished, and it will become a heroic spirit and fight endlessly. If there are later ones, I hope they can inherit the will of the Divine Talisman, kill into the blood rat world, and completely flatten it, destroy the Tau and the world. After the words were revealed, the light of the formation disappeared completely, and everything returned to calm. At this time, Lin Moyu finally knew the real name of this bloody army monster, the bloody rat monster. The monster with wings is called the Rat General. The strength of the Rat General can be distinguished by the number of wings. The two-winged Rat General is the weakest, equivalent to the sixth realm of Dao Zun. The four-winged Rat General is already the seventh realm of Dao Zun. This general did not leave his name. His rank exceeded that of a 10,000-man commander, Mama, and he was a ninth-rank general. The number of soldiers under his command reached 20,000, and he himself had the combat power of the seventh realm of Dao Zun. Unfortunately, the 20,000 Divine Talisman troops were surrounded by 100,000 bloody rat monsters and were eventually completely destroyed. Although he killed the four-winged rat general, he did not choose to live alone when he saw that all his subordinates were killed in the battle, but died together with the bloody rat monsters. Lin Moyu sighed softly, and a corner of the past history was finally revealed. The Origin continent was not simply invaded by the gods from outside the domain, but also by this place called the Bloody Rat World. Killing into the Bloody Rat World and destroying the world is the ambition left by this ninth-rank general, but unfortunately, few people can complete the creation. Even Lin Moyu did not dare to agree to his ambition, and could only say silently in his heart, "I will do my best." At this time, a blood light rose from afar, and a red wave appeared on the earth, like blood rushing towards the military camp. As if history was about to repeat itself, 100,000 bloody rat monsters were rushing in. It was as if the prehistoric battle was about to be repeated. In addition to the 20,000 dead Divine Talisman soldiers, there were also 100,000 bloody rat monsters that died in this secret collection. Whether it was the Divine Talisman soldiers or the bloody rat monsters, their killing intent, fighting intent, obsession, and flesh and blood were all left here. For countless years, the battle in this secret collection has never stopped. Lin Moyu killed a large number of bloody rat monsters, almost slaughtering all the bloody rat monsters in the secret collection until he came here. He activated the formation, that is, activated the military camp, and activated the battle of that year. So, all the obsessions came together, and the battle of that year was repeated again. Seeing the bloody torrent rushing in the distance, the formation in the military camp began to operate again, and the Divine Talisman soldiers appeared again. They were ready to fight the bloody rat monsters. The big monument turned into a piece of armor again, and the ninth-rank general of that year also appeared. These Divine Talisman soldiers in front of them had long lost their flesh and were completely composed of obsessions. Such a war has been going on for countless years. But Lin Moyu knew that this time should be the last time. This endless battle should end. Lin Moyu whispered, and in an instant, hundreds of legion leaders appeared. The next moment, the world was full of dragon cavalry. The dragon cavalry rushed out in a mighty force, with millions of bloody rat monsters. This war, which has lasted for countless years and has been repeated countless times, has changed today. Lin Moyu will not let the bloody rat monsters get close to the military camp. He wants 957 to stop these monsters far away and kill them all. 100,000 bloody rat monsters are a lot, but in front of hundreds of millions of dragon cavalry, they are not enough. It's like a stream colliding with a river, there is no comparison. The dragon cavalry evolved a battle formation, with the bloody white bone road on its head, and launched a charge, slapping it like a tsunami. The moment the two sides came into contact, the bloody rat monsters were dispersed. Lin Moyu also took action, waving his spear and continuously swinging the skybreaking slash. With his own killing intent, he devoured the bloody rat monster's obsession and fighting spirit. As he devoured again and again, more and more bloody rat monsters were killed by Lin Moyu, and Moyu's killing intent became stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, the number of bloody rat monsters was still too small, and for Lin Moyu, it was only an appetizer. If the number could be 100 times more, it might be better. From the beginning of the war, the dragon riders had an absolute advantage. In a blink of an eye, more than 2/10 of the 100,000 bloody rat monsters had been killed. Half of them died in Lin Moyu's hands. A red light, with a strong smell of blood, shot from a distance. "It's finally here," Lin Moyu muttered to himself, and in his sight, a four-winged bloody rat general was flying rapidly towards him. Origin of the technique: concentrate. Lin Moyu's breath rose step by step, and quickly reached the seventh realm of Dao Zun. The avenue of power was in operation, and the blood and qi roared continuously, pushing Lin Moyu's power up a level. The Tying Talisman transmitted a powerful force, and Lin Moyu's combat power at this time was not considered weak even among the Seven Realms' ancestors. Lin Moyu took the initiative to meet him, with murderous intent condensed, and swung the skybreaking slash at the four-winged rat general. The murderous aura was like a dragon, mixed with the majestic blood and qi, and turned into a black and red dragon, rushing towards the four-winged rat general. The four-winged rat general did not dodge, and the sharp blade on the back of his claws slashed out with huge power, trying to kill the dragon. At the moment when the two sides came into contact, the bloody rat general was blown away by the power for hundreds of miles. Lin Moyu's punch was so powerful that it could not bear it. Countless cracks appeared on the sharp blade on the back of its claws, and even on its body. Lin Moyu had no intention of stopping, and the wings of time vibrated, crossing hundreds of miles like teleportation, and the long spear turned into a big knife, and the country slashed down. The skybreaking slash rolled up a strong killing intent, turned into a black cloud, and fell all over the sky. The blood light shone, and the four-winged rat general swung a sharp blade, breaking through the black cloud and rushing out. It instantly killed in front of Lin Moyu, and the sharp blade on its back slashed out with infinite cold light. Four sharp blades rushed out from the four wings behind it, and in an instant 6 sharp blades slashed over like a storm. Lin Moyu's armor shone with light, and powerful power gathered in the spear. Lin Moyu used the spear as a stick and smashed it down with one shot. The true body of the power avenue evolved along with the trend, commanding all the power in the body. Lin Moyu's shot was pure and completely overwhelming. "No matter what secret tricks you have, I will break it with my own strength." The infinite cold light shattered under the spear, and the sharp blade on the back of the four-winged rat general was smashed on the spot. The armor glittered, and the time avenue on the spear was naturally activated, and the speed of the grab was painful. The sudden change of speed made the four-winged rat general, Dag, unable to react in time, and the spear had already hit it. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently, and the space was distorted. The body of the four-winged rat general was smashed to pieces by the spear and exploded on the spot. The four-winged rat general, who had to fight for a long time before the 9th-rank general could barely defeat, could not even last half a minute in front of Lin Moyu. At this time, the power of Tying gradually retreated, and Lin Moyu knew that the external origin had completed the rotation. The Tying origin played an indispensable role in his ability to kill the four-winged rat general so easily. The increase of 30% in combat power is very impressive at the stage of Dao Zun's 7th realm. In addition, his own power avenue and the increase in armor played a great role in it. All kinds of factors came together, and finally led to such a result. For Lin Moyu, although this battle lasted less than half a minute, it was an extremely enjoyable battle. He felt that he had found some of the passion for fighting in the small world. There was a time when he was leading the way in the dungeon, acting as a general and facing the final boss in the dungeon. Unlike now, he is less and less likely to take action, and most of the time he just watches the show. Although this battle was short, it was very exciting. After killing the four-winged rat general, he returned to the battlefield again, and the sky breaking slashed like raindrops, sweeping the entire battlefield. Soon, the battle began to come to an end. 100,000 bloody rat monsters may seem like a lot, but they are not enough for Lin Moyu to kill. No bloody rat monster can rush into the barracks, and the Divine Talisman army in the barracks is destined to have nothing to do. Until the last bloody rat monster was killed, suddenly a breeze blew from all directions, and Lin Moyu felt that this secret treasure was suddenly cleared, and the whole world seemed to be much cleaner, and the bloody smell disappeared without a trace. Finally, all the bloody rat monsters in the secret collection have been wiped out. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief, and he knew that the mission was completed. As for whether it was completed in excess, it is hard to say. It depends on how the mission is judged. At this time, the formation in the military camp disappeared, and the 9th rank general flew out of the military camp and came directly to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu saluted him, and the 5th rank general also saluted in return. He said nothing, but pointed to the seal hanging on Lin Moyu's waist. Lin Moyu understood and handed the seal to him immediately. He held the seal in his hand, and the seal began to shine. After a few seconds, the seal flew back to Lin Moyu's hand, and a number on the seal changed. The 3 representing Lin Moyu's rank became 1. This also means that Lin Moyu has changed from a 3rd-class soldier to a 2nd-class soldier. One mission directly jumped over the 2nd-class soldier and was promoted to the 1st class. If he is promoted again, he should leave the soldier and become an officer. In serving Lin after Moyu completed his promotion, the 9th rank general returned to the barracks, and then the entire barracks turned into a rosy glow and disappeared. The next second, the world in front of Lin Moyu changed and twisted, and Lin Moyu returned to the ancient battlefield. A familiar breath came to his face, and Lin Moyu found that he had returned to the ancient battlefield, and the secret vortex in front of him disappeared. This secret treasure disappeared and will never appear again. The 100,000 bloody rat monsters in the secret treasure were killed, and most of their fighting will and obsession were absorbed and swallowed by his killing will. Even if the bloody rat monsters appear again in the future, their number will be much less than before. The bloody rat monsters are dead, and the obsession of the Divine Talisman army has no need to exist. Their fighting will finally subside at this moment. The obsession war that has lasted for countless years has finally ended today. The armor on his body and the spear in his hand also turned into countless light spots at this moment, flying into the sky and disappearing. Lin Yu sighed softly, dust to dust, the general's wish may come true one day. For the 9th rank general who was unwilling to live alone and would rather die with the enemy, Lin Moyu still had a trace of respect. If there is a chance in the future, he will help the general realize his ambition. A trip to the secret treasure made Lin Moyu gain a lot and understand some things that happened in prehistoric times. Prehistoric battles are not as simple as initially thought. It should be a very complicated and tortuous story. He is determined to solve all the mysteries and know what happened in the past. Is there any connection between the extraterritorial gods and the Bloody Legion? And what is the origin of the Divine Talisman army? A ray of light suddenly fell from the black clouds in the sky and landed on Lin Moyu. The seal automatically flew up in the rosy light and slowly rotated. Under the rosy light, the seal became a little bigger, and the pattern on it became more exquisite. At the same time, Lin Moyu's military rank was raised again. The previous shirt became Fu, and the one on the other side became 10. This also means that he changed from a first-class soldier to a centurion, and from a soldier to an officer. Looking at the changes on the seal, Lin Moyu said to himself, "It seems that the 9th rank general in the secret treasure has promoted my rank to a first-rank soldier. This is the extra reward for the task. And this reward is the real task reward. If there is no extra reward, he will not be promoted to a centurion this time." Lin Moyu has been in the army and served in the army, and is basically familiar with the situation of the army. Although it is not the same army, the difference is not too big. It is impossible to go from a soldier to a centurion so quickly. But I killed 100,000 bloody rat monsters and killed the four-winged rat general by myself, which can be regarded as exceeding the task, so I got an extra reward. The glow disappeared, and Lin Moyu took the seal again. A message came from the seal, and Lin Moyu's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that promotion to military rank is not just as simple as changing a name. Now that he has become a centurion, the seal has some other functions. First, he can summon the magic armor through the seal at any time. The magic armor of the centurion can increase his combat power by 1 level. However, there are limitations, that is, it is limited to the 5th level of Daozuan. If it exceeds the 5th level of Daozuan, it cannot be increased. It is worse than the one he wore when performing the mission before. Wait for the rank to continue to rise, and you can get better magic armor. In addition to summoning magic armor, there is another function, which is to summon the magic library. The centurion can command 10 magic armies, and Lin Moyu can also summon 10. This function may be a great help to others, but it is not very useful to him. The realm of the summoned magic army is comparable to his. He is now in the 3rd level of Daozuan. No matter how strong his combat power is, his realm is still the 3rd level of Daozuan. The summoned divine talisman army is also at the 3rd level of Daozuan. In Lin Moyu's eyes, it is useless, and it is better to use one. In fact, whether it is the divine talisman armor or the summoning of the divine talisman army, these two functions are not very useful to Lin Moyu. What is really useful is another function, which is called guidance. As an officer, although the centurion is only the lowest ranking officer, he can already make some independent decisions on the situation on the battlefield. This guidance is based on various tasks. In the past, there were areas on the battlefield, and various tasks were issued in each area. The centurion can choose to accept some tasks, complete these tasks, and get rewards. Unless there is a major war, everyone will obey the military order and return to the assembly. Now, Lin Moyu has been promoted to the centurion, and the seal has given Lin Moyu this power. This function is what Lin Moyu values most. Otherwise, he doesn't know how to trigger the next task. Lin Moyu activated the seal and used the guidance function inside. His soul power was injected into the seal, and then he saw a map in the seal. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Is this a map of the ancient battlefield? The map has mountains and water, with place names marked one by one. But the situation in the map is not quite the same as the map in Lin Moyu's mind. After repeated comparisons and confirmations, Lin Moyu determined that the map in the seal came from prehistoric times. Prehistoric maps are naturally different from today's maps. After countless years, the prehistoric terrain has changed a lot from today's. However, thanks to the special existence of the ancient battlefield, the changes in the terrain are not particularly large, and it can probably still be recognized. After a careful inspection, Lin Moyu determined that the area in the seal was just an area of the ancient battlefield. This area was not large, but just a small area, with a range of about 30,000 to 50,000 miles. 0. Then, on the map, 3 light spots lit up. The 3 light spots are the guidance given by the seal, and they are places where tasks can be performed. Lin Moyu did not do the task immediately, but let the generals explore. He wanted the skeleton god to explore these places clearly and form the current map. Then he compared the 2 maps before taking action. There were enough skeleton generals, and the exploration speed was very fast. They quickly explored the surrounding situation clearly. As Lin Moyu expected, the map range shown in the seal was exactly 50,000 miles. In other words, the range of tasks he could currently perform was within this 50,000-mile range. There were 3 tasks within the 50,000-mile range. If you want to increase the range and get more tasks, you have to continue to upgrade your military rank. I originally wanted to go to the high-level area as soon as possible, but now it seems that the plan needs to be changed. Do the tasks first, upgrade your military rank, and then go when your military rank is high enough. With my current identity, it seems to be quite interesting to cross time and space and participate in the prehistoric war. Lin Moyu thought in his heart and chose the nearest task point at the same time. This task point is about 30,000 miles away from him, and it is the closest of the 3 task points. The wings of time unfolded. Because he held the seal, Lin Moyu could ignore the black wind in the air, and his speed was much faster. A moment later, he had crossed 30,000 miles and arrived at the task point indicated by the seal. The atmosphere here was a bit strange. Just when Lin Moyu was about to go down to check it out, a breath came from afar and quickly. Those who can fly freely in the ancient war secrets are all people who hold the seal like himself. Lin Moyu looked at the person with curiosity in his eyes. The other party was very fast and the distance was closing rapidly. Soon Lin Moyu saw the other party's appearance clearly. It turned out to be a person from the Skyfox clan, no wonder. To obtain the seal, it is not only necessary to be strong in combat, but also to be smart. The people of the Demon Clan are not stupid, that is, they are not stupid in cultivation, because their blood is strong enough. But in dealing with affairs, their wisdom can only be considered mediocre. Especially when it comes to puzzles, the Demon Clan is completely useless. But there are 2 clans that are exceptions. One is the Qingfeng Wolf clan, and the other is the Skyfox clan. These 2 clans are royal clans, and they are also recognized as the 2 smartest races in the Demon Clan. If there is any clan in the Demon Clan that can obtain the seal, it is these 2 races. At this time, seeing that the person who came Ba-Ba-San was from the Skyfox clan, Moyu didn't feel strange. The Taoist of the Skyfox clan was surprised when he saw Lin Moyu. He was not surprised that Lin Moyu was a human, but Lin Moyu's realm. A person of the 3rd realm of Taoist could actually come here, which was what shocked him. But Lin Moyu was standing in the air at this time, covered by a ball of light, and all the black winds were going around him. This shows that the seal on Lin Moyu's body. The Taoist of the Skyfox clan looked at Lin Moyu and asked uncertainly, "Are you the Taoist of the human flag who came with the golden lion flag?" Lin Moyu nodded, "Human Lin Moyu." The Taoist of the Skyfox clan also introduced himself, Su Fengzi of the Skyfox clan. A 3-character name means that he is a collateral descendant of the Tiangu clan. It is precisely because he is a collateral descendant that his attitude towards Lin Moyu is quite polite, without the arrogance of the direct descendants of the royal family. Su Fengzi said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, this should be your first time entering the ancient war secrets." Lin Moyu admitted generously, "It is indeed the first time, because fellow Taoists should have come more than once." Su Fengzi said, "This is the 5th time. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin could get the seal the first time he came in. It's amazing." Lin Moyu said, "It's just luck." At this time, Su Fengzi took out his seal, which was glowing slightly. Lin Moyu also felt that his seal was glowing, so he took it out. There was a slight resonance between the 2 seals, and the frequency and rhythm of the glow were exactly the same. Lin Moyu saw that there was also a word Fu on Su Fengzi's seal. Like himself, he was a Fuzhang, and he had gotten rid of the identity of a soldier. As for whether he was a 10 Fu, 100 Fu, or a higher 1,000 Fu, it was unknown. However, since the other party had come in several times, and Su Fengzi had the cultivation of the 6th realm of Daozuan, Lin Moyu felt that he was at least a centurion. At this time, Su Fengzi exclaimed, "You are actually a Fuzhang." Lin Moyu was a little surprised, just a captain of 10 men. At this time, Su Fengzi turned the seal, "I am only a captain of 10 men. This is your first time in the secret vault. How can you be promoted to a captain of 10 men?" At this time, Su Fengzi suddenly realized that his emotions were a little out of control, and immediately changed his tone. "Fellow Taoist Lin, is this really your first time coming in?" Why does Su feel that it is not very impressive? This sentence was half joking, and Lin Moyu couldn't help laughing. It was really the first time for Lin, but I was just lucky. Su Fengzi looked at Lin Moyu, and there was light in his eyes. "Fellow Taoist Lin is really lucky." Lin Moyu thought of some information about the Skyfox clan. The blood of the Skyfox clan is somewhat special. There is a special ability in their blood that can see other people's luck. But not all Skyfox clan members can obtain this ability. However, as long as the Skyfox clan members can obtain this ability, it means that their blood is very strong. From this point of view, Su Feng's blood power should be very strong. He is now in the 6th realm of Dao Zun, and it is very likely that he will reach the 9th realm of Dao Zun in the future. At that time, he will change from a side branch to a direct branch, and all the side branch children he belongs to will benefit. When thinking of these information, Lin Moyu also thought of one thing. The Skyfox clan likes to make friends with all those who are lucky. It seems that Su Feng's attitude towards him is so good, and his luck is also partly due to this. At this time, Su Feng turned his seal over, and a 10 was engraved on the other side, indicating that he is also a 10-man leader. Su Feng said, Su got this seal by chance when he entered the ancient war secret for the 2nd time, and became a member of the Divine Talisman Army. Then he was promoted to a first-class soldier for the 3rd time, and was promoted to a sergeant for the 4th time. This is the 5th time, and Su is still a sergeant for the 4th time. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Lin not only got the seal of the Divine Talisman Army when he came in for the 1st time, but also got promoted to a sergeant for the 5th time. Fellow Taoist Lin is not just lucky, I guess his true strength is also unfathomable. There was sincerity in his words, as if he really wanted to make friends with him. Lin Moyu didn't hear any jealousy at all. Lin Moyu said, fellow Taoist Su is too kind. I wonder what your number is. Su Fengzi turned over the seal. Su is number 9. If I guessed correctly, the taste should be the 12th floor. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. How did fellow Taoist Su know? When Su Fengzi said this, Lin Moyu already had some answers in his heart. Su Fengzi could tell his number so accurately, which meant that number 10 and number 11 should be people Su Fengzi knew. It was even very likely that they were from the Skyfox tribe. In other words, the Skyfox tribe knew about the Divine Talisman Army and knew the real way to enter the ancient war secret treasure, but they just didn't say it. There is even a possibility that the people who had obtained the seal before were from the Unfox tribe. Su Fengzi did not hide it, because number 10 and number 11 are both from our Skyfox tribe. This answer is the same as Lin Moyu guessed. Su Fengzi smiled again. Fellow Taoist Lin is very smart. He must be wondering whether this secret is monopolized by our Skyfox tribe. Lin Moyu had the answer in his heart when he heard this, and shook his head gently. This secret should not be monopolized by the nobles. Su Fengzi said, it is true that it is not monopolized. About 100,000 years ago, we were the first to discover this secret and reported it to the Demon King at that time. The Demon King summoned the clan leaders of the 10 royal families. After discussion, every time the ancient war secrets are opened, the clan leaders of the 10 royal families will select some suitable candidates and let them try to join the Divine Talisman Library. Unfortunately, in the past 100,000 years, only 11 people have truly succeeded, and of these 11 people, my Skyfox clan alone occupies 8 seats, and the other 3.4 seats are from the Qingfeng Wolf clan. As for the other 8 royal families, none of them can successfully obtain the seal. When saying this, Su Fengzi's tone was calm, but Lin Moyu could hear a hint of pride. Obviously, he was very proud of his own race, and at the same time, he had a hint of disdain for the other 8 royal families. Except for the Skyfox clan and the Green Wind Wolf clan, no one from the 8 royal families has successfully obtained the seal in the past 100,000 years. This is indeed a bit embarrassing. Lin Moyu knew very well that in order to obtain the seal, in addition to having enough strength, one must also be smart and careful enough. The royal families have no shortage of strength, and there will always be a few geniuses who can cross the border to fight. But intelligence and carefulness are what they lack the most. In this case, it is not surprising. Su Fengzi is so easy to talk to. Lin Moyu also shamelessly said, fellow Taoist Su, can you tell us in detail about the Divine Talisman Army? Although Lin Moyu thought he was thick-skinned, he was also probing when he asked. He was ready to be rejected. After all, The questions he asked involved some secrets, so it was normal for Su Fengzi not to tell him. Unexpectedly, Su Fengzi said a lot and told Lin Moyu a lot about the seal. Lin Moyu also raised some new questions, and Su Fengzi answered them. In the communication with him, Lin Moyu understood why there was no information about the seal in the information Jin Yan gave him. Because in the past 100,000 years, no one in the Golden Lion clan has ever obtained a seal. 100,000 years is not a short time. This information has almost been forgotten by them, so it will not be in the information. In the eyes of the Golden Lion clan, the matter of the seal may have been abandoned long ago. Not only the Golden Lion clan, but also the other 8 royal families, except the Skyfox clan and the Blue Wind Wolf clan, have basically given up on obtaining the seal. Not only did they give up, but even the Blue Wind Wolf clan did not take this matter too seriously. They recently obtained the seal tens of thousands of years ago. In 100,000 years, they have only obtained 3 seals, and the highest military rank is only a captain of 10 men. In this case, it is better for 23 to explore the secret treasure more, and the harvest may be greater. In the end, among the 10 royal families, only the Skyfox family is not working hard to improve their military rank. In the past 100,000 years, the Skyfox family has obtained a total of 8 seals, 3 of whom have died, and 5 people still hold the seals. These 5 people basically come in every time the ancient war secret treasure is opened, and each accumulates military merits and improves their military rank. At present, their big clan has promoted the rank to captain of 10,000 men, and one step further is general. Generals are divided into 9 grades, with the lowest grade of 9th grade and the highest grade of 1st grade. Lin Moyu has seen the general in the secret treasure, who is a 9th grade general, with nearly 20,000 divine talisman soldiers under his command. Lin Moyu asked, "What are the benefits of becoming a first-rank general?" Su Fengzi shook his head slightly. "I don't know, no one has done it. The highest-ranking person in my clan was only a 6th-rank general, but he died in a secret treasure trip." There was a sigh in his words. The ancient war secret treasure was not safe to begin with. After becoming a member of the Divine Talisman Army, the danger of performing various tasks increased significantly. Su Fengzi continued, "But there are definitely benefits. According to the records of the clan, the ancestor at that time practiced very fast, 100 times faster than ordinary clan members. After entering the ancient war secret treasure once, he was promoted from the 6th realm of Dao Zun to the 7th realm of the ancestor. 1,000 years later, he entered the ancient war secret treasure again and was promoted from the 7th realm to the 8th realm. At that time, the clan tested him and found that his bloodline power was extremely powerful. In terms of bloodline power alone, he had surpassed the clan leader and the elders at that time. According to him, the reason why he was promoted so quickly and his bloodline power was so powerful was because he was rewarded for performing tasks in the secret treasure. He didn't say the specific reward. It seems that there is some kind of restriction, and he can't say it. But he once said that the reward seems to be related to the origin of the ancestral land. What a pity, the talent of that ancestor are really hard to compare with. It's such a pity. Su Fengzi used several pity to express his emotions. Lin Moyu thought to himself at this time, it can not only improve the speed of cultivation, but also improve the bloodline. Lin Moyu felt that it was somewhat similar to the ancestral land of the Thunder Lightning Purple Striped Tiger. The higher the rank, the greater the reward, and the more difficult the mission will be. It is related to the origin ancestral land. What is the connection between the Divine Talisman Army and the origin ancestral land? At the same time, Lin Moyu also felt a little strange. Su Fengzi seemed to have said too much. Some questions, even he didn't ask them, Su Fengzi had already given the answer. And he also supplemented the answer, which was very detailed, giving Lin Moyu a feeling of being too enthusiastic. Su Fengzi spoke again at this time. Does Lin Daofa think why Fengzi said so much? Without waiting for Lin Moyu to speak, he continued to ask and answer himself. In fact, all the things Su said are not secrets. As long as Lin Daoyu is interested, you can find out by going back to inquire. But Su said so much, in fact, it is also selfish. Lin Daoyu should also know that Su is a collateral descendant. In our demon clan, collateral descendants are not welcome. Although Su has the confidence that one day he can reach the 9th level of Daozuan and be able to change from a collateral to a direct line, it will take time after all, and there are many restrictions and it requires some external 15. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "So, you want to win me over?" Su Fengzi neither admitted nor denied. He continued, "Fellow Taoist Lin's luck is the best I've ever seen in my life. My clan likes to make friends with people with strong luck, and fellow Taoist Lin naturally knows this. In addition, fellow Taoist Lin is a guest of honor of the Golden Lion clan, and even his number is the first. It is said that fellow Taoist Lin and the Demon King are also acquainted. All of the above add up. Su naturally wants to be friends with fellow Taoist Lin." He said it very directly, putting everything on the table, and it didn't make people feel disgusted, but instead gave people a sense of being a gentleman. He continued, "But Su has another principle in doing things, that is to treat people with sincerity. Su always believed that only by being sincere to others can one gain true friends. To be honest, Su doesn't like those friends who only drink and eat together, and he doesn't need them. Of course, it's impossible for fellow Taoist Lin to become friends just because of what Su said. Don't worry, Su just said everything he wanted to say. If we can become friends in the future, it would be the best. If not, at least our other side won't become an enemy zone." Sincerity and pride were revealed at the same time. Su Fengzi's words also made Lin Moyu understand why he said so much to him. 370 Lin Moyu could also feel that what Su Fengzi said was true. It is true that the word friend is sometimes a luxury, and it can't be achieved with just a few words. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for being so honest, maybe we will become friends in the future." Su Fengzi smiled, and a wine pot appeared in his hand. "I don't know if you like wine, the wine in this pot is the most famous fruit fox wine of our tribe, you can try it, Lin Daoyu." Lin Moyu took the wine pot and took out a small bag and threw it to Su Fengzi. "We humans pay attention to reciprocity. This is the green water and green leaves of the human race. Although it can't compare with the top Taoist tea, it can also be ranked in the forefront." Su Fengzi was not polite and accepted Lin Moyu's reciprocity. This was the first step for the two to become friends. Su Fengzi said, "Maybe fellow Taoist Lin cannot consider me a friend now, but I already consider fellow Taoist Lin a friend. There is no need to talk nonsense between friends. I will not compete with fellow Taoist Lin for the mission points here." Lin Moyu smiled slightly and said without being polite, clasping his fists, "Lin Moyu has made a note of this matter." Su Fengzi laughed, "Then I will leave first. If you have time in the future, fellow Taoist Lin can come to the Skyfox clan to find me. Although I am not a direct descendant, I still have a certain status in the clan." After that, Su Fengzi left with his head down. Lin Moyu looked at Su Fengzi disappearing in the black wind and couldn't help but smile. What an interesting guy. After Su Fengzi left, Lin Moyu reorganized Su Fengzi's words. Listening is one thing, and organizing the information by yourself is another. In the process of organizing information, you can digest the information you have obtained more deeply, and thus infer the deeper content. Su Fengzi has already explained the matter very clearly, and it is very easy for Lin Moyu to organize it. Basically, the higher the military rank, the more difficult the task, and the more rewards you get. Not only can you improve the speed of cultivation and the level of blood. If you can exceed the task, you can also get some extra rewards. As for what the extra rewards are, it is hard to say. It may be a rapid promotion of military rank, or it may be to obtain some materials or magic weapons. Moreover, these materials and magic weapons are of extremely high quality, and they are all good things from prehistoric times. There is also an item in the information that Su Fengzi mentioned inadvertently, the origin group land. It is really surprising to Lin Moyu that this place is related to the origin ancestral land. The origin ancestral land can be said to be the most mysterious place in the mouth of the three ancestors. Many people have been there, but very little information has been obtained. The most well-known among them is the Origin Realm. You can obtain the Origin Realm in the Origin Ancestral Land. With the Origin Realm, you can go to the Boundary Sea to evolve into a world and fight for the world. Cultivate the Origin Realm from the first level world to the 5th level, and then harvest it to obtain the origin of the world, so as to help yourself ascend to Dao Zun. This is what many practitioners are doing. Some of them do need the origin of the Boundary Sea world to ascend because of their own qualifications. But there are also some practitioners, such as Lei Hao and Lu Fengyao, who will not be hindered from ascending to Dao Zun regardless of whether there is a Boundary Sea dispute. The Boundary Sea dispute only adds an experience to their cultivation career, and their goals are higher. In addition to the original realm, Lin Moyu does not know much about the Origin Ancestral Land. He once promised the 3rd ancestor that after entering the Origin Ancestral Land, he would share the information obtained in the Origin Ancestral Land with the 3rd ancestor. This also confirms his guess that the 3rd ancestor does not have much information about the Origin Ancestral Land, otherwise he would not need his information. As for the quota to enter the Origin Ancestral Land, as the son of Taiying, he already has a quota. In addition, Lin Moyu has never heard of the Origin Ancestral Land from other channels. Now suddenly hearing the information about the Origin Ancestral Land here also makes Lin Moyu curious. Lin Moyu slowly fell from the air. Although the seal will mark the task point, as for how to trigger the task, he still needs to find it himself. When he fell to the ground, there was no secret treasure here. Lin Moyu observed the surroundings. At a glance, there was no difference between this place and other places. The Eye of the Dead was opened, and no living creatures were seen. The creatures in the ancient war secrets are called war beasts. War beasts are very strong, at least stronger than spirit beasts of the same realm. Even ordinary practitioners have difficulty fighting against war beasts in the same realm. The most troublesome thing is that there are many war beasts. They appear in groups, and every time there is always a group of people who die in the hands of the war. There are no war beasts here. It is very quiet, and even the wind disappears. This made Lin Moyu realize that something was wrong. His eyes became sharp, and he searched around. After a while, he finally found a clue in a big tree. At first glance, this tree was no different from other ancient trees. But near the roots, covered by ancient grass, Lin Moyu found a finger. This finger was inside the tree, and only the small part of the little finger was outside the tree. If the seal hadn't pointed out the mission location, even he would have missed this place. Even with the seal's guidance, he would still miss it if he wasn't careful. Lin Moyu came to the finger. After countless years, the finger had only bones left, and the flesh had long gone. Even for the Dao Zun realm masters, their flesh still couldn't withstand the endless years. Only bones could resist the years. Lin Moyu checked the finger left outside the tree and confirmed that it was still intact and connected to the tree. The finger is left outside the tree, and there should be a body inside the tree. Even if it is not a complete body, it is more than just a hand. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand and pressed on the ancient tree, and the power of death flowed over and corroded the ancient tree. Under the effect of the power of death, the solid tree quickly withered and rotted. Lin Moyu manipulated the power of death meticulously, and he did not want to damage the body. He is now a member of the Divine Talisman Army, and the body in front of him is a dead colleague who cannot be damaged. The things that happened when I just entered the ancient battlefield are still fresh in my memory. The heroic spirit cannot be insulted, otherwise there will be punishment. In Lin Moyu's view, the entire ancient battlefield is a super-large secret treasure, and there are supreme strong men who have set powerful rules on the ancient battlefield. This supreme strong man should be in the Dao realm, so even the Dao Zun Jiu realm cannot resist the rules he set. All the actions of those who enter must abide by the rules. Even Lin Moyu also felt that the reason why the ancient war secrets were formed and evolved into what they are today, the fighting spirit and obsession, including the seals and tasks of the later ones, were all related to that powerful existence. I just don't know whether that powerful existence is alive or dead now. The ancient tree withered and rotted under death. Lin Moyu waved a wind to blow away all the rotten parts. He was like a careful craftsman, carefully peeling out the corpse hidden in the trunk. Gradually, a complete palm appeared. Lin Moyu looked at the fingers and whispered to himself, "V is not a human finger. The fingers have 2 more sections than the human fingers, very slender. And there are only 4 fingers, no signs of being cut off. There are indeed only 4. Just looking at the palm, Lin Moyu can already be sure that this corpse is not a human." Then the arm was revealed. The arm is also thinner than the human arm, and there are 3 sections, upper, middle and lower, adding up to more than 2 meters. Even for a tall human, the length of a single arm is unlikely to exceed 2 meters. Unless the size changes, it is only temporary, and the real physical body will not change. After the arm was revealed, Lin Moyu continued to corrode the ancient tree with the power of death, hoping to see more corpses. What can be confirmed at present is that the other party is not a human, and judging from the remaining breath of the corpse, the other party's realm before his death should be between the 4th and 6th realms of the Dao Zun. Bang! The arm bone, of money, suddenly fell off the tree and fell to the ground. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Only 1 arm bone? Or is the body incomplete? Lin Moyu did not stop and continued to corrode the ancient tree. Before he was sure whether the body was only 1 piece, Lin Moyu could not completely destroy the ancient tree. After a while, the ancient tree was completely corroded, and there were no other bones except the broken arm. Lin Moyu looked at the broken arm on the ground and frowned slightly. It's really just a piece. Judging from the wound on the broken arm, it seems that it was not caused by external force, but was damaged from the inside. But it seems that it is not a self-explosion. After all, the body is still intact. Lin Moyu pondered his memory and soon found a possibility. It is said that there is a secret method called Bingjie. Although it is not as powerful as self-explosion, it will not lead to mutual destruction. After Bingjie, there is still a chance to be reborn. Bingjie is the flesh, and the bones will be preserved for rebirth. But if Bingjie fails, Lin Moyu guessed that the other party must have failed to dissolve his body. Although the skeleton was intact, it was not able to truly complete the resurrection after dissolving his body. After the failure of dissolving his body, the skeleton was broken into pieces and scattered everywhere. Now that he had figured out the origin of the skeleton, Lin Moyu also knew how to trigger this mission and guessed the mission. If I guessed correctly, the task this time should be to help him find the skeleton of Bingjie. The triggering method is also very simple. He picked up the broken arm skeleton with both hands and took out the seal and touched the broken arm skeleton. The seal suddenly glowed, and the broken arm skeleton also glowed slightly. A message came from the broken arm. Find the remaining skeletons in the Wanli area, restore the complete body of the soldiers who failed to Bingjie, and temporarily revive them from the years. After completion, you can get rewards. The dead soldiers have been waiting for too long. Please find the remaining skeletons as soon as possible. The task is revealed. This time there is no need to fight, just find something. But Lin Moyu knows that this is the most difficult, much more difficult than fighting and killing. Wanli area, endless years, even the ancient battlefield, is minimally affected by the changes in the terrain of the origin continent, but it has also undergone great changes. He compared the map in the seal with the map he explored before, and found this. Wanli area is not big or small. 507, what was it like before? Lin Moyu didn't know, but now the area of 10,000 miles is already covered with ancient forests. And it is very likely that the body is inside the trunk of the ancient tree. The body is integrated with the ancient tree, and even if his spiritual sense is sharp, it is difficult to find it. If he wants to find it, he can only corrode the ancient tree completely and control the power during the corrosion process so as not to hurt the skeleton. This also means that he can't let the undead army do this. After all, the undead army is still lacking in the subtle level. If the skeleton is damaged, this mission will definitely fail. The task is clearly written. Please please ensure that the skeleton is intact. In this way, the efficiency will be greatly reduced and too much time will be wasted. If someone like Su Fengzi does it, he can spend an opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield and do a mission. Then wait for another 1,000 years and come in again to do other tasks. Lin Moyu didn't want to do this. 1,000 years was too long. He couldn't wait. There was also a clear reminder in the mission that the dead soldiers had been waiting for too long. He should complete it as soon as possible. In other words, as long as he completed it quickly enough, he could get extra rewards. However, there were countless ancient trees in the Wanli area, and he had to be careful. How could he complete it quickly enough? This mission was not impossible to complete, CGBJ, but it could not be completed quickly. Lin Moyu pondered the mission information. The mission information was not complicated, but very simple. Suddenly, he caught a problem with the mission information. The most important purpose of this mission was to revive the soldiers after the dissolution, and restoring the complete skeleton was just a process. If the complete skeleton could not be restored, it would be impossible to revive from the dissolution. Countless years had passed, and countless years had passed since the dissolution failed. It was impossible to truly revive. The mission only said that it was temporarily resurrected. After thinking about it, Lin Moyu knew the key point of this mission. The ultimate goal of this mission is to revive the dead soldiers. This is the real purpose of the mission. If I have a way to revive him without relying on the skeleton, if my idea is feasible, the mission will be completely overfulfilled, and I will definitely get a large reward. If my idea is not feasible, the most I can do is fail this mission. If the mission fails, there will be no reward, but there will be no punishment. In that case, let's take a gamble. For a mission without punishment, it is equivalent to a gamble that you will not lose. Only a fool would not gamble. Lin Moyu waved his hand to float the corpse to the air, and a ball of immortal flame flew out and landed on the corpse. Origin level magic, resurrection of the dead. He had suffered a loss before, and the immortal flame could not fall to the ground, otherwise there would be trouble. Even this time, Lin Moyu was fully prepared and would stop immediately if something went wrong. Fortunately, this time did not disappoint Lin Moyu, and the resurrection of the dead worked smoothly. This piece of bones that had been dead for who knows how many years began to grow again under some magical power. It's just that because the time was too long, the speed of rebirth was a bit slow. Until Lin Moyu's current realm, he still couldn't understand what kind of power the resurrection of the dead contained. Just like he couldn't understand the corpse bursting, his several magics were too strange. Watching the skeleton slowly regenerate, bones from other parts appeared. First the upper body, then the lower body began to regenerate, followed by another arm, and then the head. The skeleton of this corpse is very large, more than 4 meters high. Looking at the skeleton, it is indeed different from the human race, and seems to have some characteristics of the demon race. Just looking at the bones, it is impossible to tell which demon race it is. Moreover, the demon race in prehistoric times will not be the same as the demon race now. After a moment, the skull also completed its rebirth, and the entire skeleton was complete at this time. It can be seen from the skeleton that the other party's eyes and mouth are very large, and he has a big nose. As the bones are reborn, the flesh and blood also begin to regenerate. At the same time as the flesh and blood are reborn, the soul fluctuations appear. Lin Moyu looked at this scene and thought to himself, perhaps I can get some information about the prehistoric era from his mouth. As long as the resurrection of the dead is completed, the other party is his resurrection person, and he will answer whatever he wants to ask. At that time, he will definitely get a lot of information. The fluctuation of the soul is getting stronger and stronger, and the speed of the rebirth of flesh and blood seems to be accelerating. It seems that this prehistoric strong man is about to complete his resurrection and come to the world. Suddenly, a ray of light fell from the sky. The prehistoric warrior who was being resurrected turned into countless light spots in the ray of light and disappeared. The speed was so fast that when Lin Moyu reacted, everything on the other side had disappeared. Sure enough, is it the rules that don't allow it? It seems that we really can't take shortcuts. The prehistoric warrior disappeared in the ray of light. Lin Moyu smiled bitterly. This mission was considered a failure. The resurrection of the dead was not really completed. It was still a little short and should not meet the requirements of the mission. Just when Lin Moyu was disappointed, suddenly the ray of light fell on him like teleportation. The seal flew out automatically, shining in the ray of light and slowly turning. Lin Moyu saw that the text on the seal had changed. The previous 10 became 100. When the word 100 was completed, a piece of armor naturally appeared on Lin Moyu's body. From the armor of a decapitator, he was promoted to the armor of a centurion. The armor became more exquisite, and the increase in strength was also increased by about 30%. Lin Moyu was very surprised. I actually completed the task. I thought the task had failed just now, but I didn't expect it to be completed. And it was completed normally, it was completed in excess, just one task, and he was promoted from a decapitator to a centurion. Su Fengzi had to enter the ancient battle secrets once before to be promoted to a higher rank, and he had to complete several tasks each time. He was promoted with just one task, which means he really exceeded the quota. Standing in the glow, Lin Moyu thought for a while and finally understood why it was like this. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. I seemed to understand the rules of the ancient battlefield a little bit. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed with inspiration, and the rules of the battlefield became clearer and clearer. In the ancient war secrets, it can be said that it is difficult to get promoted to a higher rank, or it can be said that it is not difficult. Complete tasks again and again, get rewards, and after several tasks, you can get a promotion. This method is very slow and is not suitable for most people. If you want to quickly improve your rank, you must complete tasks in excess and get extra rewards. Like himself, after joining the Divine Talisman Army, he went from a soldier to a captain of 10 with just one task. Another task, from a captain of 1,000 to a captain of 100. Compared with others, I don't know how much faster it is. But this method is only suitable for oneself, and it cannot be copied. It is difficult and dangerous to complete tasks in excess. And it is relatively safe to successfully perform tasks again and again, but it will only waste a lot of time. Maybe one can only complete 1 or 2 tasks in the time when the ancient war secrets are opened. For example, Su Fengzi is basically like this, not only him, but also the other few people. Lin Moyu whispered to himself, the rules in the secret collection are actually to select the best. The better, the more benefits you get. Just as each race needs top talents, the Divine Talisman Army is the same. They are also selecting the best. For the Divine Talisman Army, there are many geniuses, and only the top talents can stand out. Lin Moyu's eyes became clearer and clearer. He had understood the meaning of the secret collection rules. As long as the performance is good enough, the reward will not be small. And the essence of the task is to require results, and the process is not so rigorous. Although he failed to successfully make the prehistoric strongman a resurrected person just now, the soul has been produced and the flesh and blood are being reborn. In a sense, the other party has been resurrected, at least for a short time. The word short-term is magical. Sometimes, even if it is only a moment, it is short-term. So he got the reward, and because the time is short enough, there is an excess reward. The setter of the secret collection rules seems to have some restrictions and does not want those prehistoric things to be known to others, at least not to be known by ordinary people. If you want to know, you have to keep improving your military rank and show enough qualifications. This situation is so similar to reality. Those without abilities can only know very little information. The glow converged, and the seal slowly fell and returned to Lin Moyu's hand. In addition to the stronger armor, the centurion can summon 100 Divine Talisman soldiers. The realm of the summoned Divine Talisman soldiers is still the same as Lin Moyu, but the number has increased tenfold, which is useless to Lin Moyu. A wider map appeared, with 5 light spots on the map, representing 5 tasks. The map has expanded by almost double, and there are 3 new tasks. Even if you don't exceed the task, as long as you complete 3 of them, you will definitely be able to upgrade your rank to a 1,000-man captain. However, for ordinary practitioners to complete 3 tasks, 1 ancient war secret is definitely not enough. And if I'm lucky, I only need 1. The road of luck emerged. Lin Moyu improved his luck, and then randomly chose a task. The skeleton god general had explored a large area when he completed the previous mission, and this mission point was also included in it. Comparing the 2 maps, Lin Moyu clearly knew the specific location. 000. In the distance, Su Fengzi suddenly turned his head and looked towards the direction where Lin Moyu was. That's where fellow Taoist Lin is. Fellow Taoist Lin's luck is even better than before. In his eyes, Lin Moyu's luck turned into a purple dragon soaring into the sky. Luck turned into a dragon, this is the ultimate luck. But Su Fengzi knew that even luck turned into a dragon, there were also different levels. Lin Moyu's luck turned into the most noble purple dragon, circling in the sky. And there was more than one, there were 3. When he met Lin Moyu before, although Lin Moyu's luck also turned into a purple dragon, there was only 1, and now it has become 3. This shows that Lin Moyu's luck has reached a new level. Su Fengzi was shocked, but he was more convinced that his choice was right. His eyes flashed, and he activated the secret technique to look at the sky above his head. In the sky above his head, a cloud that only he could see was floating. In his eyes, the cloud was white and extremely dense. In the dense white cloud, it seemed that something was being bred and hatched. Su Fengzi saw this scene and couldn't help but show his joy. This is my luck turning into a dragon, it's finally coming. Sure enough, my decision was correct. By making friends with Lin Daoyu, my luck has been affected by Lin Daoyu and has become at least twice as strong. As long as my luck turns into a dragon, my bloodline will become stronger. In the future, I will definitely reach the 9th level of Daozuan and become a direct descendant. Su Fengzi clenched his fists, his face full of joy. At this moment, he was more determined to make friends with Lin Moyu and never make an enemy of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu traveled tens of thousands of miles and came to the task point marked by the seal. Falling from the sky, there was still nothing at this task point. Please give me flowers. With previous experience, he knew that he needed to find a way to trigger the task himself. There are many ways to trigger a task, and there is no fixed routine. Lin Moyu first searched around with the Eye of the Dead, but found nothing. Then he scanned inch by inch, not missing any details. A moment later, Lin Moyu retracted his gaze. He carefully looked at every inch of the 100-meter radius, but found nothing. The mission is triggered, and it is nothing more than a test of luck and carefulness. I have both. If I still can't find them, then there is only one other possibility, which is a test of strength. Then, if you want to trigger the mission, you should use your strength. The thought came up, and he did it as soon as he thought of it. Lin Moyu acted decisively, and the power of his whole body burst out. A giant suddenly appeared in the air, and a punch fell towards where he was standing. This was a punch from the great power heavenly venerable from the big world. This punch covered a radius of 1 kilometer. With Lin Moyu's current strength, the attack power was far greater than that of the great power heavenly venerable. If it was in the big world, it is estimated that several galaxies would be smashed by this punch. At this moment, it was in the origin continent, and the effect of this punch was not so amazing. The range of 1 kilometer was completely turned into ruins. The earth cracked, and blood-colored light shot out from the ground. 4 secret vortexes appeared around, located in the 4 corners of the southeast, northwest, and northwest, and Lin Moyu was in the center. Where Lin Moyu stood, a sword appeared at his feet. The sword sank into the ground, leaving only the handle on the ground. Lin Moyu suddenly got an idea and grabbed the hilt of the knife. The next moment, a new mission was triggered. Protect this knife and resist the attack of the war beast until the knife returns or the war beast is completely destroyed, then the mission is completed. If the mission fails, you will be punished according to military regulations. This time, the mission has changed. When the mission fails, you will be punished. The specific punishment is not mentioned, but the military punishment can be imagined, which is nothing more than a reduction in rank. At the same time, Lin Moyu also thought about how to do this mission, that is, as a centurion, summon 100 divine talisman soldiers to help him fight. Reasonable use of his officer status is the most reasonable way. At the beginning of the mission, the secret vortexes around suddenly lit up, and huge forces rushed out of the vortex. Then Lin Moyu heard the roar of the beast, and 4 war beasts of different shapes walked out of the vortex at the same time. These 4 war beasts are all at the 4th level of Daozuan. The fighting power of the war beasts of the 4th realm of Daozun is worse than that of ordinary spirit beasts of the 4th realm of Daozun, and is also stronger than ordinary practitioners. In the ancient battlefield, the bloody rat monsters of the 4th realm of Daozun are also inferior to the war beasts. The bloody rat monsters and the divine talisman army are all transformed by fighting will and obsession. Only the war beasts are real living beings. They have flesh and blood souls, and even some fighting instincts, and are not easy to deal with. After the 4 war beasts appeared, they immediately rushed towards Lin Moyu. A distance of hundreds of meters is within reach for them. Lin Moyu did not summon the Divine Talisman Army, but directly summoned 4 Legion commanders to respond with the Dragon Cavalry Corps. The Dragon Cavalry Corps came out in a mighty manner, formed a battle formation, and launched a bloody charge. The bloody white bone road emerged, and the Dragon Cavalry was like a sharp arrow, instantly tearing the 4 war beasts into pieces. Blood fell to the ground, and at this time the big knife under his feet shone with light, weaving a formation on the ground. The formation was in operation, and 287 drew down the mighty power from the sky, and the sword also floated up a little, revealing a little bit of the blade. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. The mission is to protect the sword, that is, to buy enough time for the sword to absorb enough power. During this period, there should be many war beasts, and the 4 are just appetizers. The war beasts of the 4th realm of Daozun are definitely not good enough, and there should be war beasts of the 5th realm of Daozun. As for whether there are war beasts of the 6th realm of Daozun, I am afraid there will be a few. If you just defend it step by step, you should be able to complete the task, but you can't exceed the quota. Then, how can you exceed the quota? Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. This task would definitely not be so easy. If it was easy, there would be no failure penalty. Rewards and penalties must correspond to each other. Since there is a failure penalty, the reward will definitely increase accordingly. If you can get an excess reward again, after this task is completed, the rank will most likely be promoted again, and the centurion will become a 1,000-man captain. Lin Moyu chewed every key point of the task carefully. There are actually 2 ways to complete the task. One is to hold on until the war blade returns, that is, just drag it out for enough time. This is the best way for people with insufficient combat power. Use the summoned 100 divine talisman soldiers and cooperate with the formation to defend strictly. The other is to completely destroy the war beasts. Without the war beasts, the task will naturally be completed. But if you want to completely destroy the war beasts, there are certain requirements for strength. If a war beast of the 6th realm of Daozun appears later, it will be difficult to kill. Through analysis, Lin Moyu realized that this task is also not suitable for a Daozun 3rd realm like him. At least you have to be a Daozun 5th realm to complete this task. After all, the centurion of the 5th realm of Daozun summoned the divine talisman soldiers of the 5th realm of Daozun. With 100 5th realms of Daozun helping the divine talisman soldiers, it will be much easier to complete the task. As for the excess reward, Lin Moyu probably has an idea. It is naturally impossible to exceed the task by holding on to the return of the war blade. It is the easiest way. Waiting for the war beasts to come out of the secret treasure and then destroying them all will also not get the excess reward. Both methods are passive defense. To get the excess reward, he must take the initiative to attack. Kill the war beasts before they come out of the secret treasure, so that none of them can come out. But there are 4 secret treasures. If you kill one, the other 3 will find it difficult to defend. If ordinary people want to get the excess reward, they must rely on the summoned hundreds of divine talisman soldiers to guard the war knife, kill the war beasts in the secret treasure as quickly as possible, and then attack the second one. The combat power requirement is extremely high. According to Lin Muyu's estimation, at least the cultivation of the 6th realm of Dao Zun and the combat power close to the 7th realm of Dao Zun can do it. Of course, this is for others. For him, this mission would be troublesome as long as he figured it out. As long as I'm right, the extra reward will be there. The secret vortex shook again, and this time, 8 war beasts appeared, 2 in each secret. The 8 war beasts were all Dao Zun 4 realms, so they didn't become fishy. Lin Muyu didn't need to give orders, the 4 legion commanders had already solved the war beasts for Lin Muyu. Although the war beasts of Dao Zun 4 realms were not weak, they had no resistance to the dragon riders of the same realm with thousands of times more. Lin Muyu's heart moved, and Jin Dao Zun, Zhao Dongxing, and Yin Bei Master appeared beside him. After that, there were waves of Buddhist voices, and the Buddhist kingdom Lich and the 5 elements sword demon also appeared together. Then, the space twisted, and 40 legion commanders appeared. Lin Muyu felt that it was still not enough, and a ball of fire popped out and exploded in the air. For a time, flames filled the sky, and a large number of skeleton thrones appeared between heaven and earth. A full 400 skeleton thrones occupied a space of a kilometer in radius. The tall and burly skeleton king stood up from the skeleton throne, and the skeleton throne turned into an extremely sharp bone sword. 400 skeleton kings, each secret treasure is assigned the first place. The skeleton king has the combat power of the 5th realm of Dao Zun. With them, the speed of attacking the secret treasure and slaughtering the war beasts will be faster. The next moment, Lin Muyu, the great sword Dao Zun, Zhao Dongxing, Yin Bei, the Buddhist Lich and the 5 elements sword demon, each led 100 skeleton kings and 10 legion leaders to kill into their respective secret treasures. Lin Muyu divided his troops into 4 groups and annihilated them separately, not sparing any one. If everything goes well, he can complete the task in the shortest time. If you want to exceed the task, the shorter the time, the better. With a short teleportation, Lin Yu rushed into the secret space. There was a roar in his ears, and as soon as his vision recovered, he saw a war beast rushing towards him. He did not make a move, but the skeleton king had already made a move, and the bone sword swept past him with a strong wind, and the beast that rushed over was chopped into pieces by the skeleton king on the spot. With a sharp glance, Lin Muyu found that the space of this secret storage was not large, only about 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles away was the space barrier, which was the end of the secret storage. On the space barrier, the divine rune flashed, forming a formation. This secret treasure was specially set up by someone, and it will evolve naturally after death. Lin Muyu's first reaction was to know who the secret treasure belonged to. Thinking of the task he was carrying out, Lin Muyu knew that someone had deliberately arranged this task in order to test the strength of the task executor. In the center of the secret treasure, there are several high mountains, which encircle a valley. A war beast rushed out of the valley and rushed straight to the exit. The eye of the undead opened, and Lin Muyu saw the valley full of soul flames. There were at least thousands of war beasts in the valley. And there were hundreds of war beasts, and they reached the 5th realm of Dao Zun in 4.6 days. The strongest war beast reached the 6th realm of Dao Zun. With such a number and such a realm, if there is no combat power close to the 7th realm of Dao Zun, it is impossible to kill all the war beasts in the secret treasure. If you go alone, you may get stuck in it, let alone exceed the task. It is really not easy to exceed the task. Lin Muyu had a smile in his eyes. After seeing the secret treasure clearly, he knew that he had accomplished the mission. Hundreds of millions of dragon riders, led by 10 legion leaders, marched towards Shanrong. The Skeleton King had already locked onto the 100 Daozuan 5th level war beasts from a distance. As for the Daozuan 6th level war beast, Lin Moyu dealt with it personally. Lin Moyu exuded a strange aura of origin, and he gathered his strength to launch it. The power of the Undead Legion continued to gather towards him, and Lin Mo's realm continued to rise. Lin Moyu led his undead army into the valley. This was a catastrophe for the war beasts in the valley. The dragon riders had a number advantage of more than 10,000 times, crushing the war beasts in the valley. The Skeleton King locked onto 100 Daozuan 5th level war beasts and swung his bone sword at the same time. Magic, blood kill. The war beasts were full of blood and chi, and the blood kill caused considerable damage to them. With one blow, all the attacked war beasts were seriously injured. In the Blood and Bone Avenue, countless bone swords evolved at the same time, hitting the soul directly. After just one encounter, the combat power of these Daozuan 5th level war beasts had been reduced by 7 or 8, and the next step was a one-sided slaughter. The only Daozuan 6th level war beast rushed towards the Skeleton King with an angry roar. Lin Moyu intercepted halfway and chuckled, "Your opponent is me." His breath rushed straight into the sky, and he stepped into the 7th level of Daozuan with a bang, and his power soared sharply. The true body of the Great Power Avenue evolved, commanding all the power and punching out. The whole valley collapsed on the spot, and the war beast of the 6th realm of the Daozuan was reduced to ashes by this punch. And several other secret treasures, the Great Sword Daozuan and the war beast of the 6th realm of the Daozuan fought fiercely. The war beast roared continuously, but the Great Sword Daozuan said nothing. The two sides fought fiercely and could not win. It was not easy for the Great Sword Daozuan to kill it. There was a Buddhist voice coming from the side, and the Buddhist country which Lich launched the Great Destiny Avenue, locked the war beast, and punched it at the weakest moment of destiny. The war beast was seriously injured in an instant, and the Great Sword Daozuan seized the opportunity and attacked more fiercely than before. The 5-element sword demon surrounded his body with the Great Sword Avenue and slashed at the valley from a distance. 5 swords with different attributes flew out from the Great Sword Avenue, and behind the swords were endless flying swords. The swords transformed by the power of the Great Dao were overwhelming, turning into a sea of swords, instantly submerging the valley. The valley collapsed, and all the war beasts were swallowed by the sea of swords. Yin Bei unfolded his Great Dao true body, turning into a 1,000-meter-long red flame eagle, and his wings vibrated, sprinkling endless flames. As a Daozuan 8th realm, it did not need the help of the Undead Legion at all, and instantly turned the valley into a sea of fire, and none of the war beasts inside could escape. After Lin Moyu slaughtered all the war beasts, the entire secret storage suddenly shook violently and began to collapse in just a few seconds. Lin Moyu left before the secret storage collapsed. When the secret storage collapsed, it would burst out with powerful force. If you were in the secret storage, it would not be very comfortable. After leaving the secret storage and returning to the ancient battlefield, Missouri Yu was stunned for a moment when he glanced over. The combination of Zhao Dongxing and the 5-element sword demon, as well as Yin Bei, had all returned. His own team was actually the 3rd place. How quick they are! Lin Moyu was speechless. These guys were really too quick. Fortunately, he was not the last one, otherwise he would have lost all his face. The master was not as good as his subordinates. He was really a beauty. Only half a minute after he left, the Great Sword Daozuan and the Buddhist Lich returned from the secret treasure, and then the secret treasure vortex was blown up with vibration. The 4 secret treasures had all disappeared, and Lin Moyu knew that the task had been completed. The entire task took less than 5 minutes, which was an overfulfillment. The sword had only been pulled out less than 1/10 of the time, which was at the beginning of the task. A ray of light fell, shining on the sword. The speed of the sword's ascent suddenly increased many times, and in a blink of an eye it flew off the ground, flew into the sky in the ray of light, and disappeared. Another ray of light fell, this time it fell on Lin Moyu. The ray of light brought waves of warmth, and it was very comfortable like bathing in a hot spring. After the task is completed, there will be corresponding rewards regardless of whether it is over-reward or not. The seal of the Divine Talisman Army flew out automatically, slowly rotating in the glow, and the word 100 on the seal gradually disappeared, replaced by the word 1,000. Lin Moyu was successfully promoted from Centurion to 1,000-man commander. The whole process was silent, but it told Lin Moyu that he had received an over-reward. If there was no over-reward, it would be impossible to be promoted so quickly. Su Fengzi and others were the previous example. After being promoted to 1,000-man commander, the armor was strengthened again, and Lin Moyu could summon 1,000 Divine Talisman Army to fight for him. For Lin Moyu, this ability is useless, and it is better to have 100 Divine Generals. Lin Moyu took the seal and directly checked the map in the seal. The map expanded again, twice as large as before, and covered a wider area. There were 3 more task light spots. In addition to the 2 tasks he had completed, there were currently 7 tasks to do. 3 more tasks each time, that is, as long as you complete 3 tasks, you must be able to upgrade your military rank. No, 2 tasks should be enough to upgrade your military rank, so that there is a certain margin of error. No matter how talented you are, there will always be times when you make mistakes, so you must give yourself a chance. Lin Moyu improved his luck and chose another task. With the blessing of luck, he believed that no matter which one he chose, it would be the most correct choice, and the selected task would be suitable for him. For example, this time, the 4 secrets seemed difficult, but they were easy for him. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. He lowered his head and looked at the place where the sword was before. Although the sword had flown away, there was still a hole in it. This hole was very narrow, and normally no one would pay attention to it. But Lin Moyu felt that there seemed to be something at the bottom of the hole. There was a faint breath emanating from the bottom of the hole. This breath was very weak and did not attract anyone's attention at all. Only people with extremely keen spiritual perception like himself would feel it a little bit. But there will only be a slight feeling, and it will be missed if you are not careful. The most important thing is that Lin Moyu has felt this breath before. With a step, mud and stones flew, and the hole suddenly became larger. The thing below was suddenly revealed. It was an exquisite box. I almost missed it. Lin Moyu stretched out his hand to suck the box into his hand, with a little color in his eyes. One of the reasons why he came to the Ancient War Secret Collection in the first place was for this box. These boxes from prehistoric times contain a lot of good things. Jean Lan's exquisite box was obtained from the Ancient War Secret Collection. The 2 of the Red Flame God Eagle clan are also the same. Unexpectedly, there is also one hidden under the tip of the knife of this mission. Counting the box in front of him, Lin Moyu now has 6 boxes in his hand, 4 of which have not been opened, and the other 2 contain 2 fragments of the Tao realm. Although I don't know what the fragments are used for, they must be good things if they can be put into the box. Without checking immediately, he put the box away first, and then checked the hole again. After confirming that there was nothing, he turned around and left. After being promoted to 1,000-man commander, the scope of the mission was even wider. This time, the mission point he randomly chose was more than 200,000 miles away. At this time, the Skeleton God General was still exploring the map, and the location of the mission had long been explored. During the exploration, a Skeleton God General encountered a war beast and was killed by it. However, after the war beast left, the Skeleton God General was resurrected again and continued to explore. Their mission was not to fight, but to explore. The Skeleton God Generals were numerous and fast, and when Lin Moyu arrived at the new mission point, the Skeleton God General finally found the passage to the high-level area. By comparing the maps, Lin Moyu found some differences. The information provided by the Golden Lion clan also included a map, but that map was formed by integrating the information fed back by each tribe member after they went in again and again. There will inevitably be many errors, but these errors are not big and can generally be used. But if compared with the map that Lin Moyu has now, it is simply a small witch compared to a big witch, and the difference is too great. The scope of the ancient battlefield is much larger than what the Golden Lion clan said. From the outside, it occupies 3 million miles and is divided into 4 areas of different sizes. But inside, it is not just that. The area that the skeleton god general has explored clearly now has exceeded 2 million miles. And this is only a part of the intermediate area. No one knows how big the intermediate area is. After exploring such a large area, the skeleton god general finally found a road that may lead to the high-level area. In the information provided by the Golden Lion clan, it is only recorded that there are corresponding channels between different areas, and they can travel back and forth. But there is very little specific information about the channel. It's just that the passages are dangerous and it's not easy to get through. Lin Moyu has already experienced this. The Bluestone Bridge before was not so easy to pass. Those who are not strong enough can't complete the task at all, and will die in the task directly. Now I am a 1,000-man captain, and the scope of the task has not yet involved the high-level area. If you go to the high-level area, it will affect your rank promotion. Lin Moyu did not go to the high-level area immediately. Now the priority is not to go to the high-level area, but to improve his rank. With each level of rank increase, the number of tasks that can be carried out will increase and the scope will become wider. When the scope of the task involves the high-level area, it is the time for him to enter the high-level area. After crossing 200,000 miles, Lin Moyu came to a new task point. He didn't know what the task would be this time, but he was sure that the difficulty of the task seemed to be increasing all the time. Falling from the air, there happened to be a secret vortex at the task point. Lin Moyu observed the surroundings and found nothing. There was not even an ancient tree within 100 meters around, which was clear at a glance. The secret vortex is right in the center of the mission point, so this mission is most likely related to the secret treasure in front of us. This time, don't we need to find other trigger conditions? Lin Moyu touched the secret vortex with his soul with a hint of doubt. The secret vortex suddenly turned rapidly and glowed. At the same time, a message came from the secret vortex. Join the 9th Army of the Divine Talisman and complete the corresponding military orders. If you complete the military orders, you will get rewards. If you fail, you will be punished by military regulations. The information of the task is very simple, simpler than before. But the simpler the task information, the higher the difficulty. There will also be a punishment for failure in this task. When Lin Moyu saw the punishment, he couldn't help but smile. Often there will be better rewards for tasks with punishments. Everything is corresponding. Lin Moyu doesn't hate punishment because he is confident that he will not fail. The existence of the punishment rule will only bring more rewards to himself. With the movement of soul power, Lin Moyu entered the secret. There was a whistling wind in his ears, and the wind seemed to carry an endless killing atmosphere. This breath from the army, Lin Moyu was very familiar with it, and even had a little regret. At this moment, he was standing in the air, and below him was a group of soldiers who were training. These soldiers were all powerful people in the 4th realm of Daozuan. Their training methods were naturally different from those of ordinary troops. They directly used actual combat for training. The two sides formed a battle formation and attacked each other. The terrible aftermath spread outward in waves and was blocked by the nearby formation. There are many teams like this, densely packed, extending into the distance, with no end in sight. Just looking at the number, this army exceeds 100,000, and the scale is not small. However, Lin Moyu has long been accustomed to armies of hundreds of millions, and a mere 100,000 troops are not enough. Looking at the huge army, Lin Moyu's heart is extremely calm, without any waves. What really makes Lin Moyu feel weird is that the army is practicing fighting without making any sound during the whole process. These soldiers from prehistoric times, resurrected with the will to fight and obsession, repeating the previous battles, never stopping. At the same time, the rules here also deprive the ability to make sounds. Not only can they not speak, even if the swords collide, they are silent. It is precisely because of this that the whole scene gives people a sense of unreality. If not for this, many people would not even be able to figure out whether the year they saw in front of them is real or fake. Lin Moyu fell from the air and walked forward along a path paved in the military camp. There was a military tent in the direction he was heading, which was obviously where the officers of the army were. There were more than one such tent in the entire Ninth Army, and Lin Moyu had seen several of them in midair. One of them was particularly magnificent and huge, and it was obviously where the Legion commander was. Lin Moyu did not go to find the Legion commander. He was just a captain, so what qualifications did he have to meet the Legion commander? Even if he was qualified, he had to take it step by step. Moreover, the military discipline was strict in the army, and as a soldier, he naturally had to abide by it. When Lin Moyu approached the military tent, the armor naturally appeared on his body. The armor glowed slightly, and resonated with the armor of the soldiers on both sides who were practicing fighting. Resonance is the characteristic of armor, and powerful power can be obtained from resonance, and the effect of cold armor is further enhanced. Lin Moyu was very curious about the method of refining armor. This kind of standard magic equipment was really first class when used in the army. At this time, the armor continuously receives the powerful force transmitted by other soldiers. In other words, in battle, as long as the armor is not broken, the army to which it belongs will continue to provide power for the armor. Not only can the officers' combat power be enhanced, but their endurance can also be greatly improved. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu walked in front of the military tent, then lifted the curtain and walked in. A man in officer uniform was sitting in the first seat. Lin Moyu saluted the other party. The other party could not speak, and Lin Moyu did not need to say much either. Every word was in action. The officer sitting in the first seat waved his hand, and a piece of paper flew straight towards Lin Moyu. An army was drawn on the paper, and this army was obviously the Bloody Legion. The person who drew this picture was very skillful, and the painting was very vivid. The Blood Rat Legion was drawn in the center of the whole paper. At the other end of the paper, a Divine Talisman army was drawn, and then there was an arrow pointing to the back of the army of Bloody Legion. This is to let me lead people to sneak attack the rear of the Bloody Army and cut off their retreat. Lin Moyu immediately understood what his mission was. In addition to this figure, there were also some topographic maps on this piece of paper with various marks. Through the topographic map, Lin Moyu can be pointed out the direction of the road so that he will not get lost. It can be seen from this that the scale of this secret treasure is not small. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. Is it enough to just cut off the retreat? If that's all, there shouldn't be any extra rewards. How can I get extra rewards for this mission? At this time, the officer waved his hand and signaled Lin Moyu to go out. Lin Moyu saluted again. Before leaving, he noticed that the eunuch's collar was engraved with his military rank. 9th rank general. 9th rank general, 2 ranks higher than me. In the army, 1 rank higher is still higher, and you must obey orders. Lin Moyu knew the rules of the army very well. Not to mention being 2 ranks higher, even if it was only half a rank higher, you had to obey orders, no choice. He had just left the military tent when he found that the drill outside had stopped. Several teams had assembled, and each team had 1,000 people. The leaders of the teams were all captains. Several captains looked at Lin Moyu at the same time. Although there was no sound, their eyes gave Lin Moyu the answer. That was asking Lin Moyu, "Where's your team?" Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he activated the summoning function of the seal. The sky was filled with rosy clouds, and the Tianming Shenfu army appeared in front of him. They were arranged in a square formation, neat and uniform, and stood silently in front of Lin Moyu. Although the Divine Rune army summoned by Moyu looked the same as others, their realm was 1 level lower, only the 3rd level of Dao Zun, and their combat power was also much inferior. But this was not important. What was important was that he had to summon the Divine Rune army to complete the mission, even if it was just for show. After he summoned 1,000 Divine Rune soldiers, the whole team was complete. A total of 10,000 captains formed an army of 10,000 people. Then, a flying boat came from a distance. The flying boat was not big, less than 10 meters long, but it was engraved with prehistoric divine runes. Lin Moyu felt the spatial fluctuations from 120 and knew that there was another space in the flying boat. In prehistoric times, runes seemed to be called divine runes. The divine rune army is related to runes everywhere. Whether it is a formation or a magic weapon, it is inseparable from divine runes. The flying boat arrived, and a man appeared on it. His armor revealed his identity. He was a captain of 10,000 men. Then he waved his hand, and immediately a captain of 1,000 men took his team to fly into the sky and entered the flying boat. Then one team after another entered the flying boat, and there was no sound during the whole process. Lin Moyu also acted according to the law and entered the flying boat with his team. The space in the flying boat was not small, and it was more than enough to accommodate 10,000 people. The 10 teams were still lined up in a square formation, neat and uniform, but the key was that there was no sound. Kanyu was full of weirdness. Lin Moyu was in it, and he was also motionless. After the team arrived, the flying boat crossed the sky like lightning and flew towards the distance. Lin Moyu knew that he was not the only one who carried out this mission. There were others, and he was just one of the participants. The flying boat was flying rapidly. Lin Moyu's thoughts were also turning rapidly. He was thinking about how to exceed the task. The task was to obey the military order. If the military order was completed, the task would be completed. If it was not completed, there would be punishment. But the task did not say how many military orders there were, nor how to complete them. The military order he had received so far was to join this team to cut off the retreat of the bloody army. But the task did not say how many national orders there were. Gradually, Lin Moyu had a clue and roughly knew how to exceed the task. If I'm not mistaken, there should be multiple military orders in this task. The more military orders you complete, the reward you get will be to save your son. And from the previous tasks, the rules do not pursue the process of the task, but only the results. Lin Moyu had an idea and knew what to do. The flying boat flew for more than an hour. The speed of the flying boat was faster than that of the Daozun Jiujing. It was enough to fly very far in a day and an hour. This secret treasure is indeed very large. The larger the secret treasure, the larger the scale of the war. Lin Moyu knew that this war might have really happened, but it had been repeated for countless years. The two parties in the secret treasure had actually died many years ago. The power that allowed the secret treasure to evolve again and become eternal and indestructible was indeed frightening. The speed of the flying boat gradually decreased until it completely stopped. The divine runes on the boat flashed, and the entire flying boat gradually disappeared. Not only was it invisible to the naked eye, but its aura was also completely hidden, as if it did not exist. Everything was very quiet, without the slightest sound. Even the sound of the wind disappeared at this moment. After waiting for half an hour, the sun balls flew from afar. Lin Moyu saw the blood cloud through the flying boat. In the blood cloud, there were dense blood legions, at least 50,000 in number. The strongest two bloody rat monsters had 2 pairs of wings and were called the 4-winged rat generals. The 4-winged rat general had the combat power of the 6th realm of Daozun, CGDB, while the 1,000-man captain on his side was only the 5th realm of Daozun. Only with the help of armor and the help of the battle formation could he fight against it. If he faced it head-on, without counting himself, the army of 10,000 people in the flying boat would surely be defeated. There should be another team. Lin Moyu thought to himself. He felt that there must be another team to face the enemy head-on. He would attack from behind. Only in this way could the battle be won. After the bloody army flew over, the flying boat followed silently. The bloody army had no idea that their tail had been targeted. A moment later, a divine treasury suddenly appeared in front. The divine talisman army, composed of tens of thousands of people, supported a huge battle formation and collided with the bloody army head-on. This team was led by a 9th-rank general. The entire army had extraordinary combat power and suppressed the bloody army as soon as they came into contact. However, if they continued to fight like this, although they could win, they would only win in a circle. At this time, the flying boat withdrew its invisibility and appeared from the air. Then the captain of 10,000 men waved his sword and pointed at the bloody army. The next moment, all the captains of 1,000 men rushed out of the flying boat with their respective teams. The army of 10,000 men rushed out of the flying boat and killed the rear of the bloody army. Wherever the captain's sword pointed, it meant that their battle had begun. The bloody legion was attacked from all sides, and the battle must have ended with the victory of the Divine Talisman army. This battle must have happened that year, and the Divine Talisman army must have won, so he just had to follow the team and honestly save his life. If nothing unexpected happened, he could complete the mission. For others, the difficulty of the mission was how to save their lives in the battle. This was a battle between tens of thousands of Daozun realms. The aftermath of the battle was everywhere, and the environment was extremely chaotic. Unless you have extremely strong strength, you will lose your life if you are not careful. Lin Moyu's eyes became sharp. Let's start. The killing intent was boiling, and the 5 elements sword demon appeared beside him. The great Tao of sword emerged, led by the 5 elements sword, and countless sharp swords flew out. Spell, 5 elements sword C. In an instant, the 5 elements sword C covered a large area. As long as the bloody rat monsters were covered by the sword C, none of them could escape. The 5 elements sword demon killed thousands of bloody rat monsters with just one sword. The next second, the ground turned black. The dense dragon cavalry army appeared in the air, also formed a battle formation, launched a bloody charge, and killed the bloody army without saying a word. Lin Moyu waved several balls of flames, which exploded in the air and turned into a skeleton throne. All 3,000 skeleton kings were dispatched, waving bone swords and launching magic. Magic, white bone god slash. The bloody legion was not a living creature, without blood, so the blood-killing effect was not good, so he switched to white bone god slash. The bright sword light exploded in the bloody legion, and thousands of bloody rat monsters died in a flash. At this time, the dragon riders also rushed into the battlefield and slaughtered the bloody rat monsters crazily. The dragon riders were not afraid of life and death, and only attacked but not defended. A large number of bloody rat monsters were killed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the bloody legion suffered more than 3/5 of damage. This battle, which was supposed to last for a long time, came to an end at an astonishing speed with the participation of Lin Moyu. The Divine Talisman army, which was supposed to be the main force, almost became a spectator. The overwhelming undead army became the nightmare of the bloody army. After using the 5 elements sword C, the 5 elements sword demon set his sights on the 4-winged rat generals in the bloody army. Several 4-winged rat generals all had the combat power of the 6th realm of Daozun, but unfortunately their enemy was the 5 elements sword demon. With the bonus of the great Tao of sword, the attack power of the 5 elements sword demon reached the 7th realm of Daozun. The 5 elements sword demon's offensive was extremely fierce, and its small body contained amazing power. With one sword, it killed several 4-winged rat generals like cutting melons and vegetables. In less than half an hour, the whole battle ended with the destruction of the bloody army. Throughout the whole battle, Lin Moyu himself hardly moved. The mission should be completed. The Blood Legion has been completely annihilated. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the mission should be completed, at least the first order is completed. The expected glow did not appear. At this time, an officer wearing exquisite armor flew over from the Divine Talisman army. Lin Moyu knew that he was the commander of this battle, a 9th-rank general. The 9th-rank general came to Lin Moyu without any words, took out a piece of gold paper and handed it to Lin Moyu. A message came from the gold paper. The first stage of the mission is completed. You can choose to leave to get a reward, or continue to perform the next stage of the mission. If you continue to perform the next stage of the mission, the previous mission reward will not be retained if the mission fails, and the reward will be doubled if the mission succeeds. Sure enough. Lin Moyu smiled faintly after receiving the message. The current situation is similar to what he expected. This mission really has a follow-up, and the key to triggering it is whether you can perform well enough in this battle. If you are good enough and have a significant help in the entire battle, there will be follow-up tasks. If you are not good enough and just make it to the end of the battle, then although the mission is completed, you can forget about the subsequent missions. More missions also mean more rewards. Without even thinking about it, Lin Moyu of course chose to continue the mission. When he made his choice, the mission content began to appear on the gold paper. A map appeared on the gold paper, which was the map of the entire secret treasure. The secret treasure was very large, and the previous military camp was just a small dot in the secret treasure. Far away from the military camp, there were several other red dots. When he saw the red dots, Lin Moyu felt a strong smell of blood. These red dots represent the Bloody Legion. Lin Moyu found that the red dots on the paper were moving slowly. These red dots can show the movements of the Bloody Legion in real time. Then, the specific information of the mission was revealed. The new mission was to go to the red dots and clear the Bloody Legion. There were 4 red dots in total, which represented the armies of the 4 Bloody Legions. Lin Moyu's mission was to defeat the one on the far left of the map, and he didn't need to worry about the other 3. Lin Moyu put away the gold paper. This gold paper was a living map that would let him know the exact location of the Bloody Army so that he wouldn't miss it. Then, the 9th rank general drew out his sword and gently touched Lin Moyu's armor with the tip of the sword. The armor shone brightly, and its power increased significantly. Lin Moyu felt that the armor had increased by 1 level, and the increase reached more than 2 levels. A person in the 3rd level of Dao Zun, wearing this armor, can exert the combat power of the 5th level of Dao Zun without doing anything, and he is still the best among the 5 levels. The realm did not improve, but the armor increased the combat power. What a magical armor! In the current origin continent, there is no such good armor. Let alone improving 2 realms, even the treasures that can improve the combat power of 1 realm are very rare. And such armor is the standard room equipment in the Divine Talisman Army. It can be seen that in the prehistoric era, the understanding of magic weapons by practitioners has reached a certain level. For a moment, Lin Moyu really wanted to know how to refine this kind of armor. And these divine talismans in the Divine Talisman Army, he also wanted to understand. However, this idea was too whimsical and could only be temporarily suppressed. The 9th rank general not only strengthened the armor for Lin Moyu, but also strengthened the strength of Lin Moyu's 1,000 men. The realm of Lin Moyu's 1,000 men is still the same as Lin Moyu, both of them are in the 3rd realm of Dao Zun. But their armor has also changed at this moment, and their combat power has been greatly improved, at least reaching the 4th realm of Dao Zun. If they form a battle formation, they will be able to deal with the powerful people of the 5th realm of Dao Zun. But for Lin Moyu, this kind of improvement is too trivial and dispensable. Anyway, he will not rely on the summoned Divine Talisman Army. Let alone only 1,000, even if there are 10,000, 100,000 or even 1 million, he will not look down on them. However, the 9th rank general's doing this is also a kind of encouragement, which is of great help to other people who are carrying out the mission. Please give flowers. The army set out, and the general led the army to fly far away, leaving only Lin Moyu and his Divine Talisman Army. Lin Moyu took back the Divine Talisman Army, spread the wings of time, and turned into a stream of light and flew far away. The mission only looks at the result, not the process. Just now, the Divine Talisman Army was released just to cooperate. Next, he will act alone and no longer need to summon the Divine Talisman Army. The Divine Talisman Army is not as useful as his own undead army. It is not a little bit worse. Lin Moyu flew very fast, and the wings of time kept vibrating, accelerating the time belonging to Lin Moyu, making Lin Moyu's flight trajectory like teleportation, and every flash can cross an infinite distance in time. His speed at this time has left other Dao Zuns of the same realm far behind. Even compared with the 7th realm ancestor, he can be comparable. 0. While flying, Lin Moyu checked the tasked gold paper in his hand. The bloody army on the gold paper was moving, and the speed was not slow. Lin Moyu estimated that at his current speed, it would take about 3 hours to arrive. I don't know if there will be a follow-up after this task. I hope there will be, so that the rewards are superimposed. Maybe I can jump over the 10,000 men and directly become a general. 3 hours later, Lin Moyu saw a blood-red cloud from a distance. The blood-red cloud was full of bloody armies, and there were many of them, at least more than 20,000. The vast majority of them were Dao Zuns of the 4th and 5th realms. There were about 100 two-winged rat monsters, and there were also a few four-winged rat monsters of the 6th realm. Seeing this, Lin Moyu muttered to himself, "It seems that to complete this task, one should be at least a captain of 10,000 men, and a captain of the 6th realm of Dao Zun. The captain of the 6th realm of Dao Zun can summon 10,000 divine talisman soldiers of the 6th realm of Dao Zun. If the armor is amplified, it will be enough to fight against the 20,000 bloody legions in front of him. Now he is carrying out this task as a captain of the 3rd realm of Dao Zun. If it is not him, it is simply seeking death." Lin Moyu is getting closer and closer to the bloody legion. The bloody legion also discovered him and suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's eyes condensed slightly. He saw that in the center of the bloody legion, there was a bluestone box. The strongest four-winged rat monsters in this bloody legion were surrounding the bluestone box, as if they were guarding the bluestone box. Interesting, what could it be? Lin Moyu's mind moved, and several legion leaders appeared, and then the world was occupied by countless dragon cavalry legions. The 5-element sword monster was still the first to attack. A 5-element sword C, a super large-scale attack, directly reduced the number of the bloody legion by more than 20%. The legion commander led the Dragon Riders Legion and rushed into the bloody legion with a crushing momentum, followed by the Skeleton King. Lin Moyu also attacked, and the skybreaking slash once again devoured the fighting spirit and obsession of the bloody rat monster. Lin Moyu's killing intent was slowly increasing. After slaughtering countless people, it was not easy to increase the killing intent accumulated. Lin Moyu also tried his best to increase his killing intent with the attitude of increasing it by a little bit. With his current killing intent, even the Horned Dragon Star-Lord, who was famous for killing, was far inferior to him. If he wanted, he could quickly comprehend the great way of killing with his killing intent. But Lin Moyu didn't want to do that. He already had enough great ways, and he was already too busy with 6 great ways. Comprehending new great ways would only increase the burden of cultivation. 88.3. Besides, the avenue of slaughter is not a very strong avenue. Any avenue he has is far better than the avenue of slaughter. So, Lin Moyu rejected the avenue of slaughter and just kept accumulating killing intent. He felt that perhaps the killing intent would change qualitatively when it reached a certain level, and it might bring him a surprise. It was just a feeling, and Lin Moyu was not sure whether it would happen. The bloody rat monster was quickly cleared, and the 4-winged rat generals were basically killed by the 5-element sword demon one by one. This time the efficiency was higher than the previous battle, and the battle was resolved in just 20 minutes. The bluestone box fell from the air and fell heavily to the ground. A big pit was smashed into the ground, but strangely, no sound was heard. It seemed that except for the roar of the war beast, most of the other sounds were restricted by the rules. Lin Moyu fell in front of the bluestone box. This bluestone box was about 3 meters high, and the length and width reached 20 meters and 5 meters respectively. "It looks like a coffin," Lin Moyu muttered to himself. There were strange patterns on the bluestone box, and the patterns intertwined into a special pattern. It was not a divine symbol, nor a rune, nor a formation. Lin Moyu analyzed the pattern, and also analyzed the bluestone box. Not only was the pattern strange, but the bluestone box was also strange. Looking at the style of this box, it doesn't look like something from the Origin continent. Could it be that it came from the Blood Rat realm? Lin Moyu had an uncertain guess in his mind. If it came from the Blood Rat realm, then bringing things across the border to the Origin continent must have its own reasons. Lin Moyu didn't know how smart those guys in the Blood Red Realm were, but they were definitely not too stupid. Since they brought their own things here, they must have bad intentions. Since it was something from the Blood Red Realm, Lin Moyu also knew that he couldn't research anything. With a thought in his mind, the 5-element sword demon slashed out with a sword. The power of the sword light reached the 7th level of Dao Zun and fell fiercely into the bluestone box. Lin Moyu didn't have any scruples. He knew that the bluestone box in front of him was not a real bluestone box, but evolved from the rules of the ancient battlefield. The real bluestone box must have existed, but that was only in prehistoric times, not now. As for whether it still exists now, Lin Moyu didn't know. The bluestone box was broken by the sword light, and the things inside were suddenly revealed. Lin Moyu's face suddenly changed, and his eyes revealed a look of shock. Since he started practicing, there were few things that could shock Lin Moyu, but this time, he couldn't control himself. In the bluestone box, there was a ball of dough. This ball of blood was black. Black blood. Lin Moyu had seen a lot of blood, but only one kind of black blood left a deep impression on him. That is the black blood from the Black Blood Heaven realm in the big world. Each kind of black blood is different, with different textures, shapes, smells, etc., and the subtle details are all different. Lin Moyu is sure that he will not make a mistake. The black blood stored in the bluestone box is exactly the same as the black blood in the big world. Isn't the black blood that pollutes the big world from Hey Erda? The Black Blood realm is just a world of the Sea of Boundaries. Compared with the Origin continent, it is nothing at all. But why does the black blood appear here, and is brought here by the Bloody Army? This world has clear levels, from low to high, layer by layer, with strict hierarchy. The small world where Lin Moyu was born is actually just an independent space in the big world, a world of dust nurtured by the big world. And the big world is just a world of the Sea of Boundaries floating in the Sea of Boundaries. Above it, there is the origin of the human land. Although the Origin continent is called a continent, it is actually a world with a unique and complete avenue. The small world is attached to the big world, and the big world is attached to the Origin continent. The Blood Legion came from the Blood Rat realm, and the realm was the same level as the Origin continent. Originally, in Lin Moyu's view, the Black Blood realm was just the same as the Great World, 1,000 miles away from the Origin continent. This was the essential difference. As a world of the Sea of Boundaries, no matter how strong the Black Blood realm was, no matter how difficult the Black Blood was to deal with, it was only a world of the Sea of Boundaries, and it could not be compared with the Origin continent at all. Lin Moyu's thoughts were like lightning at this time, and his past experiences were replayed in his mind like lightning. Every detail of the year was presented at this time. Lin Moyu suddenly thought of an incident that had happened before. That incident had long been thrown into the deepest part of his memory, and now it resurfaced. In the past, he used the Origin technique in the secret realm. At that time, a sword-wielding strongman crossed time and space and attacked him. It was also that incident that made him realize the power of the Black Blood realm for the first time. However, he was too weak back then, and his definition of power was not very clear. Later, as my strength improved, I no longer took that level of attack seriously, and gradually I didn't take this matter to heart. Now thinking back, I suddenly realized that something was wrong. The real source of the attack was not from the disappeared Black Blood realm, nor from the Origin continent, but from another world of the same level as the Origin continent. In other words, the other party crossed over a world like the Origin continent to attack me. It's a bit scary that an attack from across the realm can still have such an attack power. Black blood comes from a world of the same level as the Origin continent. And the Black Blood realm that collided with the big world also contains a little bit of Black Blood's power. Black blood has a long history. In prehistoric times, the Blood Rat realm brought black blood here. What on earth are they going to do? Lin Moyu realized that the existence who made the rules of the ancient battlefield was telling him the past history in some way. After so many years, he still seemed to want to express something. But these things seemed to be unable to be said clearly. Suddenly, a strong breath rose from a distant place. The black blood in the bluestone box surged up, and the originally large mass of black blood quickly shrank, and in an instant it was only the size of a fist. The black blood shrank, but the power contained in it did not decrease at all, but became more concentrated. The black turned into a stream of light and flew away in the distance, so fast that Lin Moyu couldn't stop it in time. Go! Lin Moyu shook the wings of time and quickly followed. Black blood was so fast that even if Lin Moyu used all his strength, he could only watch black blood getting farther and farther away from him, and finally completely disappeared from his sight. However, Lin Moyu did not give up. He continued to follow the trajectory of black blood's flight. Since the beginning of the big world, black blood has had a huge cause and effect with him. I didn't expect to see it here again, so I naturally couldn't let it go. At this time, the golden paper containing the task flew out automatically. The pattern on it changed, and Lin Moyu received new information at the same time. After the second stage of the task is completed, you can choose to leave to get the reward, or continue to perform the next stage of the task. If you continue to perform the next stage of the task, the previous task reward will not be retained if the task fails, and the reward will be doubled if the task succeeds. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it and chose to continue the task. He would not consider giving up before, and now that he saw black blood, he would not give up. He must figure this out. What happened in prehistoric times, and what is the relationship between his big world and prehistoric times? After Lin Moyu accepted the task, a map reappeared on the golden paper. The red dot disappeared and turned into a black dot. The black dot was moving rapidly on map 26, and the 3 black dots had the same target. The black dot on the far left of the map was the black blood that escaped from him. In other words, the 3 black dots marked on the gold paper were 3 groups of black blood. These 3 groups of black blood were going to meet somewhere. At this time, another message came. Kill the black blood sword saint. You can choose to quit, and you will lose all rewards if you quit. Lin Moyu's eyes also revealed a solemn look. There was a lot of information contained in the task, and the fewer words, the more important it was. If he chose to quit, all previous rewards would be lost, but there would be no punishment. If he did not quit, he would have to complete the task of killing the Black Blood Sword Saint. There were only 2 results: either he successfully killed the Black Blood Sword Saint, or he was killed by the Black Blood Sword Saint. This was a life-or-death task. There was only one chance to quit, and if he missed this chance, he could only bite the bullet and kill. If it were someone else, they might consider it, but Lin Moyu didn't need to consider it at all. Then let's see what the Black Blood Sword Saint looks like. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated and more interesting. The Outer Gods and the Blood Rat world, now there is black blood from the Black Blood world. Lin Moyu temporarily calls it the Black Blood world, and it is still unknown what it is called. The gold paper map in his hand gave accurate guidance. The black blood is fast, but its direction is always controlled by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't know how many ways he had flown, he just knew to keep flying forward at the fastest speed. Judging from the map, the distance between him and the black blood not only did not get closer, but got farther and farther. Half a day later, the 3 groups of black blood on the map finally gathered together. The 3 black dots became one, and this black dot was very large. After they gathered, they stopped moving, and the distance between Lin Moyu and them was rapidly shortening. Lin Moyu's fighting spirit was boiling and getting stronger and stronger. The mission was to kill the Black Blood Sword Saint, so there would inevitably be a big battle. As the distance got closer, Lin Moyu could sense the presence of the Divine Talisman army. Several flying boats flew over from afar, quickly surpassing him, and flew towards the place where the black blood was, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The flying boats of the Divine Talisman army were extremely fast, far faster than Lin Moyu. Each flying boat could accommodate tens of thousands of Divine Talisman army. From what I saw just now, at least 10 flying boats passed by, which means that at least 100,000 Divine Talisman army were dispatched. 100,000 Divine Talisman troops were almost all the troops in this secret camp. Divine Talisman troops, the whole army is going to attack. Lin Moyu shook the wings of time with all his strength, and at the same time unfolded his true body of the Great Space Avenue, using the power of space to form the power of time and space, and increase his speed to the extreme. But he found that the space in the secret became extremely stable, and his Great Space Avenue could not shake the space in the secret. The space here has been specially reinforced, and the effect of the Great Space Avenue has been greatly weakened. No wonder there was no space crack when the 5 Elements Sword Demon took action before. In desperation, Lin Moyu could only fly with the wings of time intermittently. He had already pulled the speed to the extreme, but compared with the flying boat, it was still too slow. Fortunately, he had a map in hand, at least he would not get lost. After flying for a long time, he finally approached the destination. Suddenly, a black light appeared in the distance, and then a terrible sword energy swept over. Lin Moyu instinctively shook the wings of time to dodge, and the sword energy flew past him. So fast! Lin Moyu thought he had reacted fast enough, and he almost didn't catch Duan Rong. The speed of the sword energy was far beyond his imagination. This sword energy was very strong, and in terms of power alone, it had reached the 7th level of Dao Zun. Then another huge force burst out, and Lin Moyu knew that there had been a fight ahead. He rushed over immediately, and from a distance, he saw the battlefield. Tens of thousands of Divine Rune soldiers formed an encirclement and were besieging. The divine light was bright, the runes soared into the sky, and the battle formation formed by the Divine Rune Kingdom was extremely powerful. The armor of the Divine Rune army was connected into one, communicating and helping each other, and the strength was greatly improved. Most of the tens of thousands of Divine Rune soldiers were in the 4th level of Dao Zun. But at this moment, after they formed a battle formation, they were able to exert the battle experience of the 6th level of Dao Zun. But the 6th level of Dao Zun was still not enough. Lin Moyu continued to approach, and when there was still 100 miles left, he finally saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. In the center of the battlefield, the Divine Rune army surrounded a Sword King who was completely black. This swordsman is the Black Blood Sword Saint mentioned in the mission. He looks exactly like the one Lin Moyu saw in the secret realm of the Great World, but he is different from the strong man in the Black Blood Great World later. The Black Blood Swordsman in the secret realm is very powerful and can attack across time and space. The strong man in the Black Blood Great World he saw later can only be regarded as 290. Lin Moyu analyzed that the one in the secret realm should be a pure Black Blood strongman, and those killed in the Great World later were not pure. The difference between the two is like the difference between pure blood and mixed blood. The gap is huge. Under the siege of the Divine Talisman army, the upper body of this Black Blood Sword Saint has completely evolved. His upper body alone is more than 5 meters long. If the lower body is evolved, it should be more than 10 meters long. Now his lower body is still a ball of black blood, and the black blood keeps wriggling and is evolving into the lower body. The speed of evolution is not fast, and it will take a lot of time. Now it cannot be regarded as a Black Blood Sword Saint, but only half a Sword Saint. But even if he was half a Sword Saint, he still possessed amazing power. The black sword in his hand swung out sword energy after sword energy. Each sword energy reached the peak of the 6th realm of Dao Zun, and some could even reach the 7th realm of Dao Zun. Even if the Divine Talisman army formed a battle formation, they could only resist with difficulty. The battle had been going on for a while, and there were many casualties in the Divine Talisman tale. Now the number of the entire Divine Talisman army is less than 100,000, so it is almost a lot of people who have died in the battle. In the center of the encirclement, there were several officers of the Divine Talisman army rushing to the front. Lin Moyu noticed that there were 3 9th-rank generals and 1 7th-rank general. The 3 9th-rank generals had the combat power of the 6th realm of Dao Zun, and the combat power of the 7th-rank general was infinitely close to the 7th realm of Dao Zun. If they hadn't been standing in the front, the casualties of the Divine Talisman army would have been even more severe. Lin Moyu did not take action immediately. He could see that the Black Blood Sword Saint was not easy to deal with. Even if he was besieged by 100,000 Divine Talisman army, he did not show any signs of defeat. The Black Blood Sword Saint's defense was extremely strong, which was completely consistent with Lin Moyu's cognition. If the fight continued, the Divine Talisman army would be exhausted. Moreover, the lower body of the Black Blood Sword Saint was still evolving, and his strength was still increasing. When the lower body evolution was completed, he would become a real Black Blood Sword Saint, and his combat power would be much stronger than it is now. By then, he might be a real Dao Zun 7th Realm, and the 100,000 Divine Talisman army in front of him would be defeated by him alone, and it was estimated that only a few could escape. According to Lin Moyu's judgment, if the Divine Talisman army did not have a countermeasure, they would lose this battle. Suddenly, the strongest 7th-rank general in the Divine Talisman army raised his sword, and the sword was shining with golden light, and a large number of Divine Talismans lit up. In an instant, the power of the entire Divine Talisman army gathered to him. He gathered the power of the Divine Talisman army and swung his sword, and the terrifying power devoured the Black Blood Sword Saint. With this sword, his combat power exceeded the boundary between the 6th and 7th realms of the Dao Zun. In the sword light, the Black Blood Sword Saint seemed to be in great pain, and the black part of his body was shattered by the sword light. The Black Blood Sword Saint was injured, and the speed of evolution slowed down a lot. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that the final result of this battle was that the Divine Talisman army won. But the Divine Talisman army also paid a huge price for this victory. The sword just now gathered the power of nearly 100,000 Divine Talisman army. Although it was powerful, it was also a great pressure on the 7th-rank general. After this sword, the 7th-rank general was also backlashed, and cracks appeared on his armor. The Divine Talisman army was even worse, and hundreds of Divine Talisman army were wiped out on the spot. This sword was swung at the cost of the lives of hundreds of Divine Talisman army. Lin Moyu knew the true content of the mission. He wanted to take action, not to help the Divine Talisman army kill the Black Blood Sword Saint. Instead, he had to kill the Black Blood Sword Saint for the Divine Talisman army and minimize the losses of the Divine Talisman army. Only in this way could he obtain the extra reward. Otherwise, when the Black Blood Sword Saint had completed his evolution, the Divine Talisman army would indeed win the battle, but it would be a miserable victory. If that's the case, let's do it. With a thought in his mind, Yin Bei appeared beside him. Yin Bei evolved into the true body of the Great Tao and turned into a red flame eagle. The Great Tao of Fire emerged, and the flame meteor hit the Black Blood Sword Saint. The Black Blood Sword Saint seemed to sense the danger and swung the sword in his hand to cut the flame meteor. The black gas was shattered by the flame meteor. He could cut out the sword energy of the 7th realm of Dao Zun, but he couldn't stop Yin Bei, who was in the 8th realm of Dao. The flame meteor hit the Black Blood Sword Saint, and he couldn't move or dodge. The fire rushed into the sky, sweeping thousands of meters in radius. Several generals ordered at the same time, and the Divine Talisman army quickly retreated and gave up the battlefield. At this time, Lin Moyu's breath rose, and he performed the origin technique, gathering the power of the Undead Legion, and stepped into the 7th realm of Dao Zun in one fell swoop. A spear evolved from the seal. Lin Moyu raised his spear and charged at the Black Blood Sword Saint. Yin Bei did not attack again except to drop the flame meteor. The Black Blood Sword Saint was not actually injured by the flame meteor. Yin Bei's real purpose was to mark out the area and leave the battlefield to Lin Moyu. The reason why Lin Moyu did this was to fight the Black Blood Sword Saint in person. Since the beginning of the Great World, Lin Moyu has had a cause and effect with the Black World. He had a hunch that this cause and effect had not been broken, and he would have a conflict with the people of the Black Blood World in the future. Before that, it would be a good thing to have a chance to know more about them. Lin Moyu charged into the battlefield surrounded by flames, pointing his spear directly at the Black Blood Sword Saint. The Black Blood Sword Saint swung his sword and slashed out countless sword chi in an instant. Lin Moyu blocked the sword chi with his spear and instantly killed in front of the Black Blood Sword Saint, breaking the sky. A spear was thrown out, and the killing intent surged. The terrifying killing intent swept out like a tsunami, covering the Black Blood Sword Saint. The Black Blood Sword Saint screamed silently, and the black blood on his body was swept away by the killing intent and crushed into powder. In the killing frenzy, Lin Moyu rushed out, and the wings of time shook violently at this moment. The spear turned into a long rainbow, carrying Lin marching and piercing the body of the Black Blood Sword concubine. The lower body of the Black Blood Sword Saint was still evolving, unable to move, and could only completely withstand this shot. His body exploded, and countless black blood was blown out. But he did not die, and his body quickly recovered. Except for the weakening of his breath, he seemed to be not injured at all. He stared at Lin Moyu, opened his mouth, and roared silently. The sword in his hand swung more fiercely, but it was helpless against Lin Moyu, and all the attacks were blocked by the spear. After 2 consecutive attempts, Lin Moyu did not continue to attack, but kept blocking the sword energy. He wanted to see if the Black Blood Sword Saint had any other tricks. As far as we know, the Black Blood Sword Saint has amazing recovery ability, and it is difficult to be injured and killed. If you want to kill him, you must wipe out all the blood in his body. He seems to have no black blood body, and his whole body is made of black blood, which is different from the big world. While blocking, Lin Moyu attacked the Black Blood Sword Saint with one shot after another, causing damage to him little by little, and wiping out his black blood. Finally, the Black Blood Sword Saint made a new move. He held the sword high with both hands, and the sky went dark. A black giant sword appeared between heaven and earth. This sword was tens of thousands of meters long, and there were blood grooves on the sword body, and the black blood in the blood grooves was rushing like a river. The black giant sword fell towards Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu also stabbed out with a spear, and the needle and wheat spikes met. The terrifying power burst out, and Lin Moyu was blown away on the spot. In terms of strength, he was completely defeated, which shocked Lin Moyu. He is now in the 7th realm of Daozun. Although he is not as good as the real 7th realm of Daozun, he does have the experience of the 7th realm of Daozun. The Black Blood Sword Saint has not yet fully evolved, and is still in the 6th realm of Daozun. He just used the secret method to attack the 7th realm of Daozun. Even if the 2 sides are evenly matched, it will be fine, but he was completely defeated. I can only say that the attack of the Black Blood Sword Saint was too strong. When Lin Moyu was blown away, strands of black blood flew like a shadow, turning into a big net, covering Lin Moyu in it. Lin Moyu could have avoided it, but he didn't. He wanted to experience the secret method of the Black Blood Sword Saint. The black blood is corrosive and aggressive. Once it touches the skin, it will drill into the body. Lin Moyu felt the black blood threads, which were extremely tough and difficult to remove. Once an ordinary person is injured, it won't take long for the black blood threads to penetrate into the bone marrow, and even erode Zhao Nuo's soul. This secret method is extremely vicious, but for me, it's useless. The power avenue was running, driving the blood and chi to roar, and Lin Moyu's blood and chi instinctively vibrated, directly shaking off the black blood threads. Lin Moyu flew back and killed the Black Blood Sword Saint again. After the Black Blood Sword Saint swung this sword, his strength obviously weakened a lot, and the evolution of his lower body became extremely slow. Lin Moyu teased him for a while, and made sure that he had no other moves, so he was too lazy to toss. With a thought, Yin Bei, who had been waiting for a long time, came over to kill the donkey. Facing Yin Bei, who was in the 8th realm of Daozun, the Black Blood Sword Saint had no resistance and was burned to ashes in a short while. Lin Moyu whispered, "In the end, it's all about strength. No matter where you come from, as long as I'm strong enough, I can beat you back." The bright golden light shone, and the Divine Talisman army called off the troops, put away their weapons, and reformed into a square formation. The 7th rank general in the lead slowly flew in front of Lin Moyu and saluted Lin Moyu. He was promoted from 1,000 men to 1,000,000 people. When the real mission reward came, Lin Moyu felt that he could be promoted to a general. He should be the fastest person to be promoted in the history of the Ancient War Secret Collection. The secret collection began to vibrate, and the mission was over. A vortex suddenly appeared next to Lin Moyu, and he could leave the secret collection through the vortex. Just as Lin Moyu was about to leave, the general suddenly threw out his sword, and the sword slammed into the ground, and the ground collapsed on the spot. Then, a piece of debris flew out of the ground and came to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He was not unfamiliar with this fragment. There were two similar fragments in the treasure box he opened before. The fragment exuded the breath of the Tao realm. Lin Moyu recognized that it was something from the Tao realm, but he didn't know its true identity. But in any case, this should be a good thing. The general gave this thing to himself, which was also part of the extra reward. Lin Moyu put away the fragment, saluted the nameless 7th-rank general again, and then left the secret collection. When his vision was restored, the secret collection that existed originally had disappeared. Perhaps this task will appear again after the next Ancient War Secret Collection is opened, but it will belong to someone else's task and will have nothing to do with Lin Moyu. Given the difficulty of this mission, if you want to exceed the target, you must be at least at the peak of the 6th realm of Dao Zun, and you must be a genius-level figure with the ability to fight across borders. No matter what means you use, you must at least exert the combat power of the 7th realm of Dao Zun to successfully kill the Black Blood Sword Saint. Or, the 7th realm ancestor who returns from the high-level area can also do this mission. But Lin Moyu thinks that the rule-makers in the ancient battlefield must have considered this. People who return from the high-level area may not get any good rewards. The rule-makers will definitely not allow such loopholes to exist. The Blood Rat realm brought the Black Blood here, not just to evolve the Black Blood Sword Saint. No matter how strong the Black Blood Sword Saint is, he is only at the 7th level of Dao Zun. He can't make a big wave in the whole battle. There must be other purposes. Unfortunately, the information obtained is too little to be accurately inferred. It seems that we still have to continue to do the mission, continue to upgrade the military rank, and collect more information. One mystery has not been solved yet, and now a new mystery has appeared. Lin Moyu is not discouraged, but more interested. What kind of connection is there between the extraterritorial gods, the Blood Rat realm, and the Black Blood realm? The prehistoric gap, the war on the origin continent, and the formation seal at the bottom of the sea are all attracting Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu feels like he is attacking a super-large copy. If he wants to successfully solve all the puzzles, he still has a long way to go. The rosy clouds fell from the sky and shone on Lin Moyu. The real reward of this mission has come. The seal flew out automatically and slowly turned in the rosy clouds. In the glow of the sunset, the seal became bigger. The size of the seal is also related to the status. The seal of a national official is bigger than the seal of a military officer. At this moment, the seal became bigger again, which means that Lin Moyu's status will change from an officer to a general. The pattern on the seal became more exquisite, revealing a gorgeous color. The word Fu was erased and replaced with Jiang. This also means that Lin Moyu really became a general. Then the word Wan also disappeared and turned into Ba. Lin Moyu didn't expect that he would be promoted to a 1,000-man leader and an 8th-rank general. This speed is really a bit fast and beyond expectations. But thinking back, it seems to be natural. This mission seems to be one, but it actually consists of 3 tasks. Every time you complete one more, the reward can be doubled. In this way, completing all 3 tasks is equivalent to completing 6 tasks. Moreover, I have completed each task in excess, so the reward may not be doubled. With such a layer of superposition, it seems reasonable for me to become an 8th-rank general from a 1,000-man leader in one fell swoop. Existence is reasonable, and Lin Moyu was just a little surprised. At the same time as the seal changed, the armor on Lin Moyu's body was also shining brightly, and his armor was also changed from military level to general level. The armor has a greater increase. Lin Moyu feels that when he wears the armor, without using any magic, his combat power is already infinitely close to the 6th realm of Dao Zun. The increase is more than 2 realms, but less than 3 realms. The change of the armor is dispensable to Lin Moyu. He cares more about what new abilities the seal will bring to him after becoming an 8th grade general. When he became a captain from a soldier, the seal had the ability to summon the Divine Talisman Army. Now that he has become a general, the seal will inevitably have new abilities. The seal fell from the rosy clouds and came into Lin Moyu's hands. Lin Moyu learned about the changes in the seal at the first time. The first is the map. The map has become larger again, and it has become larger. The coverage area has exceeded the intermediate area and spread to the high-level area. The task points have become 3, not increasing, but decreasing. There were 7 task points before, and there should be 6 left after completing this task, but now the seal has been upgraded, the tasks have decreased. Moreover, these 3 task points are not repeated with the previous ones, but are brand new. In the map provided by the seal, the colors of the 3 mission points are different. The mission point in the middle level area is light red. The 2 mission points in the high level area are darker. Lin Moyu can probably guess the meaning. These 3 missions are for generals. The rules in the ancient war secrets have never been based on realm, but on military rank. He became a general, so the previous missions were no longer suitable for him and had to be replaced by general missions. 3 mission points, 2 in the high-level area, 1 in the middle-level area, and the colors are different. The missions in the middle-level area should be relatively simple. It may be a transition from the middle-level area to the high-level area, so that people can adapt to the general-level missions. It is not difficult to imagine that the general-level missions should be very difficult. Lin Moyu understood that this was a new function provided by the seal, and the difficulty of the task could be distinguished by color. After becoming a general, he had greater power and could choose the difficulty of the task that suited him. The second function of the general seal was summoning. An 8th rank general could summon 40,000 Divine Talisman soldiers of the same realm as himself. A captain of 10,000 could summon 10,000 Divine Talisman soldiers, a 9th rank general could summon 20,000, and an 8th rank general could summon 40,000. The number was okay, but unfortunately his realm was not enough. This was not a problem with the seal, but his own problem. Then came the third function, strengthening. Strengthening is a new ability brought by the general level seal. It has 2 functions. One is to strengthen the Divine Talisman Army and greatly enhance its strength. And the degree of strengthening is linked to Lin Moyu's military rank. Strengthening with the current 8th grade general can make the Divine Talisman Army rise to a higher level, which is effective for those below the 7th level of Dao. If the Divine Talisman Army of the 6th level of Dao Zun is summoned to use this ability, the single combat power of the Divine Talisman Army can reach the limit of the 6th level of Dao Zun, which is very close to the 7th level of Dao Zun. Only 100 such Divine Talisman troops are needed to form a battle formation to fight against ordinary 7th level of Dao Zun. If there are 1,000 such Divine Talisman troops, they can kill those weaker 1st level of 7th level. This ability is very useful for those practitioners of the 6th level of Dao Zun. They can summon the Divine Talisman Army of the 6th level of Dao Zun so that they have the combat power to fight against the 7th level of Dao Zun, which is enough to provide strong support for them to complete their tasks. Unfortunately, due to the limitation of Lin Moyu's own realm, the Divine Talisman Army he summoned was only at the 3rd realm of Dao Zun. Even if he strengthened it by 1 more realm, it would only be the 4th realm. Forming a battle formation, at most, he could fight against the 5th realm of Dao Zun. Perhaps by concentrating the power of 40,000 Divine Talisman soldiers, he could confront the 4-winged rat general of the 6th realm of Dao Zun head-on, but in Lin Moyu's eyes, this ability was useless. However, strengthening this ability has another function, which is to strengthen oneself. Concentrate the power of the Divine Talisman Army to make a blow far beyond one's own realm. The price is that some Divine Talisman soldiers will be sacrificed, and he will also be backfired. This reminded Lin Moyu of the blow made by the 7th rank general in the previous mission. He used the body of the 6th realm of Daozun to attack the 7th realm of Daozun, which was very powerful. However, after that blow, hundreds of Divine Talisman soldiers died on the spot, and he was also seriously injured. For each blow, the number of Divine Talisman soldiers sacrificed can reach up to 1,000, and at least 100. The more Divine Talisman troops are sacrificed, the greater the increase, and the stronger the backlash will be. Lin Moyu has no feeling about this. The Divine Talisman troops are just summoned, and they are sacrificed. As for the damage he will suffer, it doesn't matter, he can be treated at any time. The most important thing is that the increase brought by this ability ignores the original realm. It is to forcibly improve a realm on the basis of the original realm. If he uses the power to improve himself to the 7th realm of Daozun, then with the strengthening, he can play an attack equivalent to the 8th realm of Daozun. If he can focus on the 8th realm of Daozun, he can play the attack of the 9th realm of Daozun. In this way, even if he does not use the Dao Immortal Pill, Lin Moyu can temporarily have the attack history of the 9th realm of Daozun. This is a very practical ability. Lin Moyu's mind is like a mirror, and he knows how to make good use of this ability. The wings of time move and fly towards the distance. He is going to do the last and only task in the intermediate area. After finishing, he will go to the high-level area. Lin Moyu believed that after completing this mission, his rank could be upgraded to the 7th rank general. The intermediate area was very large. To date, the skeleton generals sent by Lin Moyu have not yet completed the exploration of the intermediate area. This ancient battlefield is far from being as small as described in the information. It is simply amazingly large. Let's stop the exploration of the intermediate area. Lin Moyu's heart moved and he put away the skeleton generals in the outside world. Although the ancient battlefield is extremely large, Lin Moyu has roughly understood the overall structure of the ancient battlefield. The environment of the ancient battlefield is very wild. Most areas are ancient forests and mountains. There are no cities or camps. There are many secret treasures between the mountains and forests, and the number of secret treasures is very large, more than what is recorded in the data. It is precisely because of this that although there are 10,000 people entering, most of them have entered the secret treasures and are difficult to encounter in the outside world. Lin Moyu released so many skeleton generals, but only encountered less than 10 people, and 6 of them were already dead. What killed them was the war beast. In the ancient battlefield, the only living creatures are war beasts, and war beasts will attack everyone who enters the ancient battlefield. There are no tasks in the secret treasures that those people entered, and as long as they do not join the Divine Talisman army, it is impossible to trigger any tasks. They will only explore the secret treasures and hope to gain something. But they have no idea what the real gains are in the ancient battlefield. I don't know what the high-level area is like. According to the data, the danger of the high-level area is very high, not only in the secret treasures, but also in the wild. In the high-level area, the probability of encountering war beasts will increase significantly, and war beasts often act in groups. If a single person encounters it, it will be a nightmare. In order to avoid war beasts, the information suggests entering the secret storage as soon as possible. The safety of the secret storage is much better than the wild. This is indeed the case. The war beasts in the high-level area are all Daozuan 7th realm. They are stronger than most Daozuan 7th realm when fighting alone. If they are in groups, those 7th realm ancestors who are usually high and mighty will die if they encounter them. Relatively speaking, the secret storage is indeed much safer. Lin Moyu's heart was full of interest. He was ready to fight. Then let's take a good look. The high-level area is not as dangerous as others say. The wings of time took Lin Moyu to fly over 1,000,000 miles, getting closer and closer to the last mission point in the middle-level area. Being able to fly in the air is Lin Moyu's reliance. If there is really danger, he can fly away. Even war beasts cannot fly in the ancient battlefield. Flying is the privilege of the Divine Talisman army. In the distance, Lin Moyu saw a vast ocean. For the appearance of the vast ocean in the ancient battlefield, Lin Moyu was not surprised. 012111206 Feilu 000120520. This land was not an ordinary land, but a special world created by a certain terrifying existence who established rules with his own will and used the fighting spirit and obsession in the ancient battlefield. In this world, everything is real and everything is illusory. Whether it is true or false is in the balance. So, no matter what happens, it is normal. The ocean has no boundaries, and there are islands in the ocean. These islands are not small, and on each island, there is a bloody smell. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. The islands were filled with bloody core. The bloody core occupied these islands, and there were tens of thousands of bloody rat monsters on each island. They were not ordinary bloody rat monsters, but bloody rat generals. The weakest were the double-winged rat generals of Dao Zun 5th Realm, and the strongest were the four-winged rat generals who reached Dao Zun 6th Realm. Among the 10,000 bloody rat monsters, there were almost 9,000 double-winged rat generals, and the remaining 1,000 were all four-winged rat generals. In the center of the island, there was a statue, and the statue looked like a six-winged rat. It was also the first time that Lin Moyu saw a six-winged rat general. The six-winged rat general was equivalent to the ancestor of the 7th realm, and it was not easy to deal with. Then, Lin Moyu saw a rat general sleeping on the top of the statue, and he couldn't count its wings. However, from the breath, it can be judged that the other party has indeed surpassed Dao Zun's 6th realm. Lin Moyu looked to both sides and found that there were many islands on both sides, which were also occupied by the bloody legions. Each island was guarded by a bloody legion, and the route to the entire ocean was cut off. These islands were not far away, and if they attacked any island, they would cause a stir in other islands. Lin Moyu stood on the edge of the ocean, looking at the island. He found that a strange force enveloped the entire ocean. That feeling was similar to the space barrier on the Bluestone Bridge before, but the power here was stronger. This made Lin Moyu know that what he saw now was not the whole picture. Only by passing through this barrier can you really see what happened. Lin Moyu continued to approach the mission point. When he was still 10,000 meters away, he saw a warship, the warship of the Divine Talisman Army. Seeing the warship of the Divine Talisman Army, Lin Moyu already knew that this mission was on the warship. Flying directly into the warship, there were many Divine Talisman Army on the warship. When they saw Lin Moyu, they saluted Lin Moyu at the same time. Lin Moyu was already an 8th rank general at this time, and ordinary Divine Talisman Army naturally had to salute him. At this time, a piece of information came into his mind. Annihilate the bloody legions on the 167 islands of the Balanhai Islands, and at least independently destroy one island. Lin Moyu triggered the mission, and the mission was the same as he thought, which was to strangle the bloody army on the island. There were 10,000 bloody rat monsters on each island, the weakest of which was the Shuangli rat general of the 5th realm of Daozuan. The strongest was the 6-winged rat general of the 7th realm of Daozuan. If an ordinary practitioner of the 6th realm of Daozuan received this mission, if he was also an 8th grade general, summoning 40,000 divine talisman soldiers of the 6th realm of Daozuan, plus the enhanced ability given by the seal, it would not be difficult to wipe out an island. Even the 6-winged rat general was not difficult to deal with. As long as you are willing to pay some price, you will definitely be able to kill it. The only difficulty is that those islands will definitely support each other. But in the same way, the Divine Talisman Army will also have a large group of people moving, and they can completely let them take the lead. When the time comes, Song will choose the right island to attack to avoid this problem. This mission is the most suitable for others that Lin Moyu has received so far. The only requirement is to be in the 6th realm of Daozuan, and then a general, even a 9th grade general, can do it. The mission can indeed be done, but it is still difficult to complete the mission in excess. The mission requirement is to wipe out, that is, not a single one is left. After a war, the damage to his own Divine Talisman Army will certainly not be small, and he may not have the spare strength to attack the next island. If he wants to complete the mission in excess, he must wipe out multiple islands. As for how many, the more the better. Lin Moyu pondered the mission information and thought about what he should do next. His undead army is far more numerous than the Bloody Army, but it is inferior in combat power. The Skeleton God General is only at the 4th level of the Daozuan, and the same is true for the Cavalry Army. Even if there is a Legion commander in command, he can only fight against the 2-winged Rat General. It takes a lot of time to wear down the 4-winged Rat General. There is not only one 4-winged Rat General. There are thousands of 4-winged Rat Generals on each island, and there is also a stronger 6-winged Rat General. Only by letting the 5-element Sword Demon and Yin Bei take action can the efficiency be higher. But in this way, it is difficult to divide the troops. Originally, Lin Moyu wanted to use his numerical advantage to attack multiple islands at the same time. It would be great if the Seal's strengthening ability could be used by the Undead Legion. Combined with the strong soldiers of the Origin magic, it would be enough to deal with the Rat Generals on the islands. Yin Bei can kill the 6-winged Rat General quickly, and the 5-element Sword Demon can also cooperate with the Buddhist Lich and the Fate Lich to quickly kill the 6-winged Rat General. And I can also use the Gathering Force and strengthen it to deal with the 6-winged Rat General. In this way, we can divide the troops into 3 groups and deal with 3 islands at the same time. Lin Moyu had an idea in his mind, so he wanted to try it. Summon a Skeleton God General and use the Seal's strengthening ability at the same time. The Seal emits a ray of light, covering the warship. The armors of the Divine Talisman soldiers around him glowed at the same time, and their auras also increased sharply. Lin Moyu was stunned for a moment. It turns out that strengthening is effective for all Divine Talisman soldiers. He looked at the Skeleton God General, and his eyes suddenly flashed with joy. It's really useful. The Skeleton God General also glowed with white light at this moment. It was only at the 4th level of Daozun, but at this moment, its aura reached the 5th level of Daozun, a whole level higher. Lin Moyu looked at the Seal. I really underestimated you. Strengthening is also effective for the Undead Army, which was beyond Lin Moyu's expectation. The Seal gave too little information, so he instinctively thought that it could only strengthen the Divine Talisman soldiers he summoned. But this is a good thing, then his plan can be implemented smoothly. This time, the task can be completed in excess again. Lin Moyu smiled and walked towards the interior of the warship. The world changed. Lin Moyu passed through a barrier full of divine symbols and saw the real Balin Sea and the Divine Symbol Army. The waves hit the shore one after another, without any sound. In front of Lin Moyu were warships, which were much larger than the previous flying boats. Each warship could accommodate 100,000 Divine Symbol soldiers. And there were now 20 such warships, which meant that there were 2 million Divine Symbol soldiers here. The realm of the Divine Symbol Army was not as high as that of the Bloodline Rat Generals, and they were basically all in the 4th realm of Daozuan. However, the Divine Symbol Army had battle formations and strengthening abilities, and its actual combat power was not weak. Then Lin Moyu looked through the warships at the Balin Sea. The Balin Sea was much larger than before, separated by a space barrier, and there were many islands. As far as the eye could see, hundreds of islands were densely distributed on the Balin Sea. A stream of bloody air rose from the islands, and the Bloody Army was obviously ready for a big battle. Fellow Taoist Lin. Suddenly someone called Lin Moyu's name. In the silent world, someone suddenly called his name, which was a very strange feeling. But Lin Moyu still recognized the owner of the voice, Su Fengzi. Then he saw Su Fengzi in armor, and Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Dao Yu Su, congratulations." Su Fengzi was still a captain of 10 men at this moment, but his cultivation level was promoted from Daozuan 6 to Daozuan 7. But his breath was a little empty. Obviously he had just completed the promotion. What's there to congratulate? I don't really want to be promoted so quickly. Su Fengzi put away his armor, sighed deeply, and even regretted it. Then he showed a puzzled look again. "Dao Yu Lin, why are you here?" Lin Moyu said, "I'm here to do a mission." 0.6. Su Fengzi said, do a mission? The mission to wipe out the bloody army of Balin High? Lin Moyu nodded, yes. Su Fengzi screamed, fellow Taoist Lin, don't joke, this is the last mission in the intermediate area. Lin Moyu nodded, I know, after completing this mission, I will be lost in the high-level area. Su Fengzi looked at Lin Moyu with disbelief and a strange expression. As a smart member of the Skyfox tribe, he had guessed a possibility. Although this possibility is not high, there is only one answer. He whispered, fellow Taoist Lin, may I ask your current military rank? Lin Moyu took out his seal generously, you can see for yourself. 8th rank general. Su Fengzi uttered the 4 words with difficulty. At this time, his eyes were slightly unfocused. Years of common sense were shattered at this moment. He was a little unable to accept the reality. Su Fengzi came back to his senses after a while, fellow Taoist Lin, you are really a god. Lin Moyu smiled, I'm just lucky. Su Fengzi shook his head, no, this is definitely not explained by good luck. As far as I know, the one who was promoted the fastest in the ancient war secrets, from joining the Divine Talisman Army to becoming a general, experienced 4 secrets openings. That guy has always been a genius in Fengzi's mind, but compared with fellow Taoist Lin, it's simply. He couldn't find a suitable adjective for a while. Lin Moyu's amazing promotion speed made him a little speechless. Lin Moyu changed the subject, let's not talk about me, why did you come here to do the mission? Su Fengzi said, I did a mission before, and it ended in failure. But I was lucky and found a treasure, which accidentally improved my realm. Actually, I don't want to improve my realm. Once I improve my realm, there will only be 1 mission left in the intermediate area. I must pass this mission and go to the high-level area, otherwise I can only wait until the next secret treasure is open to enter the high-level area. I think there are no more missions in the middle-level area anyway, so let's go. So, I came. It can be like this. 06 Lin Moyu only then knew that the mission guide in the ancient battlefield would not only give different missions according to military ranks, but also according to different realms. Looking at Su Fengzi, who looked helpless, Lin Moyu smiled and said, Friend Su, don't be depressed. If it were me, I would definitely choose the same way. After all, when we practice, the ancient battlefield is only a tiny part. The real practice is not in the outside world. Being able to become a 7th level ancestor, isn't it one step closer to Su Daoyu's goal? Su Fengzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted his head. What Lin Daoyu said is right, Fengzi fell into a dead end before. Although the ancient battlefield is good, Fengzi's world is still the outside world, and the ancient battlefield secrets are just a change. In that case, I should be promoted. I have to raise one of my cultivation and military rank. Lin Moyu said, and this mission is also very suitable for Su Daoyu. With Su Daoyu's strength, he will definitely be able to complete the mission smoothly. Su Fengzi is now in the 7th realm of Daozuan. Although he has just been promoted to the 7th realm of Daozuan, his foundation is not stable. But he is a member of the Skyfox tribe, a royal family, and is much stronger than ordinary monsters in combat. In addition, he has the armor of the Divine Talisman Army, the armor of the Decapitator, which has more or less amplification. Even if he kills into an island alone, he can almost complete the mission. What's more, he is a Decapitator and can summon 10 Divine Talisman Army. With his realm, the Divine Talisman Army summoned can reach the 6th realm of Daozuan, which can also be regarded as a considerable help. Su Fengzi clasped his fists to Lin Moyu. Thank you, Lin Daoyu. Su Fengzi will remember this. If there is any mission in the future. Lin Moyu interrupted Su Fengzi. No need in the future, you can pay it back now. Ah. Su Fengzi looked at Lin Moyu in a daze. Even though he was smart enough, he couldn't figure out what Lin Moyu meant at this moment. Lin Moyu took out a Dao stone. Lin has some secrets that I don't want to be known. Can you trouble fellow Daoist Su to make a Dao oath and not disclose all the information about Lin to others? Su Fengzi felt the seriousness in Lin Moyu's words. If he didn't agree, it might not be as simple as losing a friend. Lin Moyu might take action directly. Since Lin Moyu was so serious about it, it must be very important. As a smart member of the Skyfox tribe, Su Fengzi made a Dao warning without hesitation. I, Su Fengzi, will never reveal any information about fellow Daoist Lin Moyu to anyone. If you violate it, I, Su Fengzi, will have my soul annihilated and my body and Dao will disappear. The Dao stone shone, and thunders sounded in the air. Feeling that the Dao oath took effect, Lin Moyu couldn't help but smile. The Dao oath is not safe, but the Dao oath made through the Dao stone, even the Dao Zun 9 realms dare not violate it. Seeing Su Fengzi so happy, Lin Moyu's impression of Su Fengzi improved. No one likes the Dao oath, it is a kind of bondage, and it should not be made if it can be avoided. Lin Moyu said, I will also remember this favor from Su Dao Yu, and I will definitely make up for it in the future. Su Fengzi shook his head. Fengzi is sincere in making friends, and Lin Dao Yu will know it in the future. At this time, the warship suddenly shook, and Lin Moyu said, the mission is about to start. If Su Dao Yu encounters danger, you can come to me. Su Fengzi nodded, I understand. Fellow Daoist Lin should also be careful. He wanted to move with the Divine Talisman army and take the opportunity to select a suitable island to attack. But Lin Moyu did not want to move with the army. His requirements for the island were completely different from Su Fengzi's. In fact, Su Fengzi was very curious about Lin Moyu's methods. If there was a chance, he would watch. Su Fengzi was a person who knew how to advance and retreat, but he would not deliberately do it, just let it go. And as he said, he was sincere in making friends with Lin Moyu, so he would not do anything that Lin Moyu would hate. The warship slowly started in a rosy glow, and the divine talismans on the warships flashed. 20 warships were connected together to form a battle formation. The warships can not only carry a large number of divine talisman troops, but also have strong combat power. Lin Moyu could feel the power of these warships. Although they were not as strong as the 7th Realm Ancestor, they were enough to deal with the 7th Realm Ancestor for a while after forming a battle formation. Lin Moyu stood on the warship, and he walked slowly to the bow. Passing by countless Divine Talisman soldiers, these Divine Talisman soldiers saluted him one after another. The number of Divine Talisman soldiers on the warship was exactly 100,000. On the bow, a general stood on it. The general was a 7th rank general, one rank higher than Lin Moyu. When Lin Moyu passed by the general, he saluted him. The 7th rank general also saluted Lin Moyu. Apart from that, he did nothing and did not come to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu walked to the bow and saw a battle formation composed of 20 warships, flying north over the sea and quickly approaching the first island. On the island, the bloody army was ready to go, and the strong smell of blood spread between heaven and earth. Lin Moyu could already feel the murderous intent in the forest. Lin Moyu looked at the distribution of islands. He would choose a suitable island according to the movement of the Divine Talisman army. But before that, he wanted to see how the Divine Talisman army fought against the Blood Legion. Maybe the Blood Legion had some other arrangements on the island. The huge statue gave him a strange feeling, not very common. Anyway, there are many islands in the North Sea, so it doesn't matter. The Divine Talisman army rushed to the nearest island. It was obvious that they had no intention of splitting up and decided to concentrate their forces to attack one island. There were only 10,000 bloody rat generals on an island. Facing millions of Divine Talisman army, they could not stop it at all. Lin Moyu whispered, breaking the surface with a point is a good idea, but it shouldn't be that easy. When the distance to the island was only 100,000 meters, the Divine Talisman on the warship burst into brilliant light, and powerful attacks blasted out from the warship. Each attack was very strong, only slightly inferior to the 7th realm of Dao Zun. The only 6-winged rat general on the island suddenly raised his head, opened his mouth wide towards the warship, and roared silently. The statue on the island suddenly emitted a blood-red light, turning into a blood-red light curtain, blocking the attack of the warship. The warship's attack continued, and the blood-red light curtain was shaky. After the statue persisted for a few seconds, a large number of cracks appeared, and the light curtain shattered. The attack of the warship fell directly on the island roared, and countless rat generals were blasted into pieces. The warships attacked densely, and a large number of bloody rat generals on the island were killed. The blood dyed the island red, and even the surrounding ocean was stained with blood. But even so, the bloody rat generals still had no intention of rushing out of the island. They would rather bear huge damage than rush out to confront the Divine Talisman army head-on. Thousands of four-winged rat generals spread their wings, interweaving blood curtains, barely resisting the attack. The only six-winged rat general on the island, all six wings spread out, countless blood-colored lines on the wings lit up, and then countless blood arrows shot out from the blood-colored lines. Blood arrows rained down on the battle formation formed by the warships. The attack of the Daozun Seven Realms, every drop of blood rain contained amazing history. The attack of the warship was swallowed by the blood rain, and a lot of each other was offset, but in the end the blood rain was better. The divine talisman on the warship continued to glow, and at this time Lin Moyu saw that the generals on the warship raised their swords. The next moment, the divine talisman army was dispatched. They rushed out of the warships, formed a battle formation, and rushed towards the island. The realm of these divine talisman soldiers was only the fourth realm of Daozun. If they fought alone, they could not even beat the two-winged rat general. But now they formed a battle formation, and their combat power was greatly improved. A battle formation composed of 100 divine talisman soldiers was enough to compete with the two-winged rat general. A battle formation composed of 10,000 divine talisman soldiers could fight against the four-winged rat general. And now, there are full 2 million divine talisman soldiers here. They form a battle formation of 100,000 people, and their combat power is infinitely close to the seventh realm of Daozun. With the bombardment of the warships before, more than half of the bloody rat generals on the island had been killed or injured. Now they are attacked by the divine talisman army that is hundreds of times larger than them, and they have no power to resist. The generals rushed out from behind the battle formation. They are all 7th grade and have the combat experience of the peak of the 6th realm of Daozun. In addition to the armor, their combat power can be comparable to the 7th realm of Daozun. If they don't hesitate to sacrifice the divine talisman army, the attack they exert will make even the 7th realm of Daozun retreat. At the beginning of this war, it seemed that the winner had been decided. But Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. Things shouldn't be so simple. Su Fengzi came to Lin Moyu at this time. "Friend Lin, I feel something is wrong." He was going to act independently and look for opportunities before. But the situation of this war now made him feel something was wrong. The bloody legions on all the islands did not move, nor did they come to support. They clearly discovered the situation here, but they just didn't move. So he didn't act on his own. Lin Moyu nodded. "It's indeed a bit wrong, but I can't see anything now." Su Fengzi said, "Could this island be a trap set by the Bloody Legion?" Lin Moyu said, "It's possible." Su Fengzi continued, "Everything we have experienced is actually a reappearance of prehistoric times. This war must have happened before. It's just that we don't know the result. We don't know whether the Divine Talisman Army won the war or the Rat Realm won." Lin Moyu smiled slightly. "Of course the Divine Talisman Army won. If they lost, you and I wouldn't be standing here." Su Fengzi smiled awkwardly. Yes, I was wrong." Lin Moyu said, "I think the Divine Talisman Army won in the end, but it also paid a huge price. It must not have been easy to win. In the whole process, the Divine Talisman Army must have been defeated. It is impossible to win every battle. Maybe this battle will be lost." Lin Moyu felt a huge force sweeping in from the depths of the ocean. This island should be a bait. The Divine Talisman Army's strategy of breaking through the surface with a point actually fell into the opponent's trap. Lin Moyu's eyes moved slightly. "Does Su Daoyu know how to get an excess reward?" Su Fengzi looked puzzled. "What is an excess reward?" Lin Moyu said, "If you exceed the task, you can get an extra reward. I call it an excess reward." The extra reward is very generous and can quickly promote your military rank. Su Feng's eyes shone. The reason why Lin Daoyu can become a general so quickly is because of the excess reward? Lin Moyu smiled and nodded, yes. Su Feng's was very smart and immediately realized the key. I think it's difficult to get an excess reward. Lin Moyu didn't say anything, which was considered as tacit agreement. Su Feng's said, it's difficult for me to complete even ordinary tasks, let alone exceed the task. It's good enough to save my life in the task. Just like this mission. At this point, Su Feng's took out a mirror. He held the mirror towards the northern sea, and in an instant, countless light spots appeared on the mirror. These light spots were the bloody legions on the islands. The closest island had the most and brightest light spots, which was the place where the Divine Talisman Army and the bloody legions fought. There was another light spot moving rapidly, and it was approaching the battlefield. In addition to the light spots, there were also silk threads on the mirror, which ran through all the light spots, which meant that the islands on the northern sea were connected into 10 bodies. Su Feng's said, this is my magic weapon, the true mirror. It can reveal the distribution of power on the battlefield. These silk threads indicate that there are so many islands that are interconnected, and a special formation should have been formed. It's just that the formation has not been activated yet, and there is also the moving light spot below, which should be a very powerful guy. I think when this guy arrives, the formation will be activated, and these Divine Talisman troops will be surrounded. Lin Moyu looked at the mirror. This magic weapon is not bad. Since Su Daoyu already knows, why not take action in advance, such as retreating? Su Fengzi shook his head and said, I can't retreat. The mission has begun. There are only 2 choices for me, complete the mission or die here. The mission is to wipe out the Bloody Legion on the North Sea. If it is assigned to each of us, it means to independently wipe out an island. At first, I thought that as long as we can find the right opportunity, we should be able to do it. But the premise for completing the mission is that the Divine Talisman Army must win, but now. Su Feng's face was not looking good. If the Divine Talisman Army was defeated, what would be the point of him destroying an island? He would still die in the end. Lin Moyu smiled and said, there is no need to be so pessimistic. Since there is a mission, there must be a way to survive. Su Fengzi looked up at Lin Moyu, please help me, Brother Lin. Lin Moyu said, as far as I know, if the Divine Talisman Army is defeated, it will call for reinforcements. Su Fengzi immediately understood what Lin Moyu meant. Brother Lin means that as long as I can complete my mission and hold on until reinforcements arrive, that's enough, right? Lin Moyu said, if it's just to complete the mission, that's enough. Even if I don't complete the mission, as long as I can survive until reinforcements arrive, I can save my life. Lin Moyu's words gave Su Fengzi great confidence. He swept away his dejected look. So what should we do to exceed the task, as Lin Daoyu said? Lin Moyu said, the requirements of each task are different. This task, I guess, is to prevent the Shenfu army from being defeated before the reinforcements arrive. Or to end the battle before the reinforcements arrive. The specific method is nothing more than killing all the bloody rat monsters here. Su Fengzi was stunned. He wanted to end the battle before the reinforcements arrived. This was simply a fantasy. There were more than 1 million people on both sides of the battle, and there were hundreds of 7th Realm ancestors alone. How could they end the battle early with just the 2 of them? If you want to end the battle early, you must have enough strength to lead the battle. What are they? No, that's not right. Su Fengzi suddenly realized that he was wrong. He really overestimated himself. What Lin Moyu said was basically his idea. How could he be included in it? Clearly, what he was thinking about was how to save his life. On this basis, could he find a way to secretly fish in troubled waters and kill an island? As for other things, he had never thought about it. Lin Moyu smiled. Daoyu Su, what do you think? Su Fengzi smiled bitterly. Daoyu Lin is indeed not an ordinary person. Fengzi dare not even think about it. Although he didn't know where Lin Moyu got the confidence from, since Lin Moyu dared to say such a thing, he must have the corresponding means. When he first met Lin Moyu was only a captain of 10 men. What really attracted Su Fengzi was Lin Moyu's luck. Su Fengzi had never seen someone with such good luck, so he wanted to make friends with him and was even willing to take the initiative to give the task to Lin Moyu. At that time, he thought that he was already a Daozun 6th realm, and Lin Moyu was only a Daozun 3 realm. He could do enough tasks, so he might as well give it to Lin Moyu, which was also a favor. When he met Lin Moyu again, Lin Moyu was still a Daozun 3 realm, and he was already a Daozun 7 realm. But Lin Moyu had become an 8th grade general, and he was still a captain of 10 men. The speed of Lin Moyu's promotion completely shattered his cognition. Lin Moyu said, "Do you want to go with Lin Moyu?" Su Fengzi looked at Lin Moyu and said very seriously, "Does Lin Daoyu dislike Su as a burden?" Lin Moyu smiled, "Su Daoyu is joking. If Su Daoyu is willing to help Lin, then this mission will definitely be much easier." Su Fengzi said, "In that case, Fengzi will not be polite and will take advantage of Lin Daoyu." Lin Moyu smiled, "But there is a premise. Su Daoyu's actions must be under Lin's command." Su Fengzi immediately said, "Of course, Lin Daoyu can give orders, Fengzi will not dare to disobey." Su Fengzi was thinking at this time, seeing Lin Moyu's calm posture, as long as he followed him, even if he couldn't complete the mission, at least he could save his life. As long as his life was there, nothing else mattered. Lin Moyu looked at the battle on the island, his eyes became more and more fierce. "Here it comes." Su Fengzi didn't feel anything, he immediately looked at the Zhongxian Jinjing in his hand. In the realm, a huge light spot has sneaked from underwater and reached the bottom of the island. He immediately activated the truth-revealing mirror, and a giant rat monster suddenly appeared in the mirror. Su Fengzi looked at Lin Moyu in surprise. Lin Moyu didn't even look at his truth-revealing mirror, but he knew that the giant rat monster was coming. He, who was in the 7th realm of Daozun, didn't feel anything at all. Boom! The sea water exploded, rolling up thousands of meters of water, and the giant rat monster rushed out from underwater. Countless bloodlines emerged, like a big net covering the world, covering the entire Divine Talisman army. These bloodlines formed a special formation based on the statues of each island. At the same time, the rats on hundreds of islands rushed out of the islands at the same time, and rushed towards the Divine Talisman army in a mighty manner. All the offensives broke out in an instant. The attack and defense switched, and the numerical advantage of the Divine Talisman army disappeared in an instant. Su Fengzi's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He had never seen such a battle. The total number of both sides in the battle exceeded 5 million. This kind of momentum can only be felt by those who have really been on the battlefield. It is completely different from the usual single-handed fight. Su Fengzi's face became extremely ugly. He felt that he was like being in the sea in front of such a large army. He looked at Lin Moyu nervously, his mouth trembling a few times. "Fellow Taoist Lin, what should we do?" Lin Moyu was excited at this moment. "Yes, this is more like it." The Divine Talisman army discovered this and quickly gathered together to reform the battle formation and defend. They already knew that they had been tricked. Then a bright golden light rushed out, breaking through the blockade of the blood-colored net, exploding in the air, illuminating the entire Baland High. As Lin Moyu expected, the Divine Talisman army sent out a signal for help. At this time, the giant rat monster rushed to the front of the Divine Talisman army, then retracted its 4 legs, and its huge body instantly shrank into a ball, turning into a big meatball. Its body flashed with cold light, and its hair stood up. Every hair turned into an indestructible sharp blade at this moment. It crashed into the battle formation without any skill, and the terrifying power burst out. The battle formation of the Divine Talisman army could not stop it at all, and was immediately broken up. A large number of Divine Talisman army were crushed by the sharp blades on the giant rat and died on the spot. The giant rat monster shrank its body and rolled back and forth in the Divine Talisman army. The Divine Talisman army's attacks fell on it, but they had no effect and could not stop it at all. In a blink of an eye, the Divine Talisman army had suffered more than 100,000 casualties. Plus, Su Fengzi screamed, "I'm afraid it's the 8th realm." Lin Moyu shook his head. "It's not even the 8th realm yet, it's the limit of the 7th realm, but it's still a little short of the real limit." "Okay, the hidden rat monster has come out, and the call for help has been sent. It's our turn next." Su Fengzi muttered in his heart, "Just watch you, I don't need to watch, I really don't need to watch." Lin Moyu waved a ball of flame from his palm, and the flame exploded from the air. In an instant, a skeleton king emerged from the flame. 3,000 skeleton kings slowly stood up from their skeleton thrones. The skeleton kings wearing exquisite armor, with bloody cloaks fluttering, flames sweeping all over their bodies, and the skeleton thrones turned into sharp swords. The skeleton kings stood tall, terrifying and exuding a powerful aura. Su Fengzi was startled by the sudden appearance of the skeleton king, but after a closer look, he found that the skeleton king was only at the 5th level of Dao Zun, and there were only 3,000 of them, which was nothing in this battle of millions. Just as he was wondering, the space continued to distort. One by one, the legion leaders appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu summoned 100 legion leaders in one breath. After the legion leaders appeared, Lin Moyu waved his hand, "Go." The legion leaders took the order at the same time and rushed to the battlefield. The sky suddenly darkened, and the legion leaders released their dragon cavalry halfway. Each legion leader led tens of millions of dragon cavalry, and 100 was 1 billion. The terrifying number of dragon cavalry quickly formed a battle formation between heaven and earth. Their speed of action was faster and faster than that of the Shangjin Xinchen Fu army. How could there be so many? Su Fengzi was stunned, his face full of horror. Although the Dragon Cavalry Corps only had the 4th level of Dao Zun, the number was too many. There were so many that he couldn't count them at all. Wherever he looked, there were Dragon Cavalry. The next second, Su Fengzi was excited. With so many Dragon Riders, even if they were only Dao Zun 4th level, even if they were just meat shields, they would be enough to hold out until reinforcements arrived. I dare not say the mission, but at least his life has been saved. Lin Moyu obviously did not just want to save his life, he picked up the seal. Strengthen. The seal released a brilliant light, and the entire undead army was instantly strengthened, and their realms were all raised by 1 level. The fighting power of the Dragon Riders of the 5th level of Dao Zun and the Skeleton King of the 6th level of Dao Zun increased dramatically. In addition to their numbers, they were no longer just meat shields, they already had the ability to influence the battle situation. Su Fengzi looked at this scene in amazement and murmured, "Is this the power of the General Seal?" Lin Moyu explained, "It's called strengthening. You will know the specific power when you become a general in the future." Su Fengzi nodded. He was still far from being a general, and it was meaningless to know these. At this time, Su Fengzi had begun to get a little excited. With so many Dragon Cavalry Corps, plus the enhanced realm combat power, it was enough to fight against the Bloody Corps. But he didn't know that strengthening was just the beginning, and the next part was the highlight. Buddha's voices were heard, and sword energy was everywhere. The Buddha Kingdom Lich and the 5-element sword demon appeared at the same time. The 2 liches were also affected by the strengthening. The realm of the Buddha Kingdom Lich was raised to the limit of the 6th realm of Dao Zun. The Sword Lich used the Great Dao of Sword, and the sword energy surrounded its body. Its combat power instantly broke through to the 7th realm of Dao Zun. The Fate Lich appeared in Lin Moyu's shoulder, it exuded a hazy mist and laughed briskly. Although there was no strong breath, Su Fengzi subconsciously felt that this little guy was extremely terrifying. When he saw the Fate Lich, he felt a creepy feeling, and the chill started from the depths of his soul. The next second, a ball of flames swept across the world. Yin Bei appeared not far away. As Lin Moyu's current top gold medal fighter, Yin Bei was also affected by the enhancement and his strength was enhanced. The enhancement has an excellent effect on those below the 7th realm of Dao Zun, and the effect on those above the 7th realm of Dao Zun can only be regarded as ordinary. However, Su Fengzi was completely stunned and said that he could not understand it at all. Lin Moyu's method was too mysterious to be described in words. Su Fengzi only knew that the shock he had felt in his life was not as much as today. His worldview was impacted in some way and was no longer the same as before. But the next moment, a greater shock came. A strange breath came out of Moyu's body, which was extremely mysterious and shocking. Origin magic! Su Fengzi screamed, his eyes full of disbelief. He finally knew why Lin Moyu asked him to swear the oath of the Great Tao, and Lin Moyu actually had the origin magic. Su Fengzi's teeth were chattering, and his body was shaking constantly. It turned out to be the origin magic. The legendary origin magic, there are actually people who can master it. Lin Moyu smiled. Since the origin magic exists, naturally there will be people who can master it. Su Fengzi said, according to records, in the history of the origin continent, there are only 1 or 2 people who can master the origin magic. It is said that this origin magic cannot be mastered by 10 methods at all. In addition to being shocked, he also had a strong desire for knowledge. Lin Moyu looked at Su Fengzi and laughed. Want to know? Su Fengzi nodded instinctively, but immediately shook his head. I don't want to know. The more I know, the more I die. Once upon a time, there was a race in our demon clan. This race was not strong, but the whole clan was very curious, and then the clan was exterminated. It was said that it was because of curiosity that they knew things they should not know. Lin Moyu laughed. It is indeed better not to know. While speaking, the origin breath had risen to the limit. A spell exploded silently and fell on all the undead legions and the resurrected. Original spell, Strong Soldiers. It has been a long time since I used this spell. The origin spell has not experienced spell sublimation, but it is always high above, stronger than any origin level spell. Other spells have been sublimated. Even if they have reached the origin level, they are just to get closer to the origin, not the real origin spell. For Lin Moyu, the biggest role of Strong Soldiers is to increase damage. The damage caused by all summons can be increased tenfold. Under the dual enhancement of Strengthening and Strong Soldiers, the single combat power of the Undead Legion has been infinitely close to the 6th realm of Dao Zun. Even if fighting alone, it can win the double-winged rat general. After forming a battle formation, killing the 4-winged rat general is not a problem. Coupled with the advantage of hundreds of times in numbers, a crushing trend has been formed. Lin Moyu's favorite thing is to crush the enemy. This feeling is very good. Yin Bei turned into a stream of flames and was the first to rush into the battlefield. His target was the giant rat monster, which was rolling and raging in the Divine Talisman army, and no one could stop it. At least tens of thousands of Divine Talisman soldiers had died in its hands. Yin Bei evolved into the true body of the Great Tao, turning into a thousands-meter-long red flame divine eagle, covered with flames and crashing into the giant rat monster. The two sides collided silently, and the terrifying power erupted. The flames swept across the sky, and the nearby Divine Talisman room was shaken by the huge power. The giant rat monster was knocked away, and a raging flame was ignited on its body. 0. Asked for flowers. Yin Bei now has the peak combat power of the 8th realm of Dao Zun, plus Strong Soldiers. The damage is increased by 1,000 times. His power is infinitely close to the 9th realm of Dao Zun, far better than the giant rat monster. Yin Bei caught up with the giant rat monster and sprayed out endless flames to devour the giant rat monster. The giant rat monster struggled in the flames and could no longer maintain its ball shape, so its shrunken body naturally unfolded. Yin Bei shook his wings, and countless flames turned into sharp blades, slashing at the giant rat monster. For a moment, the giant rat monster was slashed all over, looking extremely miserable. This was a battle without any suspense, and the giant rat monster had no chance of fighting back in front of Yin Bei. Su Fengzi looked at the red flame eagle transformed by Yin Bei. With some doubts, he looks a bit like the Red Flame Eagle clan. Lin Moyu said, "It's him, Yin Bei, the patriarch of the Red Flame Eagle clan." Su Fengzi was shocked. "It's really him. I heard that the Red Flame Eagle clan was exterminated." Lin Moyu said, "Yes, I exterminated it." Lin Moyu said lightly, but it made Su Fengzi feel cold from the body to the depths of his soul. The Red Flame Eagle clan is a race second only to the royal family, and it was exterminated just like that. Not only was it exterminated, but the patriarch was also captured and used as a thug. Su Fengzi thought of the decree passed down by the Demon King before, and trembled, fellow Taoist Lin. "You don't know the Demon King, do you?" Lin Moyu said, "Yes, I know him, and I have talked to him a few times." Su Fengzi stood there as if struck by lightning. Not only did he know him, but he had also chatted with him several times. Even their clan leader had little chance to chat with the Demon King. What kind of existence is the Demon King, while Lin Moyu is only at the 3rd level of Dao Zun? At this moment, Su Fengzi felt that he was climbing up the ladder. Lin Moyu is an existence that can chat with the Demon King. It is really an honor for him to be friends with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu suddenly pointed to an island in the distance. "How about you attack that island?" Su Fengzi didn't even think about it and immediately said, "Okay." As soon as the voice fell, he had already rushed over. He had promised Lin Moyu before that he would attack wherever Lin Moyu pointed. Since he had promised, he had to do it. So he rushed over without hesitation. With his strength, if it was just a bloody army on an island, he could still deal with it. What he was afraid of was that the bloody army on the nearby island would come to support him. But he believed that Lin Moyu would definitely solve this problem for him. Just as Su Fengzi thought, Lin Moyu would help him solve his worries. The huge number of dragon cavalry troops quickly divided their forces and first blocked the bloody corps coming from various islands to support, which greatly reduced the pressure on the Divine Talisman army. Yin Bei faced the giant rat monster, and it didn't take long to kill it. More dragon cavalry troops rushed to the islands farther away and attacked in multiple directions. Several islands near Su Fengzi were also surrounded by the dragon cavalry corps, and there was no way to come to support, giving Su Fengzi an opportunity. The 5-element sword demon brought the Buddhist Lich and the Fate Lich to maneuver in the battlefield. The target of the 5-element sword demon was the 6 rat generals on each island. The 2 liches cooperated with each other, and with the blessing of strong soldiers and strengthening, the combat power of the 5-element sword demon had surpassed the 6-winged rat generals, and it was not difficult to kill them. Lin Moyu felt the consumption of soul power. After Su Fengzi went out, Lin Moyu 78 also murmured to himself, "It's my turn." The origin breath rose again, and silently used the second origin technique, gathering power. Su Fengzi couldn't help but look back, but the origin breath has always been there, but it is now stronger. Su Fengzi never thought that Lin Moyu also had a second origin technique, and thought that Lin Moyu was strengthening the first origin technique. He was getting closer and closer to the target. Su Fengzi's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he began to concentrate. "Then let's start." His attention was all focused on the bloody army on the island in front. The Centurion seal was shining, and 10 Daozuan 6th Realm Divine Talisman army appeared around him. Although the strength was insufficient, it could also be his help. Several islands near that island have been surrounded by the dragon riders, and he has no worries. When Su Fengzi rushed to the island and started to fight with the bloody army, Lin Moyu also moved. His aura rose steadily, reaching the 6th realm of Dao Zun in an instant, and then with a light bang, he entered the 7th realm of Dao Zun. This is his current limit. The 7th realm of Dao Zun, coupled with the blessing of armor, further improved his combat power. Strong soldiers also brought him the effect of increasing damage. Lin Moyu's combat power at this moment was not weak among the first 7 realms. The wings of time spread out, and Lin Moyu rushed into the battlefield like teleportation. Summoning the spears of the Divine Talisman army, swinging them again and again. The killing intent surged, and the skybreaking slash rolled up boundless killing intent, covering the world. Lin Moyu's target was those double-winged rat generals and 4-winged rat generals. Whether it was the double-winged rat general or the 4-winged rat general, they could not stop Lin Moyu's skybreaking slash. Lin Moyu's behavior could be called a strike. The killing intent continued to devour the fighting spirit and obsession of the Bloody Legion, and continued to grow itself. At this time, Lin Moyu's soul power was rapidly depleted, because the Bloody Army had no souls, and Lin Moyu could not absorb their souls to replenish himself. Under the blessing of the dual origin magic, the soul power was consumed very quickly. Once, when he was still weak, he could only maintain this state for less than half a minute. Now that his soul realm has been improved, the time he can maintain has also increased, and now he can maintain it for more than 10 minutes. Lin Moyu seized these 10 minutes and wanted to kill happily. Su Fengzi felt a terrible killing intent, and inadvertently looked back and saw Lin Moyu killing people everywhere. At this time, Lin Moyu's combat power shocked him. With a casual blow, he could kill hundreds of rat generals. Bullshit. Dao Zun 3 Realms. Can Dao Zun 3 Realms have such combat power? If this is Dao Zun 3 Realms, then what is he? Su Fengzi was completely speechless. Except for the Demon King and his own family leader, he had never admired anyone, and now Lin Moyu was the third one. The situation of the Divine Talisman Army, which was originally doomed to fail, was reversed because of Lin Moyu's strong intervention. Under the rules, the prehistoric war was replayed, and it completely changed at this moment. The Rune Army stood there motionless. They should have defended with all their strength, but now, they didn't have to do anything. None of the rat monsters from the Bloody Army could rush over. All the rat monsters were intercepted by the dragon riders halfway, and they were now just spectators. Blood light exploded, and Yen Bei finally killed the giant rat monster and flew back. Once the giant rat monster died, Yen Bei had a free hand to deal with other six-winged rat generals. Yen Bei returned to Lin Moyu and handed Lin Moyu a piece of something. This is a trophy, obtained from the opponent's head. Yen Bei explained. Other bloody rat generals will turn into light spots and dissipate when they die, and nothing will be left. The giant rat monster killed by Yen Bei actually had such a thing in its head. Lin Moyu looked at the trophy, which was a hexagonal crystal, only the size of a baby's fist, and looked like an opaque crystal. You can feel that it contains a special power. This power is of a very high level, and seems to be related to the great Tao of peace. What could it be? With a little curiosity, Lin Moyu tried to touch it with his soul power. In an instant, the scene in front of Lin Moyu changed dramatically, and he seemed to be in an infinite void. In the distance, a little light appeared, like stars. The light radiated towards Lin Moyu with warmth. The soul became active in an instant. No matter when, Lin Moyu always multitasked and condensed the Tao pattern. Now, his 55th Tao pattern has already appeared in outline. But now, the condensation speed of the Tao pattern has suddenly accelerated, and the outline that was originally a little short of it quickly took shape. After the outline is completed, it is the formal condensation of the Tao pattern. Condensing the Tao pattern is a slow and steady process. Lin Moyu calculated that, without considering any unexpected circumstances, the 55th Tao pattern would take about 200 years to condense into shape. But now, the speed is at least 100 times faster. At the current speed, it can be condensed into shape in 2 years at most. The next moment, his consciousness withdrew from this void space and returned to the battlefield. But the condensation speed of the Tao pattern did not change, it was still very fast. The crystal in his hand had turned into powder and scattered with the wind. The special power in the crystal accelerated the condensation speed of the Tao pattern. However, the power of a piece of crystal is limited, and the time it can last is also limited. If I can get more of this kind of crystal, I can maintain this state for a long time. Then, my promotion speed will be amazing. One Tao pattern every 2 years. With his foundation, he can complete the promotion in 36 2.0 years. This speed is extremely fast, second only to the rewards of the Great Tao. What a good thing. I don't know if there are any more. Maybe, there will be some in the high-level area. Lin Moyu looked at Su Fengzi in the distance. Su Fengzi was fighting fiercely. In the fierce battle, he became more and more familiar with the control of his own power. Su Fengzi had just been promoted to the 7th level of Dao Zone before, and his foundation was not solid. But after this battle, his foundation was basically stable. Su Fengzi was obviously under pressure to deal with the six-winged rat general, and he had already suffered some injuries. But the six-winged rat general also had injuries, and the two sides could be said to be evenly matched. Lin Moyu swung a life force and landed on Su Fengzi. Su Fengzi's injuries recovered quickly, and the effect was comparable to taking healing pills. At the same time, Su Fengzi heard Lin Moyu's voice, "Don't be distracted, fight first." There were too many dragon cavalry troops, 1 billion of them, occupying the entire battlefield. Under their siege, the bloody army was quickly wiped out. The Skeleton King waved his sharp bone sword to kill the 4-winged rat generals. The 6-winged rat generals were dealt with by Yin Bei and the 5-elements sword demon. The entire dragon cavalry army rushed over like a flood, and the bloody army was killed cleanly. Su Fengzi finally killed the 6-winged rat general in front of him. He looked back at Lin Moyu with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Now his injuries have almost recovered. Except for the consumption of some strength, he is no different from usual. Originally, with his strength, he was only slightly better than the 6-winged rat general. Even if he could win, he would have to pay some price. This was also what Su Fengzi had thought of from the beginning. Unexpectedly, with the help of Lin Moyu, he could get rid of the opponent without much injury. The death of the 6-winged rat general made it much easier to deal with other bloody rat generals. After all, he was a Daoist 7th level, and killing the rat generals of Daoist 6th and 5th levels would only take a little time at most. The number of the Bloody Legion was getting smaller and smaller. In less than half an hour, half of the Bloody Legion had been eliminated. And this speed was still accelerating. In at most another 20 minutes, the battle would be completely over. Lin Moyu had already stopped, and his soul power was mostly consumed. 06 had to withdraw, gathering power, and only retain the strong soldiers effect. If it was the Bloody Legion, I could continue to fight if it was replaced by normal creatures. Lin Moyu looked at the battlefield and muttered to himself. Although strong soldiers and gathering power would consume soul power to a great extent, they could also absorb the soul power of the killed and replenish it continuously. Not only could it replenish soul power, strong soldiers could also refine some souls to strengthen its own soul. Facing normal creatures, as long as they were killed quickly enough, these two states could be maintained for a long time. Unfortunately, the Bloody Legion had no soul, so Lin Moyu could not be replenished. Lin Moyu looked at the entire battle situation. The outcome was already decided. The Bloody Legion had no chance. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's spiritual sense sent a warning that danger was coming. The next second, the blood-colored giant net covering the sky and the earth suddenly burst into a strong bloody light, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire battlefield. The blood-colored giant net intertwined with the statues on the islands and covered the entire battlefield. The statues on hundreds of islands burst into bloody light at the same time, and the outermost statues began to collapse. The statues collapsed one by one, and the smell of blood became stronger and stronger. The blood-colored net began to shrink, and wherever it went, the space was cut into a little crack. No matter who it was, as long as they touched the blood-colored net, they would be wiped out. Even members of the Bloody Legion were no exception. Those who touched it would die. Lin Moyu suddenly realized that this was the Bloody Legion's means of mutual destruction. He sent a voice message to Su Fengzi, "Set the blood net." Su Fengzi also noticed the changes in the blood net, but now his mission has come to an end. As long as he works harder and eliminates the last wave of enemies, his mission will be completed. It would be a pity to stop now. Lin Moyu sent a voice message again, "You fight first, I will find a way." Su Fengzi completely believed in Lin Moyu and replied, "Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin." He attacked more fiercely and wanted to eliminate his opponent as quickly as possible. Lin Moyu looked at the huge blood net and thought about countermeasures. The Talisman army, which had been motionless, suddenly moved. They formed a battle formation and, under the leadership of several generals, tried to attack the bloody net. The result was a failure. Their attack had no effect, but instead sacrificed many divine talisman soldiers. Even the general who led the team died on the spot after touching the blood net after only a few seconds. Lin Moyu distinguished that the blood net had the ability to strangle at least the 7th level of Dao Zun. This was a powerful formation. Moreover, the method of setting up the formation was very strange, completely different from what Lin Moyu knew. Even he could not break it in a short time. The Divine Talisman army began to shrink and move towards the center of the battlefield. The blood net was not shrinking fast, and the battlefield was extremely wide. It would take a lot of time to shrink to the center. Lin Moyu knew that the Divine Talisman army wanted to buy time. They had already sent out a request for help, and a lot of time had passed. As long as they held on for a while longer, reinforcements might come. The reinforcements must be extraordinary, and they might be able to solve the blood net. The Divine Talisman army was obviously right to do so. But Lin Moyu is not a person who likes to sit and wait for death. He doesn't care what the Divine Talisman army thinks. He just wants to find a solution himself. And in Lin Moyu's cognition, perhaps solving the blood net is also one of the conditions for overfulfilling the task. Overfulfilling the task is just a way of saying it, and there is no specific regulation. Lin Moyu feels that even if the task is overfulfilled, there are also benefits of strength and weakness. The better the task is completed, the more rewards will be. For this task, Lin Moyu believes that he has done well enough to get an overreward. And facing the blood net, he is not worried at all. He has several ways to avoid the attack of the blood net. At worst, he can be resurrected if he dies once. But Su Fengzi and the Divine Talisman army in the blood net will not be spared. If you want to complete the task better, then it is necessary to save the Divine Talisman army. As for Su Fengzi, he doesn't need one more. After observing for a while, Lin Moyu probably had a bottom line in his mind. At present, there are only two ways to deal with the blood net. One is to use the space avenue to forcibly open the channels inside and outside the blood net, so that the Divine Talisman army and Su Fengzi inside the blood net can leave through the space avenue. Although the space inside the origin continent is extremely stable, the space cut by the blood net seems to have become much more fragile. If I go all out, I should be able to build a 857 space channel. Lin Moyu keenly felt the changes in space. Wherever the blood net passed, a large number of space cracks would appear. For a period of time, the space will become heavy. This gave him an opportunity. After confirming his first plan, Lin Moyu continued to talk to himself. In addition, there is a second method, to break it with force. The blood net is enough to strangle the 7th realm of Dao Zun, that is to say, its power is about the same as several top 7th level formations. It should be inferior to the 100,000 volcanoes formation, but this is Balin high, and the power of the 100,000 volcanoes formation will be greatly weakened, which is not suitable. Lin Moyu decided to give it a try first, and with a move of consciousness, he gave Yin Bei an order. Yin Bei turned into a red flame eagle and crashed into the blood net. The sky was full of flames, and the blood net was hit by Yin Bei, leaving a big bulge, as if it would break at any time. However, the blood net was very tough, and Yin Bei finally failed to break it. After a stalemate, Yin Bei had no choice but to retreat. Lin Moyu learned from the information sent back by Yin Bei that the toughness of the blood net was beyond imagination, and with his ability, it was not enough to break through the blood net. Lin Moyu asked, "I'll give you the ancestral water. Do you think it will work?" After thinking about it, Yin Bei shook his head slightly, still not enough. After getting such an answer, Lin Moyu did not let Yin Bei try again. He made a quick decision. In that case, let's try to break the formation with the formation first. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Moyu decided to use force first. Use the formation to break the blood net, because Lin Moyu is not sure about the space avenue, and he is afraid that something unexpected will happen. In addition, breaking the formation with force is more favorable to Lin Moyu. As long as it succeeds, there will be no accidents. Time is limited, it seems that we have to compete with speed. With a flip of his palm, Lin Moyu took out a large number of exquisite 7th-level origin crystals. He wanted to set up the sky-splitting killing formation, which is also Lin Moyu's most proficient formation at present. Under the fusion of the two formations of the talisman, it can reach the limit of the 7th-level formation, and its power is stronger than some 8th-level formations. The origin crystal flew out like lightning and fell to their respective positions. While the origin crystal flew out, Lin Moyu was also drawing the talisman formation at the same time, with two-pronged approach, and the accuracy was outrageous, without any mistakes. Multitasking is not difficult for Lin Moyu at all. The double array of talismans and weapons is already very difficult. If people knew that Lin Moyu was also condensing Dao patterns at the same time, and in addition, he continued to use his soul to revive the Star Lords in the Thousand Star Avenue, I am afraid that anyone would call Lin Moyu a madman. For ordinary practitioners, no matter which of these things, they need to go all out and not be distracted. But for Lin Moyu, it is not difficult to do 4 things at the same time. He even has spare energy to do other things. While setting up the array, the Avenue of Luck emerged, and Lin Moyu strengthened his luck. This is done just in case Lin Moyu does not allow his array to have any problems. Although the arrangement is the sky-splitting killing array, this time the sky-splitting killing array is different from the previous one. The previous sky-splitting killing array was to attack the enemies entering the array. However, this time, Lin Moyu changed the sky-splitting killing array so that the attack of the sky-splitting killing array is directed outward and attacks outward. It is not a difficult thing for Lin Moyu to just change the attack direction of the array. The only trouble now is time. It takes time to set up the sky-splitting killing formation. The blood net keeps shrinking, leaving Lin Moyu with not much time. Yin Bei attacks the blood net again and again, tirelessly. Although his attacks cannot break through the blood net, they can slow down the shrinking speed of the blood net. The 5-element sword demon is still slaughtering the remaining bloody rat generals. At this time, the 6-winged bloody rat generals have been killed by it, and it has turned its target to the 4-winged bloody rat generals. With a small body, waving a small sharp sword, it draws out terrible sword power from the sword avenue and evolves into terrifying sword energy. Every time it attacks, a 4-winged rat general dies under the sword. There are as few as a few and as many as dozens. Sometimes the 5-element sword demon will also use the 5-element sword C to cover a large area in an instant and kill thousands of bloody rat generals. Facing the 5-element sword demon, the bloody rat generals have no power to resist and can only wait to be killed. Just one 5-element sword demon can kill them all, not to mention the 3,000 skeleton kings and the 1 billion undead legion. It was also in the situation of inevitable defeat that the Bloody Legion used the final means of mutual destruction. Lin Moyu had already anticipated that in the prehistoric war, reinforcements must have come, and the Bloody Legion was beaten to a pulp. In the end, the Bloody Legion activated the Blood Net. As for what happened after the activation of the Blood Net, it is unknown. Before the arrival of the reinforcements, how many of the Divine Rune army survived here is also unknown. But Lin Moyu believes that the prehistoric battle could not be stronger than it is now. Because of his intervention, the damage suffered by the Divine Rune army was less than 1%. In a war, only 1% of the damage, you can imagine how low the casualty rate is. According to this requirement, he also exceeded the task. The one who established the rules does not look at the process, but only at the result. Lin Moyu has already mastered this point, and also only pursues the result. Su Fengzi finally cleared his target, and the bloody army of an island was killed by him alone. Fighting 1 against 10,000, this sense of achievement made Su Fengzi very excited. From the beginning of cultivation to now, he has never experienced such a large-scale killing. Su Fengzi said that the circle was so cool. He knew very well that he could kill so happily thanks to Lin Moyu. If it weren't for Lin Moyu helping him block the reinforcements, he would be in danger, not to mention the fun of killing. 7 of the 10 summoned Divine Talisman soldiers have died in battle, but they have also completed their mission. Su Fengzi turned his head to look at Lin Moyu. His eyes widened in an instant, almost popping out of his head. Fellow Taoist Lin, are you setting up a formation? Fellow Taoist Lin, you actually know how to set up a formation. He couldn't believe that with Lin Moyu's talent, he had reached the 3rd level of Dao Zun at such a young age, and all his energy must have been focused on cultivation. But Lin Moyu actually knew how to set up a formation now, which was simply unbelievable. Su Fengzi felt that his weak mind was once again hit by a critical hit. He didn't understand why a freak like Lin Moyu would be born under the great Dao. He watched Lin Moyu's movements, which were smooth and flowing, and his every move was full of Dao rhyme. Although Su Fengzi didn't know how to set up a formation, he knew the basic common sense about it. Lin Moyu's movements undoubtedly told him that Lin Moyu was extremely familiar with the formation, and it was not a broken hand. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. Lin Moyu continued to throw out the origin crystals, and at the same time, he drew runes with his right hand. The runes intertwined one by one, forming a formation. Su Fengzi swallowed hard and murmured, "It's not an ordinary formation, it's a fusion of 2 formations of runes and instruments. This top-notch formation method is rare among formation masters. Fellow Taoist Lin is not an ordinary formation master, he is a top formation master." It was hard to get his attention back from Lin Moyu and turn to look at the blood net. The blood net was still shrinking, and Yin Bei was constantly attacking the blood net. Although it had no effect, he was tireless. Now it's not just Yin Bei, the 5-element sword demon is also attacking the blood net. The bloody rat monsters have been killed, and the dragon riders are finishing up. Su Fengzi took a few glances and knew why Lin Moyu did this. Fellow Taoist Lin wants to use the formation to fight against the blood net. Yin Bei and that little guy keep attacking the blood net to delay the blood net's contraction time. The power of the blood net comes from the statue. If I attack the statue directly, Su Fengzi is very smart and has his own ideas. The statue was damaged when the warship attacked before, which means that the statue is not indestructible. He immediately tried to attack the statue, but the red light on the statue flashed and directly shook off his attack. After several attempts, he knew that the statue had been connected to the blood net. Unless you have the power to break the blood net, it is impossible to cause damage to the statue. Su Fengzi changed his mind and immediately joined Yin Bei and the 5-element sword demon to attack the net. No matter how big the effect is, it is good to delay for a while, at least it can buy time for Lin Moyu. While Moyu was setting up the formation, he also saw Su Fengzi's behavior. He couldn't help but smile. The Skyfox clan is indeed the smartest clan among the demon clans. They know how to advance and retreat, know the current situation, and are sincere. They are indeed worth making friends with. Finally, the sky-splitting formation was set up. Lin Moyu immediately took back all the dragon riders and elemental liches, leaving only Yin Bei, and at the same time sent a message to Su Fengzi, "Friend Su, please stop, I'm going to start." Su Fengzi heard Lin Moyu's voice transmission and stopped immediately and returned to Lin Moyu's side. At this time, a large formation had been completely formed beside Lin Moyu. This time, in order to speed up the formation, Lin Moyu did not hide the formation and exposed it directly. Su Fengzi could feel that this formation was very strong, but he was not very clear about how strong it was and what kind of formation it was. Su Fengzi asked cautiously, "Fellow Taoist Lin, what kind of formation is this?" Lin Moyu did not hide it, the sky-splitting killing formation. Su Fengzi searched for information about the sky-splitting killing formation in his memory and was shocked. If I remember correctly, this should be a 7th-level space formation. Lin Moyu nodded, and he began to activate the formation with his soul power. One by one, the origin crystals flashed with light, and along the route arranged by Lin Moyu, they transmitted tremendous energy. Su Fengzi felt the vibration of space and had a suffocating illusion. This is a top-notch 7th level formation, and it is a fusion of the weapon and symbol formations. The power of this formation may be comparable to some 8th level formations. Su Fengzi's eyes were full of amazement. The sky-splitting killing formation was like a fine work of art displayed in front of him. Suddenly, Su Fengzi thought of something. It was written in a document that the most difficult point of the sky-splitting killing formation was to understand the great Tao of space, otherwise it could not be formed. This was a hard condition, and 84 had no way to cross it. Lin Moyu could set up the sky-splitting killing formation, which meant that Lin Moyu understood the great Tao of space. This was another shock, but Su Fengzi felt numb after too many shocks before. In his feeling, it seemed natural for Lin Moyu to master the great Tao of space. Lin Moyu activated the sky-splitting killing formation and pointed his finger forward. The sky-splitting killing formation shook violently, and the space in front of the formation was shattered. An attack was silently slashed along the shattered space and instantly hit the blood net. A bulge appeared on the blood net, which was not much different from Yin Bei's attack. Su Fengzi personally felt the toughness of the blood net, and this level of attack was not enough to defeat the blood net. If only the power of the formation could be stronger. Su Fengzi sighed in his heart, feeling a little regretful. Lin Moyu's mouth corners slightly raised, and there was no frustration in his eyes. He was the leader of the formation, and he knew the formation he had arranged very well. The attack just now was just a test, and it was naturally not the full power of the formation. The next moment, the formation burst into a strong light, and ancient space was broken. The broken space spread directly from the front of the formation to the blood net, and a chaotic void was formed between the formation and the blood net. Agab, hundreds of space attacks fell on the blood net along the chaotic void. The blood net instantly endured an attack hundreds of times stronger than before, and countless bulges appeared, and the entire blood net was shaking violently. The foundation of the blood net is the statues on the island. Faced with such a violent attack, a statue collapsed on the spot. Su Fengzi's eyes lit up. There's a chance. Lin Moyu's tone was relaxed. There should be no problem. Su Fengzi seemed to have become Lin Moyu's little fan at this time, and he had no doubt about Lin Moyu's words. Friend Lin, Fengzi has a question. Can I ask it? Lin Moyu said, yes. Su Fengzi asked, as far as Fengzi knows, most formations are for internal use. How can fellow Taoist Lin use formations for external use? Lin Moyu said, this is simple. Just make some changes to the formations. If fellow Taoist Su has free time in the future, you can study the formations. With fellow Taoist Su's intelligence, it is easy to master them. Su Fengzi said, in fact, Fengzi is also quite interested in formations, but there are no excellent formation masters in our demon clan. If you rely on your own research, it will be too difficult. Lin Moyu smiled and said, if fellow Taoist Su really wants to learn formations, you can come to Dongzhou in the future. There are several good formation masters in Lin's forces who can enlighten Su Daoji. Su Fengzi showed a happy expression. That's great. Lin Moyu smiled and said, when you get to Dongzhou, you can go to Lufeng Chamber of Commerce. Through them, fellow Taoist Su can find Lin's power. Su Fengzi remembered it firmly. Okay, I will definitely go. Under the continuous attack of the sky-splitting killing array, statues continued to collapse. In just a few minutes, hundreds of statues had collapsed by half. When the statues collapsed, they would inject all their own power into the blood net, and the net did not weaken as a result. However, Lin Moyu had noticed that the power of the blood net was being rapidly consumed under his continuous attack. Once all the statues collapsed, the blood net would naturally collapse without a source of power. The statues continued to collapse, and the number became fewer and fewer. Soon, there were only 50 statues left, only 1/10 of the original. Su Fengzi's eyes were full of joy, and he felt that this was safe. Following Lin Moyu really had meat to eat. If it were him, he would really be unpredictable whether he would live or die in this mission. Suddenly Lin Moyu turned his head and looked towards the distance of Balin High. Su Fengzi asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Lin, what happened?" Lin Moyu whispered, "Reinforcements are coming, it seems I'm speeding up." After the voice fell, Lin Moyu injected a large amount of soul power into the formation, and the sky-splitting killing formation became more violent. The power of the formation increased greatly, the blood net was greatly attacked, and the speed of the statue's collapse also increased a lot. The whole formation was shaking and trembling. Lin Moyu overloaded the formation and increased the power of the formation without limit. The power in the origin crystal was greatly consumed. If this goes on, it won't take long before the power in the origin crystal will be consumed. Under normal circumstances, this is not worth the loss. In this way, the power of the formation may only increase by 20%, but the duration of the formation will be shortened by half. But Lin Moyu doesn't care now. As long as the blood net is broken, the formation will lose its effect. Su Fengzi was a little puzzled. Isn't it a good thing that the reinforcements are here? Lin Moyu said, "It is indeed a good thing. If they come, the mission will be completed, but I have to break the blood net before they arrive." Su Fengzi immediately understood Lin Moyu's idea. Lin Moyu wanted to exceed the mission, so he did this. In other words, he wanted to take all the credit. Su Fengzi admired Lin Moyu's carefulness and courage, but he also knew that to be like Lin Moyu, carefulness and courage were not enough, and strong strength was needed to support it. If it were me, even if I knew this, I would never be able to do it. Knowing is one thing, being able to do it is another. T-wave of attacks was launched. The statues collapsed rapidly, and when there were only 20 statues left, Su Fengzi finally saw a light spot appearing in the distance. In the light spot, there was a strong breath, approaching here rapidly. The opponent's speed was very fast, and it would not take long for them to arrive. Lin Moyu was ruthless and overdrawn the formation again. The attack of the formation increased again, at least 50% higher than the initial state. In this state, the duration of the formation was greatly shortened, and it could only last for a few minutes at most. A few minutes was enough. The last 20 statues collapsed in less than 2 minutes. The blood net completely lost its source of power. Lin Moyu drew a complex rune, which was integrated into the formation to increase the power of the formation again. One by one, the origin crystals were shattered. At the cost of the collapse of the formation, the last Strongs. When the sky-splitting killing formation collapsed, it released all its power. This was the last brilliance of the formation, the most gorgeous space. A large area of space collapsed, and the space between the formation and the blood net had completely turned into a turbulent void. Countless attacks rushed out of the turbulent void and fell on the blood net. At this moment, even if the opponent was a Taoist master of the 8th realm, he would be either dead or injured. Without the statue as a foundation, the blood net completely exceeded its limit in the face of such a terrifying attack from the sky-splitting killing formation. The blood net collapsed silently, turned into a blood rain, fell from the sky, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I caught up." Su Fengzi's mouth twitched. Fengzi admires Lin Daoyou's methods. Lin Moyu asked, "Is it worth it?" Su Fengzi said, "Every word is true, dash." Lin Moyu smiled, "Then you vote one." Su Fengzi was stunned on the spot. Lin Moyu actually asked him to vote one. This sentence is obviously a compliment. When can it be used like this? Lin Moyu laughed, "Just kidding, okay, wait for the reward." Su Fengzi breathed a sigh of relief. Daoyu Xiu is really humorous. Lin Moyu said, "Occasionally, you should relax after practicing." The golden light from afar arrived and stopped in front of him. A flying boat appeared in the golden light, a similar flying boat that Lin Moyu had ridden before. The flying boat in front of him was more exquisite, higher level, and faster than the one he had ridden before. The advantage of this flying boat of the Divine Talisman Army is that it is fast enough, but the capacity is limited. Generally, it can only accommodate 10,000 people, unlike warships, which can accommodate at least 100,000 people. A team of 1,000 Divine Talisman Army rushed out of the flying boat. This team exuded a strong aura, which was obviously better than the ordinary divine talisman chamber. Each of them has the cultivation of the 6th realm of Daozun. In terms of combat power alone, they are not much worse than the 7th grade generals. They can be said to be the elite among the elite. In the origin continent, they have a very high status among the clans. In many holy places of the human race, the clan leaders are often people of the 6th realm of Daozun. But here, they are a member of the Divine Talisman Army, an elite soldier. After this team flew out, another person flew out. He was wearing exquisite armor and exuded a strong aura. Lin Moyu saw the logo on the armor and knew the other party's identity. This was a 4th-rank general. Su Fengzi also said at this moment, 4th-rank general, 8th realm of Daozun. The 7th-rank general and 8th-rank general I met before were both 6th realm of Daozun. The 4th-rank general is the 8th realm of Daozun, so the 5th-rank and 6th-rank generals should be the 7th realm of Daozun. Although there is no absolute correlation between military rank and strength, there is still some relationship. Lin Moyu winked at Su Fengzi, and the two flew to the 4th-rank general together and saluted at the same time. The 4th-rank general was wearing full armor and did not reveal his true appearance, but both of them could feel that he was looking at them. This was a scary person. Although he was at the 8th level of Daozun, like Yan Bei, Lin Moyu had a feeling that Yan Bei was not his opponent. The armor on his body and the Divine Talisman Army behind him could bring him a powerful boost. Perhaps his combat power could touch the edge of the 9th level of Daozun. As for the 1,000 Divine Talisman Army behind him, they could not be regarded as the 6th level of Daozun. If they really fought, they would most likely exert the combat power of the 7th level of Daozun. Such a team was enough to destroy the Bloody Legion here. Even if it broke the blood net, it would not be a problem. The 4th-rank general looked at him for a moment, then drew out the sword in his hand and pointed it at Lin Moyu and Su Fengzi. Su Fengzi's hair stood on end, and Lin Moyu's voice came to his ears, "It's okay, don't worry." Su Fengzi obviously had no experience, but Lin Moyu knew it very well and wanted to give himself an extra reward. 2 seals, one large and one small, flew out automatically and came to the other party. There was a big difference between the seal of the decapitator and the seal of the 8th-rank general. A faint light shone from the tip of the knife, covering the 2 seals. Su Fengzi's seal of the decapitator immediately began to grow larger, and the 10 on it turned into 100. Lin Moyu's seal also grew a little larger, but the 8 on it did not change, and he was still an 8th-rank general. After becoming a general, the promotion speed slowed down. This mission was not completed by him alone. Although he got most of the rewards, it was not enough for him to be promoted. Su Fengzi and Lin Moyu received extra rewards together, and Su Fengzi was promoted from decapitator to centurion. Although Lin Moyu failed to be promoted, he was one step closer to promotion. Although Lin Moyu did not get promoted, Su Fengzi knew very well that Lin Moyu received much more rewards than himself. It is much easier to be promoted to the rank of a captain than to a general, but Lin Moyu has done so much in this battle and has made great contributions, so he deserves these rewards. After the promotion, the 2 seals flew back. At this time, the 4th-rank general waved his sword and slashed at the sea. 10. The terrifying power of the 8th level of Daozun broke out, and huge waves were raised in the Balin Sea, and 3 islands sank on the spot. When the islands were silent, 3 whirlpools were formed. The whirlpools rolled up countless seawater and headed to the depths of the Balin Sea. In the center of the whirlpool, several things were rising, a total of 3, from different whirlpools. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes slightly. "It's that kind of crystal." Su Fengzi also saw it clearly, and whispered, "It's the Tao crystal." Lin Moyu asked, "What is the Tao crystal?" Su Fengzi said, "It is said that the Tao crystal is a magical item from the Tao, which can speed up the cultivation speed of the Daozun realm. I told you before that the clan member who can quickly break through the realm is because he obtained the Tao crystal. It is said that the Tao crystal comes from the Tao, and its own level is very high, and there is no restriction on its use. 0. Unlike other Dao realm treasures, we are not qualified to use it at all. Listening to Su Fengzi's explanation, Lin Moyu knew the function of the Dao crystal. This thing is extremely rare, and most of the information will not have its record. So Lin Moyu also did not have it in the information he obtained. The Dao crystal is not like other Dao realm treasures, and Dao Zun cannot use it. The Dao crystal is like a treasure specially customized for Dao Zun, which is used for Dao Zun realm. Its function is also very simple, which is to speed up the cultivation speed. According to Su Fengzi, a Dao Zun 7th level like him, with 10 Dao crystals, can be promoted to Dao Zun 8th level within 100 years. Lin Moyu had obtained and used Dao crystals before, and he knew that Dao crystals were very useful to him. As long as he had enough Dao crystals, he could quickly improve his realm. Because his foundation was too strong, improving his realm became the biggest problem. His experience and harvests again and again improved his combat power a lot, but his realm was very slow. The 3 Dao crystals flew out of the vortex and came to Lin Moyu. The 4th rank general indicated that the 3 Dao crystals belonged to Lin Moyu. Although Su Fengzi was also envious, he knew that he had paid so much and played a very small role in the mission. This kind of reward should be obtained by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was not polite and bit off the Dao water area. Then the 4th rank general put away his sword, stretched out his hand and gestured for the 2 to enter the flying boat. The 2 did as he was told and entered the flying boat. The 4th rank general also led his troops to withdraw and return to the flying boat. The flying boat started, crossed the sky, and flew to the other end of the Balin Sea. The speed of the flying boat was amazing. Although the North Sea was large, it was not as large as the Boundary Sea. It would not take long for the flying boat to reach the other end, which was the high-level area. Lin Moyu and Su Fengzi stood at the front of the flying boat. The Divine Talisman army on the flying boat treated them as air and ignored their existence. Along the way, they saw islands and battles. The battle between the Divine Talisman army and the Bloody Legion was all over the North Sea. The flying boat flew past the edge of the battlefield and quickly went away without stopping, and had no intention of helping. Su Fengzi said strangely, although this is a replay of the prehistoric war, I still find it strange. In prehistoric times, did they also ignore the war and leave directly? The scale of those battles was not large. Even if they stopped for a while to help solve the Bloody Legion, it took a long time. Lin Moyu smiled and said, Su Daoyu should not have experienced the battlefield 280. Su Fengzi nodded. Now, except for Panlong Island, where some humans and monsters are still fighting, there are no large-scale wars in other places. In fact, I also find it strange. The relationship between humans and monsters is not bad, and they have exchanges with each other. Why do the 2 sides have to go to war on Panlong Island? Even if there are some minor conflicts, they will not reach that level. Lin Moyu said, on the battlefield, everything must be based on military orders. Every soldier has his own mission. Perhaps this flying boat has his mission. As for the Panlong Island mentioned by Su Daoyu, some things can only be understood by experiencing them personally. Perhaps the war on Panlong Island is not the same as what the world thinks. Su Fengzi didn't quite understand what Lin Moyu said, but he still grasped some details. Did Lin Daoyu go to the battlefield? Lin Moyu smiled slightly, nodded gently, and then turned to other topics. Su Daoyu, there is something I want to ask you. Su Fengzi smiled. Lin Daoyu, feel free to ask, Fengzi knows. Lin Moyu asked, I heard from Su Daoyu before that the ancestor of the nobles could improve his cultivation level every time he entered the ancient war secret collection, relying on this Dao crystal. If Lin's guess is correct, there should be a stable source of Dao crystals. Su Fengzi already understood what Lin Moyu meant. He whispered, regarding this matter, many people in our clan actually have this question. Many people are sure that he must have a fixed source of Dao crystals. But unfortunately, the ancestor did not say it. Later, he died in the ancient war secret collection, and this matter became a secret collection. Lin Moyu felt a little regretful. If there was a stable source of Tao crystals, his cultivation speed could be increased by 100 times. He absorbed 1 Tao crystal before, and now he has 3 in his hand. Only 4 are not enough for him to use for a long time. The effect of a Tao crystal can only last for 1 year at most. Under the blessing of the Tao crystal, it takes 2 years to condense a Tao pattern. 4 Tao crystals can only allow him to condense 2 Tao patterns. For cultivation, it is a drop in the bucket. So Lin Moyu wanted to get more Tao crystals, otherwise the cultivation speed was too slow. Lin Moyu said, "It's a pity. If we know the source, the cultivation speed can be much faster." Su Feng's eyes were filled with memories, and he was no longer searching his own memories. He has lived for tens of thousands of years. Although he has been practicing in seclusion most of the time, he has also read countless materials in the clan. Those materials are very complicated. He tried to find some clues from the massive amount of materials. Finally, Su Fengzi made some discoveries. I once read a sentence in a miscellaneous note. The ancestor once made a slip of the tongue and said that he could practice so quickly and it was related to the war beast. But that was just a miscellaneous note, and the war beast was too dangerous, so no one ever verified it. Lin Moyu looked thoughtful. Zhan Zhang. He thought of the process of obtaining the first Tao crystal, which was to kill a giant rat monster and obtain it from its body. If it was obtained from a war beast, it would be reasonable. However, he had killed a large number of war beasts in missions, but none of them had Tao crystals. Could it be because of the limitation of the realm area? War beasts in high-level areas may contain Tao crystals in their bodies. If so, it would be good news for me. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for telling me." Su Fengzi said, "Fellow Taoist Lin is too polite. It's hard to say whether this is true or not." Lin Moyu said, "Whether it is true or not, I will verify it when the time comes." Su Fengzi said, "Then fellow Taoist Lin must be careful. War beasts are not easy to deal with. The war beasts in the high-level area are all terrifying creatures above the 7th level of Dao Zun. And most of them move in groups, ranging from dozens to hundreds or even thousands. In some groups of war beasts, there are leaders of the 8th or even 9th level of Dao Zun. Even if a Dao Zun of the 9th level sees them, they will retreat." But Su Fengzi thought of Lin Moyu's strength and felt that it was not a big problem. As long as he didn't encounter a war beast of the 9th level of Dao Zun, Lin Moyu should be able to deal with it. At least he has the ability to protect himself. He said this just to remind him. He knew how meticulous Lin Moyu's mind was. Lin Moyu said, "Thank you for your reminder, Su Daoyu. Lin will be careful. If I really gain something, Lin will not forget Su Daoyu." Su Fengzi shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin is too polite to say this." Fengzi said that he is sincerely friends with fellow Taoist Lin. Whether fellow Taoist Lin recognizes it or not, Fengzi has regarded fellow Taoist Lin as a friend from the bottom of his heart. Lin Moyu smiled and said nothing more. Many things, no matter how nice they sound, ultimately depend on how they are done. The two chatted along the way, and Su Fengzi told Lin Moyu a lot about the demon race, which made Lin Moyu understand the demon race better. What he said was not a secret, but it was also not in Lin Moyu's information. Lin Moyu also talked about some things about the human race, which was considered to be a mutual exchange of knowledge. Half a day later, the coastline appeared in the sight of the two, and a vast land appeared in sight. When they were still far away from the land, a strong breath came to their faces. Su Fengzi sighed. There is indeed a big difference between the high-level area and the mid-level area. Lin Moyu has a keen sense of perception, and his feelings are clearer than Su Fengzi's. 3.1 I can feel that the battles that have taken place in the high-level area are more intense than those in other places. In any battle, the real winner must be the high level. Su Fengzi nodded. Fellow Taoist Lin is right. As long as the high level wins, it is not a problem for other levels to lose. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "So fellow Taoist Su, you should understand why the flying boat does not stop." Su Fengzi suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment and said to Lin Moyu, "Fengzi has learned from you. The flying boat is the elite of the high level. They are the ones who dominate this war. The victory or defeat of those low-level and mid-level battles is not important. Entering the high-level area, and Lin after Moyu and Su Fengzi left the flying boat, it immediately changed direction and rushed towards the depths of the high-level area, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, 2 rays of light fell, covering the 2 of them respectively. The mission is over, and the official reward has arrived. The arrival of the official reward once again surprised Su Fengzi. From his expression, it can be seen that Su Fengzi is very happy and even a little excited. Since joining the Shenfu army, Su Fengzi has never received 2 rewards in one mission, so how can he not be excited? Fortunately, Lin Moyu had told him before that there would be another reward after the mission, and the previous one was just an excess reward, so Su Fengzi was mentally prepared. In the glow, the word 100 on Su Fengzi's seal turned into 1,000. He was promoted again, from Centurion to 1,000. In one mission, he was promoted to 2 ranks in a row. This was something Su Fengzi dared not even think about, and it was all thanks to Lin Moyu. The 8 on Lin Moyu's seal finally turned into 7. In the mission, Lin Moyu made the greatest effort, paid the most, and naturally gained the most. He also completed the promotion from the 8th rank general at the beginning of the mission to the 7th rank general. Lin Moyu said to himself, I may be the lowest level 7th rank general in the Divine Talisman Army. Su Fengzi laughed, realm is nothing, hard power is king. With Lin Daoyu's strength, let alone 7th rank general, even if it is a 2nd rank general, that's enough. Lin Moyu joked, I'll accept your flattery. Su Fengzi said, Fengzi has benefited from Lin Daoyu this time. This favor cannot be repaid for the time being, and can only be left for the future. Lin Moyu said, don't be so calculative. Su Fengzi laughed, Fengzi understands. After a while, the glow disappeared, and the 2 took back the seal. Su Fengzi checked the task in the seal, and then compared it with Lin Moyu's seal task, and found that the tasks of the 2 were completely different. Su Fengzi clasped his fists and said to Lin Moyu, Fengzi will not drag Lin Daoyu down. The 2 people have different realms and different tasks to do, so naturally they can't act together. Lin Moyu also clasped his fists and said, take care, fellow Taoist Su. See you again if we are lucky. See you again if we are lucky. Su Fengzi went far away and disappeared into the sky. Lin Moyu did not, he felt the high-level area. The land in the high-level area exudes a strong and vast atmosphere. Lin Moyu can feel that the existence who reenacts the ancient battlefield and makes rules consumes much more energy in the high-level area than in other areas. There are a large number of war beasts active in the high-level area, and the war beasts will not stay in one place. They will roam around in groups, just like soldiers patrolling, attacking outsiders in the high-level area. But the information does not say whether the war beasts will attack the Blood Legion and the Divine Talisman Army. Except inside the secret storage, the Divine Talisman Army and the Blood Legion are rarely seen in the outside world, and no one pays attention to this situation. With experience in the low-level and mid-level areas, Lin Moyu has a general understanding of the situation in the ancient battlefield. In his mind, the secret storage can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first type of secret treasures, which are also the most numerous, can be regarded as battlefields. Many secret treasures have evolved battles that have taken place in the past. The evolution of these secret treasures should be the work of the rule maker. The second type of secret treasures, which are less in number, correspond to various tasks. The third type of secret treasures, which are more in number than the second type, but not as many as the first type, are evolved by the former soldiers of the Divine Talisman Army after their death. Among the 3 types of secret treasures, the first type of secret treasures are the safest. The second type of secret treasures are difficult for ordinary practitioners to encounter, and the first type of secret treasures are also the places where many practitioners are killed and injured. But in terms of its danger, it is still not as dangerous as war beasts. Being targeted by war beasts is troublesome. Those Daozuan who enter the high-level area will choose to enter the secret treasures nearby in order to avoid war beasts. As for which secret treasure to enter, you can only try your luck. No matter which secret treasure you enter, it is better than being targeted by war beasts outside. Lin Moyu looked at the map in the seal. After 2 levels were upgraded, the map expanded a lot and the tasks became 8. The 8 tasks were distributed all over the map, and the nearest one was quite far away. Lin Moyu did not think much about it and directly chose the nearest task. At the same time, countless skeleton gods appeared beside him and then dispersed to explore the high-level area. Lin Moyu released a full 10 million skeleton gods to explore the high-level area. In Lin Moyu's understanding, the high-level area is not only dangerous, but also has a larger range. 10 million skeleton gods are just a base, which may not be enough. And the significance of using skeleton gods to explore here is far greater than before. Skeleton gods can not only explore the terrain clearly, but also find war beasts. The location, number, and strength of war beasts can all be explored clearly. If war beasts can really produce avenue crystals, the meaning of war beasts to Lin Moyu is completely different. He can even choose not to do the task and deal with the war beasts instead. For the sake of avenue crystals, it is not impossible to give up the task. After all, there doesn't seem to be much reward for completing the mission, except for the continuous promotion of military rank. As for whether there will be any good rewards in the future, it is still unknown. In comparison, it is naturally best to grasp the actual benefits in front of you. The more you can get, the better. If you can take both into account, it will be better. The skeleton generals scattered more and more, gradually disappearing in the verdant ancient forest. Lin Moyu slowly flew up and flew towards the residence. He didn't fly fast, neither hurried nor slow, and the terrain map in his mind was constantly drawn. Soon, the skeleton general encountered the war beast. This group of war beasts, with only 18 in number, belongs to a small group. The 18 war beasts moved slowly in the high-level area, among the dense forest. Their appearance and outline are like tigers, but taller than tigers. Because the skeleton general's vision cannot see the details clearly. Through the soul fire, it can be seen that the 18 war beasts are all in the 7th realm of Daozuan. In the high-level area, such a group of war beasts is already quite weak. But even so, Daozuan of the 7th realm would go around them when they see them. Even Daozuan of the 8th realm would think twice. The fighting power of the war beasts is very strong, and there are 18 of them. Although Daozuan of the 8th realm is at a higher level than them, it may have to pay a price. Even if they can win, it will be a hard fight. Normally, except for some powerful Daozuan of the 8th realm or Daozuan of the 9th realm, they will not provoke them. In the information obtained by Lin Moyu, it is stated that if you see a group of war beasts in a high-level area, you should avoid them immediately. This is also the practice of most demon Daozuan. Unless it is absolutely necessary, they will not be enemies with war beasts. But Lin Moyu didn't think so. This group of war beasts happened to be on the path to his mission point. Lin Moyu immediately approached quietly. Suddenly, one of the war beasts rushed forward, lightning flashed on its body, and smashed several ancient trees. The skeleton god who was hiding behind the ancient tree was crushed to death. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. I was discovered. The skeleton god general had already restrained his breath, and there was an ancient tree to block him, but he was still discovered. This shows that these war beasts are very sensitive. Lin Moyu did not revive the skeleton god general, and at the same time asked the nearby skeleton god generals to explore the surroundings with the area where the war beast group was as the center. See if there are other war beast groups around. If the war beast groups are too close, once the war starts, they may support each other. This is also the difficult part of the war beasts. Finally, Lin Moyu saw those war beasts with his own eyes and couldn't help but let out a low cry, lightning purple strike tiger.